Ridenour's letter, filled with names, locations, and description of the mass killing, soon had Washington buzzing. Looking for a suitably low-level fall guy on whom to hang responsibility, the Army settled on Lieutenant William Rusty Calley, who had commanded Charlie Company's 1st Platoon at My Lai and had no shortage of blood on his hands. Conveniently enough, Calley was no West Pointer, but a product of the officer candidate school at Fort Benning, which churned out low-level commanders for Vietnam after just months of training. Placing the blame entirely on him would avoid sullying the reputation of the Army's academy-trained top ranks, thus protecting the public image of the Army as a whole. In September, Calley was charged with the murder of 109 Oriental human beings and quietly hidden away at Fort Benning. 92. Lieutenant Calley and the soldiers under his command had in fact conducted themselves far from atypically, and the officer recalled that personnel were conditioned to perceive all rural Vietnamese civilians including and particularly children as adversaries. 93. Their punishment was only a result of the fact that they were unfortunate enough for the My Lai massacre to be publicized, where frequent similar atrocities across the country never became known. As U.S. Colonel David H. Hackworth commented in response to depictions of My Lai as an isolated event, Vietnam was an atrocity from the get-go. There were hundreds of My Lais. You got your card punched by the numbers of bodies you counted. 94. The testimonies of Vietnamese survivors widely painted the same picture of massacres being highly common. Perhaps the best indicator of this was that a very similar but totally unrelated massacre that occurred on the very as one witness, Win Phuong An, recalled, the Americans parachuted soldiers in for mopping up operations, and when we would pass through villages where they had been, we would find only bodies, in the trees, on the ground, and women with cloth stuffed in their mouths. The people were gone, only wounded, and the dead. You see, when the Americans came through they killed everyone, even children. Hess, Martha, then Americans came, Voices from Vietnam, New York, 4 Walls 8 Windows, 1993, p. 111. Vietnam's Long War. 316. Same day at the village of My Key under an entirely different unit, with the Pentagon notably taking significant measures to hide the My Key massacre as it effectively undermined their portrayal of My Lai as freak incident. Lieutenant General William Peers notably avoided reporters' questions about My Key, while Pentagon briefers lied outright blaming the massacre on Allied South Vietnamese forces. 95. Colonel Henry Tufts, the head of the Army Criminal Investigative Command, commented years later regarding how the Chief of Staff obscured the truth that, he did what he had to do to sort of preserve the system. 96. As Nick Turse observed based on his own extensive study. The Pentagon was especially dismayed that Peers had chronicled not only the slaughter at My Lai by Charlie Company, 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry, but also the killings carried out on the same day in the nearby village of My Key by the men of Bravo Company, 4th Battalion, 3rd Infantry. The whole Pentagon strategy centered on portraying My Lai as a one-off aberration, rather than part of a consistent pattern of criminality resulting from policies set at the top. Having 2 different massacres carried out within hours of each other by 2 entirely different army united in 2 separate villages was hardly compatible with that message. 97. My Lai was indicative not only of what was happening throughout Vietnam, but was also highly consistent with broader trends in U.S. and Western conduct across East Asia, whether in Japan, Indonesia, or Korea. As U.S. General Willoughby responded to the fuss being made about the My Lai massacre, in Korea we had My Lais all the time. 98. He pointed to it being far from an exceptional case to receive the media attention that it did, and in this regard he was entirely correct. Facilitators of terror. American conduct towards the Vietnamese population and widespread atrocities as seen at My Lai were influenced by a range of factors, one of which was severe and rampant drug abuse. The Vietnam War came to 8. 317. Be known as the first pharmacological war because, much more so than even in Korea, prescribed and self-prescribed consumption of psychoactive substances by American personnel took place on a scale unprecedented in history. This led British philosopher Nick Land to describe the Vietnam War as a decisive point of intersection between pharmacology and the technology of violence. 99 In 1971, 28% of American personnel in Vietnam took hard drugs, namely heroin, and by 1973 70% of personnel used intoxicants. 100 The situation was serious enough that during a trip to Vietnam, Egil Crow, President Nixon's liaison to the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, reported, "Mr. President, you don't have a drug problem in Vietnam, you have a condition. Problems are things we can get right on and solve. Conditions we have to ameliorate as best we can. I don't think we can solve this short of bringing everybody home." 101 The fact that personnel were heavily drugged for combat was partly responsible for their aggressive and often sadistic behavior towards the Vietnamese population. Many narcotics were prescribed by the military itself, while others were tolerated as necessary supports to allow personnel to operate effectively and cope with the war's hardships. Drug use notably increased significantly after the Viet Cong launched the Tet Offensive in 1968, which increased the pressure on American personnel considerably. Drugs were considered an effective means to help handle such pressures amid flagging morale. 102 The drug amphetamine, according to a Navy commando, was routinely consumed. They gave you a sense of bravado as well as keeping you awake. Every sight and sound was heightened. You were wired into it all, and at times you felt really invulnerable. Professor Lukas Kamiansky, an expert on the use of drugs in warfare, concluded based on his research on Vietnam, in short, the administration of stimulants by the military contributed to the spread of drug habits that sometimes had tragic consequences, because, as many veterans claimed, next to alertness, amphetamine increased aggression. Some remembered that when the effect of speed faded away, they were so irritated that they felt like shooting children in the streets. Amphetamine was to blame for unjustified violence against the civilian population. Among other stimulants reportedly given out. Vietnam's Long War. 318. Like candies, amphetamine was distributed to soldiers by the military on a large scale. A 1971 report by the United States House Select Committee revealed that from 1966 to 1969 the military had used 225 million tablets of these stimulants. 103 While drugs were an important facilitator of atrocities, they were far from the only one. As had been done very similarly in the Philippines, Japan, and Korea beforehand, the extreme dehumanization of the population played a central role. Perceptions of East Asian peoples as subhumans was best exemplified by the Mere Guk Rule, a code of conduct in Vietnam intended to make it easier for American personnel to kill Vietnamese, with Guk being a derogatory term for East Asians. American soldiers were told when stationed in Vietnam, Guks are Guks. The rule in Vietnam was the M.G.R., the Mere Guk Rule, that it was no crime to kill or torture or rob or maim a Vietnamese because he was a Mere Guk. 104 Telford Taylor, a prominent American lawyer specializing in war crimes, commented on how prevailing attitudes towards the Vietnamese facilitated war crimes. The trouble is no one sees the Vietnamese people. They're not people. Therefore it doesn't matter what you do to them. 105 Serviceman Scott Camille testified regarding the psychology of personnel committing rapes and massacres against Vietnamese civilians. It wasn't like they were human. They were a Guk or a commie and it was okay. 106 Veteran Joe Bangert similarly testified that in regards to the women in Vietnam, first of all, you get this feeling sometimes when you're over there that you don't even think of their sex. This is really disgusting. You don't even think of them as human beings, they're Guks. And they're objects, they're not human, they're objects. 107 He described watching another serviceman, not a new recruit but a veteran with 20 years of service, disembowel and skin a Vietnamese woman. He further recalled, you don't even think of them as human beings, they're Guks. And they're objects, they're not human, they're objects. The general rule was a Vietnamese who is dead is confirmed Viet Cong and one who is living is a Viet Cong suspect. 108. One veteran recalled that rape was pretty usual over there. "'Cause they're not treated as human beings over there, they're treated as dirt." 109. As American researcher Elizabeth Anderson thus concluded, some Americans assumed that all Vietnamese civilians were the enemy. The 8. 319. Process of racial othering allowed some Americans to commit violence against civilians with impunity. 110. Drugged and often seemingly insane, 111. Personnel conditioned to see almost any action towards Vietnamese people as permissible also had a third major reason for committing atrocities and specifically for massacring civilians. This was the U.S. military's encouraging and incentivizing of soldiers to maximize body counts, largely due to a lack of tangible objectives in the campaign. This was attested to by Colonel David Hackworth, who stated, "You got your card punched by the numbers of bodies you counted." 112 body counts included Vietnamese civilians suspected of aiding the Viet Cong, which meant essentially all civilians living near where insurgents were thought to be operating. As the BBC reported, unable to deal with an enemy that dictated the time and place of combat, U.S. forces took to destroying whatever they could manage. If the Americans could kill more enemies, known as Viet Cong or VC, than the Vietnamese could replace, the thinking went, they would naturally give up the fight. To motivate troops to aim for a high body count, competitions were held between units to see who could kill the most. Rewards for the highest tally, displayed on kill boards, included days off or an extra case of beer. Their commanders meanwhile stood to win rapid promotion. Very quickly the phrase, "If it's dead and Vietnamese, it's VC," became a defining dictum of the war, and civilian corpses were regularly tallied as slain enemies or Viet Cong. Civilians, including women and children, were killed for running from soldiers or helicopter gunships that had fired warning shots, or being in a village suspected of sheltering Viet Cong 113. A combination of rewards for maximum casualties, drugs, a gross lack of accountability for crimes against civilians, and a perception of the enemy as being less than human were a terrible and effective combination which caused extreme suffering for the Vietnamese population at the hands of U.S. forces. The very young average age of American frontline personnel meant they tended to be particularly impressionable. Recalling his interview with a Vietnam War veteran, Nick Terse provided insight into the psychology of American personnel and the way it was influenced by the military, stating, "He Vietnam veteran talked about how they were going through a village and burning it down, which was standard operating procedure. And in the midst of this woman runs up and grabs this GI by the sleeve, and is tugging at him and yelling at him, obviously. Vietnam's Long War. 320. Because her home is being burned down, all her possessions are going up in flames. And she's angry, scared, upset. And he said this GI just pushed her off, and then took his rifle and hit her squarely in the nose with the butt. And he said her face just erupted in blood. She was screaming. And the GI just turned around and walked away laughing. And he paused a second and said, 'Do you know that GI was me?' He had such a tough time figuring out how he could have done it. All these years later. At the time he didn't think anything of it. He told me about how the training that he went through dehumanized the Vietnamese to the point where they didn't think of them as human. They thought of them as, they had a whole bunch of slurs that were used, dinks, slopes, slants, gooks. And he talked about how I didn't become exactly like a robot, but it was like that. You're trained to kill, you chant kill, kill kill. It psychologically readies you for this. 114. Terse further observed regarding the importance of dehumanization. The idea is that the Vietnamese weren't real people. They were subhumans. Mere gooks who could be abused or even killed at will. And this is something that was inculcated in troops from the earliest days of training. I talked to a lot of veterans who told me that as soon as they arrived at boot camp, they were told you never call them Vietnamese. You call them gooks, dinks, slants, slopes. Anything to take away their humanity. Anything to make it easier to kill them. They were told by their superiors that all Vietnamese were likely the enemy. That children might carry grenades, women were probably the wives or girlfriends of guerrillas, and they were probably making booby traps. And even if there were rules of engagement on paper, or little cards handed out saying to treat the Vietnamese properly, the message that they were really given was that it was a lot safer to shoot first because no one was going to ask questions later. The troops in the field, they were pressed for bodies. Their commanders were leaning on them heavily. You were told to produce Vietnamese bodies, and if you didn't you were going to stay out in the field longer. They learned pretty quickly that the command wasn't discerning about what bodies were turned in, that just about any Vietnamese bodies would do. This pushed American troops toward at least calling in all Vietnamese who were killed as enemies, and also to the killing of detainees and prisoners and civilians, and calling them in as enemy dead. This coupled with the much higher level of strategic thinking like the use of free fire zones, which was basically a legal fiction that the US came up with to open wide swaths of the countryside to unrestrained bombing and artillery shelling. This caused tremendous amounts of death and destruction in the countryside. And it opened it up to all this heavy firepower and made it inevitable that large numbers of civilians would be killed or wounded. 115. The psychology of American personnel resulted in a wide range of sadistic acts beyond killings. Investigations found, for example, that not only 321 was it common for civilian prisoners to be slaughtered, but also tortured. This was done using fists, sticks, bats, water and electric shocks. 116 rape of Vietnamese women and children was highly common, and was often carried out using bottles and rifles. 117 executions following rapes were highly common, with men who raped and then killed Vietnamese women widely referred to as double veterans. 118 One veteran described such an incident as follows: after we raped her, took her cherry virginity from her, after we shot her in the head, we literally start stomping her body. And everybody was laughing about it. It's like seeing the lions around a just killed zebra. You see them in these animal pictures, Wild Kingdom, or something. The whole pride comes around and they start feasting on the body. 119 Another example was recalled by former GI John Ketwig, who stated that when 3 young Vietnamese women were captured, everybody circled around and they tortured these women with lit cigarettes. The one girl, they held her down and put the hose from the fire truck between her legs and turned on the water and exploded her. And the explosion of body fluids splashed across our faces. He described it as a revenge type of thing, hate against the Vietnamese, the gooks. 120 The perception of rapes and killings as justified on the basis that the Vietnamese population had put American personnel through the hardships of war was widespread. As one veteran recalled, in Vietnam you identify every gook with the enemy. You feel it's their fault we're there. If it weren't for the Vietnamese, we wouldn't be there. 121 Another stated to justify the rape of a Vietnamese woman, the general attitude was, we are over here helping these people. The least they could do was lay a little leg on us. Many felt they were owed anything they wanted, including sex. 122 Another veteran, immediately after describing how he and others had raped and murdered a Vietnamese girl in front of her father, complained that the Vietnamese ought to be more appreciative of American support. We expected them to run out and welcome us like that World War II type of thing. But they were a little standoffish. He strongly implied either that the rape was punishment for this attitude or that the ability to rape was an apt reward for Americans' fighting effort. 123 American researcher Elizabeth Anderson highlighted a widespread belief that Vietnamese women's role in the war was sexual gratification of American men, an understanding of Vietnam's long war. 322. Vietnamese women as existing for the sexual gratification of Americans, as expressed by servicemen in interviews. 124 Instructors and commanders very widely condoned and at times promoted rape, which was often seen as a means of enhancing the performances of personnel or of letting them blow off steam. 125 As Anderson noted, almost all of the men whose testimonies I have reviewed say that the leadership within their unit either directly encouraged sexual violence or passively allowed it to exist. In part as a result, sexual violence was an indisputable part of the war. And undercurrents of gendered violence appear in almost every historical account of atrocities in Vietnam. 126 Infantryman Michael Farrell recalled, "Our platoon sergeant told us, 'I'm going to gentle down the language,' he said. 'If there's a woman in a hooch, lift up her dress, you know, and tell by her sex. If it's a man, kill him, and if it's a female, rape her.'" The sergeant was a veteran of 2 previous wars, and may well have learned such practices in Korea, Okinawa, or elsewhere. 127 Some personnel reported that their commanders instructed units to kidnap women for entertainment while on patrol, who would face hours of gang rape and then death. 128 At times commanding officers saw that they had to outperform their subordinates in rapes to cement their positions of leadership, with one recalling, "I was in charge of a group of animals, and I had to be the biggest animal there." 129 Many U.S. personnel recalled being told by instructors from the Marine Corps, "We could rape the women. Spread them open and drive pointed sticks or bayonets into their vaginas." As a squad leader in the 34D platoon attested, "That's an everyday affair, you can nail just about everybody on that, at least once." While the military officially disapproved of such practices, in practice it was accepted as necessary. Rape and threat of rape were widely used strategically as well as recreationally, an effective way of enforcing submission as well as obtaining information from both prisoners and civilians. 130 British historian Professor Joanna Bork concluded to this effect, "Raping or killing civilians sent out a warning to the guerrillas, and people suspected of helping them." 131 Elizabeth Anderson similarly observed regarding the use of rape that the unique breed of fear generated by the threat of sexual violence became a potent weapon against the civilian population and the North Vietnamese fighters thought to be 8. 323. Hiding within it. 132 As one veteran testified regarding the use of rape to cow the population, "It makes a lasting impression on some guy, some zip, that's watching his daughter get worked over. So we have a better opportunity of keeping him in line." 133 Personnel from the 23rd Infantry Division recalled men raped Vietnamese women on the average of once every third day. 134 Those from the 2nd Platoon said women would be raped whenever the company passed through a village, with one recalling, "Rape? Oh, that happened every day." 135 Infantryman Jamie Henry referred to rape as SOP, standard operating procedure, in his unit. 136 Associated Press reporter Peter Arnett was among those to highlight not only the high prevalence of rapes by U.S. personnel, but also that gang rape was more common than individual assault. 137 CBS reporter Dan Rather similarly observed, "Everybody who passed through a village did it, steal a chicken and grab a quick piece of ass, that sort of thing." 138 Vietnamese civilians widely recalled extremely frequent rapes by U.S. forces as well as the arbitrary rounding up of civilians for torture in areas suspected of supporting the Viet Cong. 139 It was frequently reported by survivors that women often had their breasts cut off as part of torture and interrogation, and that U.S. personnel would take turns raping or sometimes gang rape women in custody. Many women went insane in American custody. 140 As Elizabeth Anderson observed, sexual violence, and violence against civilians more generally, became a military tactic. Servicemen report using sexual abuse as an interrogation technique, to either against. 2 Searches of civilians were often also used as opportunities for rape, with veteran Scott Camille recalling at a congressional hearing organized by South Dakota Senator George McGovern, when women were searched. He would be stripped naked, and kind of a game was made out of it. Like, men would put their fingers up their vaginas, supposedly searching for articles. And they would say, "I think my penis is a little longer, and I will try with that and see if there is anything there." Another veteran highlighted that such practices were encouraged in training, stating, They have a class on when you interrogate a POW or a villager what to look for, where they hide things. They stress over and over that a woman has more available places to hide things. Weaver, Gina Marie, Ideologies of Forgetting, American Erasure of Women's Sexual Trauma in the Vietnam War, Houston, Rice University, 2006. Vietnam's Long War. 324. The women in question or by threatening rape in order to get information from male family members. 141 Rape as a means of torturing suspected Viet Cong supporters was widely reported by both Americans and Vietnamese sources as a well-known practice, and at times resulted in death. 142 Rapes were often extremely violent, with some villages targeted seeing raped women die immediately while others took time to die over the next few days due to injuries sustained. 143 Rapes of pregnant women were also reported widely. 144 One Vietnamese survivor, interviewed as Mr. Bao, recalled that in areas suspected of supporting Viet Cong, the American soldiers killed every family they found in the shelters. They rounded up the women. They cut off their ears, and they raped them. They threw old people in the river. 145 Another survivor recalled, most of them were barbarous, what we remember most is the barbarity. They burned houses, they stole, they beat people, and they killed them. I can tell you many women now are paralyzed, they have half a body, because they were beaten and tortured by the Americans. They tortured women with electricity. They did many, many terrible things. 146 Conduct notably contrasted strongly with those of both North and South Vietnamese personnel. 147 The trends seen in Vietnam and the kinds of atrocities committed closely mirrored those perpetrated by U.S. forces in Korea and Japan where, while not as heavily drugged, they had similarly been conditioned to perceive East Asian populations in such a way that such conduct was seen as highly permissible. p. 130. Vietnam Veterans Against the War, The Winter Soldier Investigation, An Inquiry into American War Crimes, Boston, Beacon Press, 1972. 3 Vietnamese-American writer Ellie Lee Hayslip recalled of her childhood that Vietnamese women including her mother and sister mixed red vegetable dye with water and stained the crotches of their pants. They said it would make the U.S. soldiers think they had their periods and discourage any ideas of rape. Unfortunately, a few soldiers didn't care what stains were on a woman's pants, but that was every girl's risk in their village of Kyla. Ellie Lee Hayslip, When Heaven and Earth Changed Places, New York, Doubleday, 1989, p. 10. 8. 325. Chemical Weapons and the Lingering Orange Pain. Beginning in 1962, 2 years preceding the Gulf of Tonkin incident, the United States military made very extensive use of toxic chemicals against Vietnamese civilians, the effects of which are expected to continue to scar the country for generations. 148 Approximately 75 million liters of chemical herbicides and defoliants were sprayed under the Area Defoliation Program Operation Ranch Hand. This method was based on the successful British defoliation of Malaysia's forests to combat independence fighters there, and its implementation in Vietnam destroyed over 30 million acres of farmland and forest, an area larger than the whole of North Korea or 3 times the area of Switzerland. 149 Across much of the country, Operation Ranch Hand left concentrations of chemicals in soil and water hundreds of times greater than those considered safe. 150 By 1971, 12% of South Vietnam had a concentration of defoliating chemicals at 13 times the concentration recommended, with 10 million hectares of agricultural land destroyed. 151 The purpose was destruction of the livelihoods of the Vietnamese rural population. A report to the U.S. Congress in 1965 regarding the spraying of chemicals in Vietnam stated, crop destruction is understood to be the more important purpose, but the emphasis is usually given to the jungle defoliation in public mention of the program. 152 Vietnamese survivors widely referred to forest and farmland turning into desert as a result of these programs. 153 The targeting of crops received strong support from the Pentagon leadership, with the Rand Corporation think tank stating in a 1967 memorandum, the fact that the VC obtain most of their food from the neutral rural population dictates the destruction of civilian crops. If the VC are to be substantially hampered by the crop destruction program, it will be necessary to destroy large portions of the rural economy, probably 50% or more. 154 With subsistence farming highly prevalent, the totally indiscriminate targeting of crops was inevitably devastating, leading to malnourishment and starvation throughout targeted areas. In Qinghai province 85% of arable land was scheduled for destruction in 1970 alone, and this was not an exceptional case. This drove people to Vietnam's Long War. 326. Desperation and, as in Korea before, into the hands of the enemy. As intended under the American program of forced draft urbanization, the targeting of crops and deliberate destruction of rural people's livelihoods forced entire villages to migrate to cities. From 1958 to 1971 the urban population increased from 2.8 million to 8 million as a result, with many living in poverty and 1.5 million living in slums. 155 Concentrating the rural population in what survivors very widely referred to as concentration camps in cities. 156 was intended to isolate the Viet Cong from their support base. 157 with others referring to terrible conditions and rapes by U.S. and Allied personnel of those held inside. 158 Vietnamese families forced to leave their farmland were very often destitute and at risk of starvation, and as a result many women and young girls were forced to sell their bodies to personnel from the very same military that had destroyed their livelihoods to subsist. This closely mirrored the case in South Korea, where the policy of burning down farms and villages left women destitute and forced them to provide sexual services to U.S. and Western forces or starve. With some in the American military leadership voicing the need for availability of Vietnamese prostitutes for their personnel. 159 By the end of the war 500,000 Vietnamese women made their livelihoods through such work. 160 As U.S. personnel were so often drug abusers and viewed the Vietnamese as subhumans. 161 This led to widespread and severe abuses of Vietnamese women not only in the villages where they were raped, but also when forced to sell themselves. Military historian Elizabeth Hillman was among those to observe the connection between sexual violence in the war and conduct towards prostitutes, further noting that American personnel often took out their rage and frustrations, for example for defeats in the field, on them. 162 Servicemen recalled witnessing rapes and killings of prostitutes by others. Availability of prostitutes was notably often dismissed as an alternative to rape, with one veteran recalling, "You don't want a prostitute. You've got an M16 rifle. What do you need to pay for a lady for? You go down to the village and you take what you want." Regarding the power Americans had in the country, he recalled, "It was like I was a god. I could take a life, I could screw a woman." Baker, Mark, Nam, The Vietnam War in the words of the men and women who fought there, New York, First Cooper Square Press, 2001, p. 191. 8. 327. Personnel, with some bragging about their exploits. "Boy did I beat the shit out of a whore. It was really fun," one soldier bragged. 163 Nick Turse reported regarding the forced sexual relations between Americans and Vietnamese women, "I felt I didn't have the language to describe exactly what I found in the cases, because rape, or even gang rape, didn't seem to convey the level of sexual sadism." 164 The war in Vietnam notably also fueled the growth of a large sex trade in neighboring Thailand. 165 Which was a staging ground for American operations and saw the number of prostitutes grow from 20,000 to between 500,000 and 700,000 during the conflict. As a result, 6.2 to 8.7% of Thai women aged between 15 and 34 were working as prostitutes by the end of the Vietnam War. 166 The U.S. military presence and their practice of buying Thai women introduced a new word into the Thai language, Mia Chow, meaning rented wife. 167 The Thai government, itself a close partner of the United States at the time, was contracted to provide rest and relaxation, and the country came to be known as America's brothel as a result, a term coined by a U.S. Senator. 168 American professor of history and Asian studies Bradley R. Simpson observed that the U.S. presence profoundly affected Thai society, fueling a massive temporary service economy geared to meeting the economic and sexual needs of American troops, as well as an explosion in the regional trafficking of drugs and women's bodies that long outlasted the war. 169 The Vietnam War had been injecting $16 million per year into the then tiny Thai economy. And GI spending accounted for 40% of the country's export earnings. As a result, when the war ended, sex tourism was resorted to as a replacement for this major earner of foreign currency, and would long remain the largest source of foreign exchange. 170 The United States military's widespread use of comfort women was extremely consistent in its conflicts across the region, with American scholar Cynthia Enlow noting regarding the American presence and its commitments to its regional client states, none of these institutions, multilateral alliances, bilateral alliances, foreign military assistance programs, can achieve their militarizing objectives without controlling women for the sake of militarizing men. 171 This had severe repercussions for the Vietnamese and Thai societies. Japanese Okinawa, which remained under American military rule until 1972, was similarly affected, as high numbers of American Vietnam's long war. 328 personnel deployed in Vietnam were sent there for rest and recreation while it remained a hub of American supplies for the war. One of the defoliants used under Operation Ranch Hand was Agent Orange, a combination of multiple chemicals which when produced for war in Vietnam was contaminated with TCDD, 2,3,7,8 tetrachlorodibenzopdioxin. This was the most poisonous form of dioxin proven to cause cancer and other serious illnesses, and one of the most toxic chemicals ever used on such a scale in populated areas, with approximately 11 million gallons used over Vietnam. The first use of Agent Orange was by British forces in Malaysia, which had employed it on a far smaller scale for counterinsurgency. 172 While the U.S. military consistently denied that TCDD and other chemicals affected humans, it subsequently offered its veterans compensation for a number of diseases they suffered after handling dioxin, with multiple investigations leaving little dispute as to its effect on human health. 173 Regarding the lasting effects of defoliation efforts, researchers decades later consistently emphasized that it was a present-day contamination issue rather than a historical problem, with dioxins entering food chains and being taken up by local populations. As the United States military particularly targeted farmland, much of the land contaminated would be inhabited after the war. 174 Dioxin levels have been found to persist throughout the environment, causing severe adverse effects, and even years later were found in high levels in the breast milk of Vietnamese women. It also severely impacted the country's wildlife, with parts of the country targeted having a far lower diversity of birds and mammals. 175 After carrying out an investigation, Vietnamese Dr. Nguyen Viet Nam highlighted that in areas where Agent Orange was used, children continued to suffer from serious health issues, and were more than 3 times as likely to have cleft palates, suffer from mental retardation, or to have extra fingers or toes, and nearly 8 times as likely to suffer hernias. 176 This legacy of the war would continue to strain the country's health services well into the 21st century, imposing a significant and continuing burden on Vietnam. Dr. James R. Clay, former senior scientist at the Chemical Weapons Branch of the Air Force Armament Development Lab in Florida, attested to the fact that the United States was knowingly 329 using defoliants which would poison the Vietnamese population. He stated, "When we initiated the herbicide program in the 1960s, we were aware of the potential for damage due to dioxin contamination. We were even aware that the military formulation had a higher dioxin concentration than the civilian version due to the lower cost and speed of manufacture. However, because the material was to be used on the enemy, none of us were overly concerned. 177 The enemy referred to was the rural population of supposedly Allied South Vietnam. The United States was challenged by United Nations resolutions over its use of toxic chemicals in Vietnam, with General Assembly Resolutions 2162b and 2603 highlighting that its conduct was a war crime. 178 The U.S. denied these allegations and refuted the charges on the basis that chemicals targeted the environment rather than the population. Severe genetic diseases directly resulted from U.S. use of toxic chemicals in Vietnam, with 4.8 million Vietnamese exposed to Agent Orange, while over 40 years later 3 million continued to suffer related illnesses according to the Vietnamese Red Cross. 179 Other estimates were far higher. Nguyen T. Phuong Tan, director of a rehabilitation center for children with chemical weapons-induced genetic abnormalities, stated that 5 million Vietnamese have incurable chronic diseases due to Agent Orange. They can't lead normal lives or find jobs. When, after the war, people started having kids with abnormalities, they realized what orange pain means. If the poison gets into a person's body, it stays there forever. People who have been affected by the poison have developed cancer and diabetes. They also suffer from brain cell degeneration, leading to muscular dystrophy and mental problems. These conditions stem from gene mutations which can be passed on for generations. 180. The Vietnamese government was forced to set up special schools for the high numbers of children born with severe birth defects, with second and third generations of babies continuing to be born with deformities due to their parents' or grandparents' exposure to American chemicals. As former combatant Nguyen Then, whose son was born deformed, recalled in 2014, the Americans tried to frighten us. We prayed the bombs would avoid us as we ourselves couldn't avoid them. I hated them with all my heart and passed this hatred onto my child. He hates them with Vietnam's long war. 330. All his heart, too. They completely destroyed this province. This area was poisoned, but we didn't know it. We just went on with our lives. We only realized when we started having kids. Then we hated them more. What's there to talk about now? 181 The U.S. Veterans Administration listed prostate cancer, respiratory cancers, multiple myeloma, diabetes mellitus type 2, B-cell lymphomas, soft tissue sarcoma, chloracne, porphyria, cutaneous tarda, peripheral neuropathy and spina bifida as being highly common in the children of persons exposed to Agent Orange. This affected not only much of the Vietnamese population but also some Americans who were accidentally exposed. 182 Mike Hasty, a former U.S. Army medic in Vietnam who subsequently studied the effects of American defoliation efforts, concluded, the spraying of 70 million liters of Agent Orange on the Vietnamese people by the United States government, is one of the worst war crimes ever committed in modern warfare. It is the war crime that is born again with every new generation. Children die from cancer, they are born without arms and legs, they are born with twisted bodies, mental illness, or no eyes, to name a few birth defects. He stressed that this continued to place an enormous burden on their families and on Vietnamese society. 183 Chemical contamination will likely continue to harm the Vietnamese people over half a century after the war's end, although it represented just one of several harmful legacies of the way the United States fought. As Vietnam veteran Chuck Searcy highlighted in a 2014 interview regarding the Vietnamese population's continued suffering as a result of the weapons used against them, for America the war ended in 1975. For the Vietnamese the war has still not ended. 184 During the war 15 million tons of explosive ordnance were dropped on Vietnam from the air, of which the Pentagon estimates around 10% did not explode. As a result, over 100,000 Vietnamese people were injured by unexploded ordnance after the war ended, with considerable further casualties in neighboring Laos and Cambodia from U.S. bombing of Viet Cong supply lines. 185 The extent of the issue was brought to light in early 2022 when it was revealed that unexploded American ordnance had been a primary cause of difficulty in the construction of a high-speed rail line in Laos, delaying the project and imposing considerable additional costs. Over 500,000 tons of remained littered across Laos, which per capita was the most heavily bombed country in human history. 186. 8. 331. The U.S. bombing campaign against Vietnamese population centers was so severe as to be strongly criticized even in Allied Western states, which was almost unheard of in the context of the Cold War. The extent of the attacks was compared by Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme to the Holocaust perpetrated by Nazi Germany, while media in West Germany noted that even Allies must call this a crime against humanity. 187 During the bombing campaigns against neighboring Laos and Cambodia, U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger had famously described the indiscriminate targeting of the population using all assets as anything that flies on anything that moves. 188 With the 5 million tons of munitions dropped killing hundreds of thousands. 189 In April 1975 North Vietnamese forces captured the southern capital Saigon with the U.S. and its western and regional allies forced to quickly withdraw. The lack of popular legitimacy of the Western client government in South Vietnam was widely seen to be key to its undoing. As observed by former director of the South Korean Central Intelligence Agency, Brigadier General Kim Hyong-uk, in a testimony to the U.S. Congress in 1977, just before the fall of Vietnam, the ratio of the South Vietnamese to the North Vietnamese was 3-1 in military troop strength and 7-1 in weapons and equipment. But in contrast with the corruption of the ruling elite and the lack of ideological coordination of the South Vietnamese soldiers, because the North Vietnamese had strong ideological convictions, they defeated the South. 190 Mike Hastie, a former U.S. Army medic in Vietnam who subsequently studied the effects of the conflict, concluded that South Vietnam's population working with the Viet Cong and North Vietnam were willing to lose everything. All you have to look at is the millions of civilians who sacrificed their lives for the cause of independence and never supported the puppet governments the U.S. put in power. 191 Interviews with civilians across South Vietnam similarly indicated that tremendous sacrifices were willingly made, often over generations, to free the country from subjugation to Western interests. 192. V. As one Vietnamese survivor, interviewed as Mr. Pham Van Hung, recalled regarding the bombing of his own country, the Americans didn't leave a roof tile intact. Even the smallest bridge over a tiny stream had been bombed over and over. Hess, Martha, then Americans came, Voices from Vietnam, New York, 4 Walls 8 Windows, 1993, p. 102. Vietnam's Long War. 332. Although failing to sustain a client government in South Vietnam, the U.S. achieved its most crucial objective by preventing Vietnam's emergence as a vibrant independent power under Ho Chi Minh and a potential model decolonizing state in the region. With its land covered with countless American shells and poisoned with chemicals, its population scarred and widely suffering from severe trauma, 193, its villages and cities burned to the ground by incendiaries, and its non-aligned foreign policy lost as it was forced to depend on Soviet support, Vietnam was no longer a potential model for success to the region. Denied reparations and facing decades of American economic warfare, the Vietnamese state would struggle to provide those affected by the war with the care they needed, which further stymied the country's rise that had begun when French rule ended in 1941. While the Viet Minh could not be crushed, the nation as a whole could be crippled so as not to recover for generations. Vietnam's Long War. Part 2. Post-colonial empire, sustaining Western hegemony in perpetuity. Chapter 9. Japan after the war, from primary challenger to key upholder of Western hegemony. Why must the State Department insist that only the lives of American boys be used? Why cannot other peoples of the earth be used also to help create the necessary seawall of blood and flesh and steel to hold back the communist hordes? 1. Senator Joseph McCarthy. It was still difficult to imagine a sovereign Japan as anything other than dependent on and subordinate to the United States, a client state in all but name. 2. John Dower. Japan and the United States, assimilating the Empire of the Sun into the Western-led Pacific Order. Following the defeat of the Japanese Empire, the country was quickly realigned under American military rule, turning it from the leading impediment to Western control of East Asia into a key facilitator of continued Western hegemony. Much of the empire's apparatus was quickly taken over by the United States and turned against challengers to American power, including the use of Japanese forces in the Chinese Civil War, which U.S. President Truman described as using the Japanese to hold off the communists. 3. Much the same was done by the British in Indonesia, where Japanese forces were sent into battle to capture territories from local nationalists before handing them over to British control. 4. Japanese counterinsurgency specialists were deployed by the U.S. in 1949 to quash an insurgency on Jeju Island in South Korea. 5. And Japanese naval units 348. Subsequently supported American operations during the Korean War, including minesweepers that played a key role in the Incheon landings in September 1950. 79% of tank landing ships carrying the U.S. Marines into their most pivotal battle against the North Koreans at Incheon were also Japanese-manned. 6. With Japan under direct U.S. military rule until 1952. Thousands of Japanese technicians could be sent to aid their war effort in Korea. 7. Japanese child soldiers. It emerged from declassified U.S. National Archive reports in 2020, also accompanied the U.S. military in its initial deployments in Korea. 8. American prisoners of war reported there were Japanese nationals held in the Chinese and North Korean POW camps, indicating that at least some were captured. 9. Japanese military scientists who had worked on developing biological weapons, including leading figures from the infamous Unit 731, were absorbed into America's own biological weapons program. Given full amnesty from war crimes charges, they provided invaluable information from their mass experimentation on Korean and Chinese civilians. Former Unit 731 scientists were reportedly deployed to Korea, where the U.S. was widely alleged by international investigators, including some of the Western world's leading scientists, to be involved in biological warfare. 10. In South Korea, the apparatus of Japan's colonial government was largely maintained, and even its comfort stations were taken over and expanded under U.S. military rule. 11. The ruling elite of the Japanese imperial era were kept in power, and as a result a South Korean government study in the early 2000s found that over 90% of pre-1990 ROC elites had ties to collaborationist families or individuals. 12. In the military, 2. Every South Korean Armed Forces division in 1950 without exception was commanded by former Imperial Japanese officers. 13. The country's first Chief of Staff General Yeong-jun, for example, had previously pledged fealty to the Japanese Emperor in blood. 14. Advisor to the United States Korean Economic Mission Pak Hong-sik observed to this effect. The central figures in charge of national defense are mostly graduates of the former Military College of Japan. 15. According to both South Korean and American reports, these officers committed widespread and severe atrocities. 9. 349. Against the local population, but were highly effective at quashing opposition to American designs. 16. In Japan itself, the imperial order was largely kept intact but placed under new American directives, with the country's economy rebuilt even more heavily dependent than before on trade with the US and Western powers, while American intelligence agencies deeply penetrated and intervened heavily in Japanese politics, including its elections. As MIT professor and award-winning historian John Dower noted, it was difficult to imagine a sovereign Japan as anything other than dependent on and subordinate to the United States, a client state in all but name. 17. Bruce Cummings similarly referred to Japan as a key part of a historically unprecedented system of semi-sovereign states, with the country, much like the Philippines and other clients across the region, granted independence only in name while policy continued to be heavily shaped by the US 18 under American rule. A strictly pacifist constitution was written for Japan which, under Article 9, stipulated the country was to forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation and the threat or use of force as means of settling international disputes, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized. 19. At a time when a regional power balance highly favorable to Western interests was expected, with China's Western-aligned Kuomintang government projected to emerge victorious from the Civil War and help uphold Western-led order thereafter, Article 9 was intended to ensure Japan would never again challenge Western dominance. Only after the GMD's unexpected defeat and the loss of China in 1949 was rearming Japan and reinvigorating its economy seen as imperative for US and Western interests, marking the beginning of significant and persistent American efforts to quickly remilitarize Japan. This was done in the expectation that a stronger Japanese military would play a greater role in upholding the Western-led order in East Asia and would only be used against challengers to Western power, namely North Korea, China, and the Soviet Union. A draft of U.S. policy document NSC 48, written just weeks after the GMD's defeat, described the island chain formed by Japan and GMD held Taiwan as our first line of offense from which we Japan after the war 350 can seek to reduce the area of communist control, using whatever means we can develop, without, however, using sizable U.S. armed forces. 20 calls to press for Japan's remilitarization escalated further in 1950 after the string of wholly unexpected victories by Chinese and North Korean forces against the U.S. 21 and having been one of the world's leading military and industrial powers, Japan was expected to be shaped into a potent asset against Western adversaries. Despite constitutional restrictions on military force having been externally imposed, the war-weary Japanese public remained supportive of pacifism, which forced the U.S. military government, and later the Japanese government under U.S. pressure, to go to considerable lengths to disguise remilitarization. After the Korean War's outbreak in June 1950, the U.S. military government moved quickly to create Japan's first post-war ground force, which, although called the National Police Reserve, were armed for interstate conflict with American Sherman and Chaffee tanks. Calling them special vehicles rather than tanks meant that on paper Japan had no tank units. Within 6 years Japan was testing its first post-war domestically manufactured tanks, supposedly also for its police reserve, which were fielded alongside artillery and combat aircraft. The legality of this rearmament program was seriously questioned even by U.S. officers responsible for training Japanese forces. 22 Chief of Staff of the U.S. Military Advisory Assistance Group in Tokyo, Colonel Frank Kowalski, played a leading role in overseeing the training the first U.S. armed Japanese forces, which he described as a little American army. 23 While the U.S. pressed for militarization across its client states such as South Korea, South Vietnam, and the Philippines, Japan's size and its history as a major imperial and industrial power was seen to give it a greater military potential. It was almost impossible without amending Article 9, however, to allow Japan to openly send military forces to fight alongside the United States abroad, with the Japanese assets playing important roles in Korea doing so covertly. The little American armies of South Korea, the Philippines, Thailand, and others, by contrast, could commit tens of thousands of personnel to U.S.-led war efforts. Initial American attempts to remilitarize Japan were opposed by the country's conservative Shigeru Yoshida government, by prominent business. 9. 351. Circles and by the general public. Prime Minister Yoshida maintained that the constitution would need to be revised for Japan to acquire fighting potentiality, although his position was largely ignored as the United States created and rapidly expanded the National Police Reserve. A February 1952 poll showed that when Prime Minister Yoshida denied the country was rearming, 48% of the Japanese population believed he was outright lying while only 12% believed he was truthful. 24 Had the Yoshida government, the business elites and the Japanese people not collectively strongly opposed remilitarization and supported Article 9 in the 1950s, Japan likely would have quickly fully remilitarized under American pressure and gone on to aid the US more extensively in its military interventions abroad. Seemingly panicked by its defeats in Korea in 1950, the US pressed for the creation of a standing military force of between 300,000 and 350,000 personnel, although this was seen as far from feasible considering the state of both Japan's economy and of public opinion. Prime Minister Yoshida argued that this would not only overwhelm and distort the economy, but also provoke nationwide protest with destabilizing effects. He further argued that it would seriously agitate neighboring countries whose populations had lived under Imperial Japanese rule. Yoshida also believed, quite accurately based on the precedents set by the United States' other clients, that if Japan had a sizable military it would come under immense pressure to provide more direct combat contributions in Korea and other theaters. The Prime Minister was eager to keep Japan from fighting what were then seen as America's wars, and when U.S. State Secretary John Foster Dulles visited Tokyo to push for remilitarization, Yoshida sent clandestine emissaries to Socialist Party leaders urging them to hold demonstrations outside his office. This would convey to Dulles the dangers of remilitarization for domestic stability due to the extent of popular opposition. 25 Widespread anti-American sentiments meant there was a risk that public opposition could destabilize Japan and push pro-Western elements out of power, a possibility emphasized by Yoshida to ensure the National Police Reserve did not exceed 75,000 men. This allowed Japan to focus on economic development and avoid diverting resources to support Western military interventions abroad. 26. Japan after the war. 352. 75,000 men and the gradual introduction of tanks, warships, and combat aircraft was a compromise between America's interest in a full and rapid remilitarization and its fear of blowback should it force this process too quickly. The aim of a fully militarized Japan ready to fight against Western adversaries, however, would be pursued more gradually. Chief of Staff Kowalski thus referred to a calculated, creeping rearmament well tuned to the will of the Japanese public and the Allied reaction. He emphasized that this was not done due to the will of the Japanese public or leadership itself, but rather because it aligned with American interests, stating, "The Japanese did not initiate the rearmament of their nation. Japan has an army, navy, and air force now only because General MacArthur, assuming international authority, expanded the police forces of the nation." 27 Japanese forces were expanded to 110,000 personnel in 1952-28, and by 1972 reached 150,000 with considerable further growth planned. 29 Over decades wartime memory faded, the public grew accustomed to an indefinite U.S. military presence, and portrayals of challengers to Western hegemony as menacing and threatening to Japan itself eroded public opposition to militarization, which ensured American goals could gradually be achieved. Free, yet not free, Japan's nominal independence. Direct American military rule over Japan ended on April 28, 1952, with the implementation of the San Francisco Treaty. It occurred at a time when Western colonies across East Asia were being nominally granted independence under terms which ensured that neocolonial relationships and a Western sphere of influence were sustained. See Chapter 5. This was particularly critical in a time of Cold War when it was essential to guarantee that former colonies would not form ties with the Soviet bloc or China. Thus, much as the USSR had done in Eastern Europe and Mongolia, across Western colonies direct occupation gave way to nominal independence, masking the continued control of the former occupier. Independence in foreign policy in particular was far from genuine. As 9. 353. Former White House National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski observed, "Sovereignty today is nominal. Any number of countries that are sovereign only nominally and relatively. 30 such neo-colonies extended worldwide as Western empires had, providing the Western Bloc with a massive sphere of influence which was a vital advantage during the Cold War. Japan was a key example of a Western client that was sovereign only nominally and relatively, with John Dower observing regarding the terms under which direct U.S. rule ended. Although in the end the peace treaty would involve scores of nations, the Americans controlled the peacemaking process, and the exact price Japan would be called on to pay for incorporation into a Pax Americana became apparent only bit by bit. Rearmament under the American nuclear umbrella was but one part of that price. The continued maintenance of U.S. military bases and facilities throughout the country was another. Okinawa was excluded from the restoration of sovereignty, just as it had been excluded from the occupation reforms, and consigned as a major U.S. nuclear base to indefinite neocolonial control. The communist countries would refuse to participate in a settlement that locked Japan so tightly into U.S. containment policy. In the parlance of the day, Japan had been given the choice of a separate peace or no peace treaty at all, although Japanese progressives and leftists called with great passion for an overall peace coupled with Japan's disarmed neutrality. This was not a realistic option. 31. Accompanying the 1952 San Francisco Treaty, the U.S. Japan Security Treaty was perhaps more inequitable than any other bilateral arrangement the United States entered into in the post-war period. America retained exceptional extraterritorial rights, and the number of military installations demanded was far in excess of what either the Japanese or international observers had anticipated. Hanson Baldwin, the oracular military commentator for the New York Times, thus pronounced it the inauguration of a period when Japan is free, yet not free. 32 When U.S. military rule ended, there were almost no changes to the deployments of American military personnel in Japan. A subordinate independence and continued military occupation were not seen as a significant change, with restoration of nominal sovereignty seeing little celebration despite how strongly American rule had been opposed. In a poll conducted at the time, the Japanese people were asked whether their country had Japan after the war. 354. Become independent, to which only 41% answered affirmatively. 33 To the majority it was clear that Japan was still under American control, but following their defeat there was little they could do. Regarding Japan's status, Professor of International Relations at the University of London Michael Cox was among many to highlight a series of unspoken but well understood bargains between the United States and Japan's dominant ruling coalition for over half a century, Japan's Liberal Democratic Party. The first was an acceptance by Japan that Japan would accept its subordinate position within an American-led Pacific order in exchange for an American guarantee of its security. This in turn assumed low military spending by Japan and a declaration that it would never possess, or even seek to acquire, weapons of mass destruction. The second part of the bargain was more specifically economic. This not only allowed Japan easy access to U.S. markets, it also placed Japan at the very heart of the East Asian economic region for the next 40 years. Finally, underpinning the relationship was a recognition that while Japan might pursue certain external policies of its own, these would never be at the expense of the United States. Japan in effect would be a semi-sovereign state with only a limited capacity to determine its own foreign policy choices. 34. While Japan would benefit economically from its privileged position relative to other Western client states, the well-understood bargains referred to were far from consensual, with the Japanese leadership's role in setting the terms being negligible. 3 days after the 1952 peace treaty came into effect, over 1 million Japanese citizens took to the streets in 330 May Day rallies across the nation. It came to be known as Bloody May Day. The major May Day rally in Tokyo was largely organized by the Sohio Labor Federation on the grounds of a Meiji Shrine opposing war, U.S. military bases and Okinawa's status as an American possession. Approximately 400,000 people gathered in protest, endorsing slogans such as "Oppose rearmament," "Fight for the independence of the race," and referring to April 28, the day of the peace treaties, as the day of national disgrace. 35 protesters subsequently marched to the plaza in front of the Imperial Palace chanting anti-government and anti-American slogans and holding placards read "Go Home Yankee" in English. Courts and the government were at odds over whether protests were forbidden there, but when police attacked with tear gas and firearms, violence erupted, leaving over 25,000 from both protesters and police injured. Many 355 were wounded in the back as they attempted to flee police retaliation. Referring to the incident, Prime Minister Yoshida appropriated an image of Korea, saying a 38th parallel ran through the heart of the Japanese people. Acceptance or rejection of Japan's new subservient relationship with the United States was at the center of conflict, much like in Korea. 36 Unlike the remainder of Japan, Okinawa remained under American military rule for 26 years and even afterwards hosted the majority of U.S. forces in the country. After their island's capture in June 1945, the population had been placed in concentration camps where thousands died due to malnutrition and disease, 37, and were released only after the war's end to see one-third of their land occupied by American bases. Referred to in 1965 by former U.S. Ambassador to Japan Edwin Reischauer as a colony of 1 million Japanese, who stressed the contrast between how Okinawans and populations of defeated European adversaries were treated. 38 The territory was used extensively for biological and chemical weapons testing. Testing and both leaks from and accidents with the extensive chemical and nuclear arsenals stored on Okinawa contributed to the extreme erosion of public health, with contamination from a wider range of pollutants from the U.S. military causing deaths from poisoning and on several occasions leaving accessible food sources and drinking water unusable. 39 The indefinite and vast American presence also exposed Okinawans to frequent sexual assaults by U.S. servicemen. 40 Including gang rapes of children just for fun, in the words of the perpetrators. 41 As well as drink driving, murder, disfiguring of the dead. 42 Crashes and noise from military aircraft and extreme pollution endangering local wildlife. 43 As one Okinawan victim of assault by American personnel, Yumi Tomita, recalled regarding the state of fear and widespread crimes, so many were being raped. U.S. soldiers often barged into people's homes looking for women. Locals used to ring a warning bell whenever a soldier was nearby. People protected women by hiding them in closets whenever they heard the bell. As a schoolgirl, she remembered, sometimes I'd be walking down the street, and I'd be chased by a U.S. soldier. I had heard of women being raped in our area, but those incidents were not reported. 44 Okinawa was returned to Japan in 1971 under the Okinawa Reversion Agreement, which, much like the San Francisco Treaty, was extremely Japan after the war. 356. One-sided at Japan's expense. It protected American military administrators from being held accountable for crimes under their preceding 26-year rule, forced Japan to pay $320 million to the United States over 5 years, and stated that Japan had to agree to a continued U.S. military presence as a precondition for restoration of the territory. 45 The terms were highly unpopular throughout the country and sparked violent protests. 46 While the transfer of governance from Washington to Tokyo had little impact on the U.S. military's ability to operate, it transferred the costs of the sizable military bases to the Japanese government, ensuring an effective subsidy from Japanese tax revenues for American power projection efforts. Even after its return, U.S. personnel were effectively immune from being tried for the crimes they frequently committed against the population. 47 U.S. forces continued to survey the island's residents and particularly anti-base organizations, activists, protest groups, and journalists in violation of Japanese law, with the U.S. military widely seen on the island as the leading authority while the power of elected Okinawan officials remained negligible by comparison. 48. Foreign policy of a client state, American influence over Sino-Japanese relations. An early sign of continued American control over Japanese foreign policy was the way it influenced relations with neighboring China, with closer Sino-Japanese political and economic ties seen as a serious threat to U.S. dominance but strongly supported by Japan's political leadership and its business community. Japanese Prime Minister Yoshida portrayed Japanese investment as facilitating a fifth column for democracy, in what appeared to be an attempt to avoid American opposition, although the US insisted on China's complete isolation and strictly prohibited not only trade but even diplomatic ties. Yoshida nevertheless remained adamant that Japan would pursue political and economic ties with China whether it was red or green. 49. 9. 357. The Prime Minister's hint of defiance led John Foster Dulles, soon to be Secretary of State but then still the President's Special Emissary for East Asian Affairs, to visit Tokyo to straighten out his policy. Yoshida was presented with an ultimatum to pledge to completely isolate the People's Republic of China and instead to recognize the Kuomintang-run Republic of China. The latter by then governed only Taiwan, less than 0.5% of Chinese territory, and was of negligible importance to Japan either strategically or economically relative to the mainland. Should Yoshida's government fail to comply, Dulles threatened, the United States Senate would refuse to ratify the San Francisco Treaty and American military rule would continue indefinitely. The threat was clear: if Japan did form ties with Beijing, then there would be no Japanese state whatsoever, and the U.S. military government would likely choose a successor to Yoshida more accommodating of their wishes. Japan acquiesced and recognized the Taipei-based Republic of China in a peace treaty in 1952 while not forming any diplomatic or economic ties with Chinese mainland, much to the chagrin of its business community and to the major detriment of Japanese economic and strategic interests. China's own leadership had warmly welcomed a post-war Sino-Japanese partnership, with Premier Zhou Enlai informing a visiting Japanese parliamentary delegation that war between the two countries was already in the past and we should let go the history and ensure that history is never repeated. Chairman Mao Zedong believed that not only would close ties to Japan benefit both countries economically, but that they could also potentially help to draw Japan out of America's sphere of influence through economic interdependence with China. He told a visiting Japanese parliamentary delegation regarding the departure from their wartime animosity. "You cannot be asked to apologize every day, can you?" 50. Despite both war-torn East Asian states being positioned to benefit greatly from diplomatic and economic ties, the United States successfully came between them to ensure both its near absolute influence over Japan and the near complete isolation of China. East Asia's two leading powers were thus seriously weakened while the interests of Western hegemony over the region were furthered considerably. Japan after the war. 358. It was vital for American interests to ensure that it was closer to China and Japan than either was to the other, and as a result Washington would normalize relations Beijing in 1971 without notifying Tokyo beforehand. Japan could only begin to normalize relations with its neighbor once America had done so and given a green light, which it proceeded to do September 1972. Even after 1972 it was vital for the U.S. to constrain Sino-Japanese ties, with American efforts to this end focusing on emphasizing both states' historical animosities much like colonial-era strategy of divide and rule. When planning to normalize ties with Beijing, U.S. President Richard Nixon and his advisors intended that the United States portray itself to both China and Japan as a protector which could be relied on to reign in the other. As Nixon told his National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger in 1971 regarding how American dominance could be guaranteed, "I believe that we have got to frankly scare the bejesus out of China on Japan. They have got to become convinced that a Japan without the United States is potentially more dangerous than with the United States." 51. Award-winning Australian journalist and expert on Sino-Japanese relations Richard McGregor wrote regarding President Nixon's plan. He had a clear strategy: to stoke China's memories of the Second World War and with it fears of a Japanese military resurgence, to underline the benefits of keeping the United States in East Asia. Nixon's argument was in fact a familiar one at that time, portraying the presence of U.S. forces in the region as the cork in the bottle of Japan's congenital militarism. Never mind that it was at odds with the constitution that the United States had written for Japan and the peaceful path the country had set itself on in the war's aftermath. If China had been willing for practical reasons to sideline its wartime history with Japan, Nixon and Kissinger had decided they would now deliberately play it up. According to McGregor, Nixon had traveled in East Asia and Japan as few politicians of his era had, and understood well that Japan's politicians and population were highly unwilling to play a more assertive military role. In this sense, Nixon's warnings about a remilitarized Japan seemed confected and cynical. His real criticism of Japan was not that it was militaristic but that it wasn't militaristic enough, he concluded. 52 For the U.S. State Department, the historical animosity between China and Japan provided vital reassurance that the establishment of diplomatic 359 relations between them would not undermine the prevailing Western-dominated order. State Secretary Henry Kissinger highlighted that should China and Japan remain primarily concerned with the threat each posed, the other than the U.S. would be the ultimate beneficiary. He noted that Japan could become a big problem and threaten U.S. interests just as China did should the balance of power shift, but so long as the two were in fear of one another, America would remain dominant. 53 The strategy continued into the 21st century, with the Donald Trump administration in particular increasing arms sales to Japan while emphasizing that this was necessary due to a threat from China. President Trump simultaneously warned China that should it fail to cooperate with Washington over the Korean Peninsula, it would face a big problem with the warrior nation Japan, a reference to Japan's resurgent remilitarization. 54 Just as had been the case under Nixon, the U.S. sought to portray itself to China as the only country able to hold Japan in check, and to Japan as a key protector against China, with the goal perpetuating American dominance of regional order. Keeping Japanese foreign policy in line, Washington's continuing leverage over Tokyo. Behind Tokyo's consistent alignment of its foreign policy with Western interests were very considerable U.S. efforts to shape Japanese politics over decades, with Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party, LDP, relying heavily on American backing first to determine the fates of its leaders and in subsequent decades to ensure it remained in power. Key figures in the LDP's top leadership were previously war crime suspects pardoned under American military rule and, owing their freedom and often their exemptions from execution to the United States, went on to rule in line with American interests. Among the most prominent was Class A war crime suspect Prime Minister Nobusuke Kishi, the grandfather of later Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. With the LDP in power for almost all of Japan after the war. 360. Japan's post-war history, influence over the party was one of many effective means used to ensure American influence over Japanese policy making. The CIA provided extensive funding and other support for the LDP's election campaigns, with one agency official involved in making payments to the party interviewed by the New York Times and referring to American electoral interference in Japan as the heart of darkness, and I'm not comfortable talking about it, because it worked. We had penetrations of all the cabinet agencies, another recalled. Alfred C. Ulmer Jr., who had formerly directed all the CIA's Far East operations, similarly confirmed that the agency had financed the LDP. Head of the State Department's Intelligence Bureau Roger Hilsman referred to these payments as established and so routine, with former U.S. Ambassador to Japan Ural Alexis Johnson also confirming these practices. CIA officials further attested to the importance of obstructing the progress of the Japanese opposition while the agency directly recruited and funded LDP party members. 55 The importance of the LDP to U.S. interests was in part a result of the policy stances of major opposition parties, from the prominent and vehemently anti-American Japanese Communist Party in the 1950s to the Democratic Party of Japan, DPJ, in the 2000s. Coming to power briefly from 2009, the DPJ openly pursued the formation of closer ties to China, prioritized new regional exclusivist trade agreements with neighbors over trade with the U.S., 56 and sought changes to the Japanese-American partnership unprecedented since U.S. military rule had ended. The LDP was often closely associated with the legacy of the Japanese Empire, from visits paid by its leaders to the Asukuni Shrine to alleged glorification and rewriting of imperial history, including glossing over major war crimes committed against Japan's neighbors. Such actions alienated potential regional partners, South Korea and China in particular. The DPJ by contrast pursued policies consistent with a different aspect of the country's imperial past, namely the Pan-Asian ideology under which Japan had prioritized cooperation with its neighbors and opposed Western domination of regional order. 57. The LDP's form of Japanese nationalism consistently aligned with Western interests by raising tensions with and fueling calls for remilitarization targeting American adversaries. The DPJ's position. 9. 361. By contrast threatened to strengthen cooperation within East Asia to the detriment of Western hegemony. 58. The DPJ's moves to strengthen ties with Beijing from 2009 led the New York Times to report with much apprehension that Washington was rapidly losing diplomatic ground to China in Tokyo. 59. The brevity of the DPJ administration, however, meant a pivot away from the West would be short-lived despite the growing popularity at the time of a shift towards prioritizing relations with other East Asian states to revive the long-stagnant Japanese economy and provide greater autonomy from Washington. 60. The DPJ's foreign policy direction in its short period in power demonstrated the importance of a dominant LDP government to U.S. and Western dominance of the region by highlighting the nature of the alternative. Regarding U.S. influence over Japanese policy-making, former Japanese Prime Minister under the DPJ, Yukio Hatoyama, in 2016 highlighted that Tokyo was unable to deviate from the American position, particularly in foreign policy. When asked why Japan's peace negotiations with Russia, for example, were very heavily shaped by U.S. interests, he said, "We have a special relationship with America. We are close allies, and America is respected by the Japanese more than other partners. I think it represents a big problem that when making foreign policy decisions, Tokyo is always guided by the United States approach. Japan depends on America. When Russia and Japan discussed the Kuril Islands 60 years ago, Prime Minister Ichiro Hatoyama was determined to resolve the territorial dispute and was ready to accept the 2 of 4 disputed islands, but America strongly disagreed with this position. Washington threatened to take Okinawa then under U.S. military rule if Tokyo agreed to the 2 islands compromise. As a result, Japan failed to return the 2 Kuril Islands from Russia. Things stayed the same, and have not been resolved since. Essentially, the Kuril issue should be settled between the 2 countries, Japan and Russia, but it is very possible that the outcome of the future negotiations will also depend on the United States' position. The Kuril Islands were former territories of the Japanese Empire which were captured by the USSR in the Second World War and inherited by Russia. Prime Minister Hatoyama moved to resolve the territorial dispute over the islands with Russia, which would have facilitated the signing of a peace treaty and significantly improved relations. Tokyo and Moscow never concluded a peace treaty after 1945, primarily due to U.S. intervention, with Washington derailing talks over the Kurils. Japan after the war. 362. Hatoyama further elaborated regarding U.S. dominance over Japan. The Japanese media and government cannot navigate away from the Cold War attitudes. They always take America's side. Tokyo is dependent on the U.S. views. Japan will continue to side with America and the G7 2 countries. 61. Hatoyama's assessment was far from isolated, with his predecessor from the opposing LDP Prime Minister Yoshiro Mori stating to much the same effect that in regard to the conduct of its foreign policy, Japan is bound by certain obligations to follow the U.S. 62. Japanese remilitarization in the post-Cold War world. The potential for a remilitarized Japan able to contribute to combating Western adversaries in East Asia and beyond was pursued consistently by the United States from 1950, with Japan's armed forces, even with very limited funding and low manpower caps, still consistently ranked among the most capable in the world from the 1960s. From the late Cold War years into the 21st century, Japan consistently ranked among the world's 10 leading military powers, and even spending just 1% of GDP on its armed forces, it fielded the 3rd largest destroyer fleet and by the late 2010s deployed 4 carrier warships. Should defense spending rise to 2%, the spending target for NATO members, it could significantly shift the balance of power in East Asia to the detriment of potential challengers to Western dominance. A major landmark in the drive for Japanese remilitarization came during the Persian Gulf War in 1990–91 when the United States formed a coalition to fight by its side against the Ba'athist Republic of Iraq and restore a client government in its neighbor Kuwait to power. Although Iraq and Kuwait were over 8,000 kilometers from Japan, and Baghdad had never threatened Tokyo or its interests, there was still a strong expectation that Western allies and client states would partake in the American-led. Other than Japan, the G7 was entirely comprised of Western NATO member states. 9. 363. Offensive. While the U.S. military hardly lacked the capabilities to neutralize Iraqi forces, the image of a coalition reigning in a rogue state was far better than that of a superpower relentlessly bombing a small third-world country, which made Japan's endorsement of the war through participation desirable. Although Article 9 continued to provide a pretext for Japan's non-participation, with the Cold War over and a new world order declared by President George Bush, expectations that the world would fall in behind the US and Western world had only grown. Facing considerable pressure, and widely portrayed in Western media self-centered and uncommitted to free world values, Tokyo quickly announced that it would contribute $10 million to fund the coalition against Iraq on August 29, 1990. Facing a cold response from Washington, the Finance Ministry increased the figure to $1 billion. This was quickly supplemented by $13 billion, a significant sum exceeding the annual defense budgets of all but the world's very largest militaries at the time. Under pressure for more, Tokyo announced a further $9 billion of support. Whether this was denoted in dollars or yen was unclear, with Japan announcing the contribution would be denominated in yen only for the United States to demand the payment in dollars, which cost the Japanese treasury considerably more. The result demonstrated the immense benefit America and the Western world gained from their influence over Japan, which emerged as by far the leading financier of the very costly war effort fought primarily to further Western hegemonic interests, a conflict in which Tokyo would have had little reason for involvement in were it not for the nature of its relations with the US. Despite Japan's colossal financial contribution, and in spite of its well-known constitutional limitations on military action, the country was still shamed for its lack of a personnel contribution. As hostilities broke out, as a prominent British expert and senior fellow of the Foreign Policy Research Institute think tank told the writer regarding the American-led operation, the war was waged relatively cheaply. Not if you are Japanese, because the Japanese paid for it, and obviously not if you are Iraqi. The Western powers and their Arab allies, which benefited most from Iraq's defeat, thus to a large extent did so at the expense of the East Asian country as a result of the considerable political pressure applied to Tokyo. Japan after the war. 364. Japanese Ground Self-Defense Forces Major Nozomu Yoshitami, watching the conflict unfold live on CNN with U.S. officers, recalled being asked how Japan could be a true U.S. ally if it hadn't sent troops. This reflected broader trends in U.S. Japanese relations, with U.S. Ambassador to Japan Michael R. McCost gaining the name Michuiga Iatsu, Mr. External Pressure, over the issue 63. To prove oneself a true ally, a powerful country had to commit itself to fighting the West's wars and setting itself against the West's enemies across the world, and although Japan contributed tremendous funding as well as aid in minesweeping after the fighting had ended, America and its Western allies made it clear that this was insufficient. In Kuwait's official thanks after its monarchy was restored, Japan did not receive mention. Japan's response came in the form of the United Nations Peace Cooperation Bill, which was submitted to Parliament 8 months after the Gulf War ended in October 1991 to provide a legal framework for Japan to contribute to military operations overseas. It aimed to organize domestic institutions for appropriate and quick cooperation with UN peacekeeping and other operations, a first and more publicly acceptable step towards the sanctioning of Japanese military deployments abroad. Opinion was divided within both Parliament and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, however, and ultimately the legislation failed to pass. The fact that the large majority of the Japanese population opposed the motion and only around 20% supported it, while the LDP at the time lacked a majority in the upper house, meant passage was particularly difficult. Although the bill was shelved on November 8, efforts to move towards remilitarization continued. Prime Minister Toshiki Keifu had continuously stressed that checkbook diplomacy was no longer adequate, stating in the aftermath of the Gulf War, "I think it is widely understood we have to make personnel contribution as well as financial ones." 64 The US-led New World Order had spoken and it was Japan's turn to respond, either compliantly militarize or defy Washington. There was little real choice, but only a question as to how militarization could take place in the face of opposition by the firmly pacifist Japanese population. 9. 365. Despite strong opposition, Japan's Peace Cooperation Law was passed in 1992, allowing the country's armed forces to participate in overseas UN peacekeeping operations. This was widely considered a response to the country's shaming the previous year, and although the law seemed benign to many, to others it appeared only a first step towards the goal of greater interventionism abroad. As Senior General Tetsuya Nishimoto of the Ground Self-Defense Force said of the first UN-mandated Japanese military deployment abroad, that was the starting line. 65 He elaborated, "We learned from the Gulf War that just sending money and not people would not earn us international respect." 66 In 1997 Tokyo and Washington formulated the guidelines for Japan U.S. defense cooperation and began work on emergency contingencies to jointly fight a war in Korea. 67 The United States had long sought to topple the North Korean government, and had very real plans for an attack in the 1990s. On June 15, 1994 the White House had seriously considered initiating Operations Plan 5027, which would see cruise missiles and F-117 stealth fighters attack North Korea's Yongbyon nuclear facility, likely triggering escalation, with further plans for military action continuing to be considered. 68 Japan was set contribute to any war effort in Korea. 69 Following the passage of the Peace Cooperation Law in 1992, on July 25, 2003 Parliament approved the dispatch of Japanese forces to support a second American-led war effort in Iraq. This was not a UN peacekeeping mission, with the U.S.-led invasion having been strongly opposed at the United Nations Security Council and General Assembly and widely considered illegal, unprovoked, and a violation of the UN Charter. 70 Japanese Prime Minister Junichiro Koizumi overrode significant opposition, a no-confidence vote, and a late-night filibuster to pass the unpopular legislation which gave the controversial American war effort valuable endorsement. Involvement in the Iraq War was entirely unprecedented, with no Japanese soldier having fired a gun in combat or been killed in action since 1945, while its UN peacekeepers sent abroad after 1992 were consistently assigned to reconstruction and other activities with minimal risk. To pass the Iraq Assistance Special Measures Law through Parliament, the law had to forbid Japanese forces' participation in active fighting, although this could hardly be guaranteed when there were no well-defined battle lines. Japan after the war. 366. In Iraq, American officials made it clear that Japanese forces needed to be fully armed. Japan's path to reach a state where it could send forces to Iraq had been slowly paved over decades, with its deployment hailed by some as the end of an era in Japanese history. 71 As award-winning British journalist Jonathan Watts observed at the time regarding Tokyo's deviation from adherence to Article 9, Mr. Koizumi and his predecessors have steadily eroded the significance of this document to allow the SDF Self-Defense Force to serve as a more active ally to the U.S. 72 Prime Minister Koizumi personally pledged Japanese backing in Iraq to President George W. Bush, but after voicing his strong support for American military action, his domestic disapproval rating soared to 49%, exceeding his 40% approval rating. 73 Participation in the war not only seriously undermined Japan's image as a neutral nation, but also endangered Japanese civilians around the world who, as a consequence of Tokyo's intervention, were made targets by international terrorist organizations. As a Japanese anti-war protester warned in 2015, If Japan shares the same policy beliefs with the United States, Japan could be targeted by terrorists just like Britain and other US allies. 74 Such targeting quickly materialized, 75 with 2 Japanese diplomats in Iraq shot and killed in November 2003 while working to finalize preparations for the deployment. In 2004 3 Japanese citizens were taken hostage by Iraqi insurgents and subjected to psychological torture, with many of the scenes notably not shown by Japanese media. The insurgents threatened to burn them alive unless Japan withdrew its forces. 76 Although they were eventually released under unclear circumstances, 77 other kidnappings and killings occurred, including the capture and beheading of backpacker Jose Cota in 2004. 78 The cost of being forced to abandon pacifism and neutrality was high. Japan's support for unilateral Western military interventionism conflicted with its long-nurtured image as a neutral supporter of international consensus and peaceful resolution, which was particularly apparent as the United States invaded Iraq without UN or even NATO support. A high-ranking Japanese diplomat thus observed, as is obvious from the case of the Iraq War, the United States is prepared to act in its capacity as sole world superpower. He went on to write. 9. 367. Unlike the days when coordination among Western powers aligned behind the United States was absolutely essential, today broad international coordination is not always compatible with the Japan-US alliance, no matter how fundamental both of them may be in shaping Japan's foreign policy. This incompatibility was inherent in the question of whether or not Japan should support the US and UK-led military action against Iraq, because that action did not enjoy the full consent of the international community. In the context of their US-Japan bilateral alliance, it is difficult to imagine Japan and the United States taking divergent approaches in their basic security policies in a situation such as the conflict in Iraq. 79. Supporting an American-led occupation achieved illegally and directly against a UN consensus, Japan's long-cultivated image of pacifism, moderation, and support for international consensus were much diminished. Tokyo demonstrated that it lacked either the freedom not to fight of the pacifist era, or the freedom to choose when and against whom to fight and how to conduct its foreign policy as in the imperial era. It now had neither the dignified independence and self-determination of the imperial era nor the peace, security, and low defense spending of the post-war years. This shift was far from popular domestically, as Professor Tsuneo Akaha noted in his book on Japan-US relations and the Iraq War. It should be noted that the Japanese government's decision to support the U.S. military action in the absence of international consensus was met with strong disapproval among the Japanese public, who remained unconvinced that all peaceful means had been exhausted before the military action was taken. Japan's popular pacifism, the geographical distance between Iraq and Japan, and Japanese unfamiliarity with the Iraqi situation were behind the public's reluctance to endorse the US-led military attack on Iraq. The Japanese government's alliance realism vis-a-vis the United States had trumped the wisdom of the Japanese people. 80. Closely coinciding with its intervention in Iraq, Japan began planning an aircraft carrier program for maritime power projection, which came to be highly symbolic of the gradual erosion of Japanese pacifism. Laying down its first carrier in 2006, the 19,000-ton Hyoga-class helicopter carriers were commissioned from 2009, followed by the larger 27,000-ton Izumo-class aircraft carriers from 2015. Although officially the carriers were called helicopter destroyers, much as Japanese tanks had been called special vehicles, the Izumo class were purpose-built to deploy Japan after the war. 368. Fighter jets 81, which it did from October 2021. 82. While commissioning a dedicated aircraft carrier directly would have been too sudden a deviation from Article 9, the LDP government managed to achieve it in gradual stages. The approach to obtaining a carrier capability mirrored the wider approach to remilitarize Japan through small and often seemingly benign steps, slowly killing Japan's pacifism much like the death of a frog in slowly boiled water. It was particularly symbolic that as Japan was unable to deploy a fighter air wing from its carriers, The air wings were comprised of U.S. Marine F-35B stealth jets flown and operated by the U.S. military from Japanese ships, the first fighters to fly from Japanese carriers since 1945. 83 From the early 2010s, as the United States faced growing challenges to its military dominance in East Asia, and implemented the pivot to Asia, see Chapter 12, largely as a response, accelerating Japan's militarization became increasingly critical to American and Western interests. In July 2014, as the Obama administration's pivot began to gain momentum, the LDP forwarded legislation calling for a reinterpretation of Article 9 to allow Japan to intervene abroad militarily to defend allied states. The legislation was passed, although by means viewed by many as illegitimate, as Prime Minister Shinzo Abe circumvented the constitutional amendment procedure and made the change without parliamentary debate, public approval, or a vote. 84 In the latest of multiple references by Japanese officials to the substantial influence of Western post-Gulf War pressure, Prime Minister's Abe foreign policy advisor Tomohiko Taniguchi stated regarding the significance of the legislation that allowed Japan to more actively support the U.S. military, "For the first time, we are just about to be able to exercise collective defense with the U.S. and others, so the feeling is we have finally been able to get the Gulf War burden off our shoulders." 85 In 2015, Japan began its first joint offensive drills with the United States to train for amphibious assaults and capturing of strategic islands, an unprecedentedly offensive role. The country 3 years later created its own Marine Corps specialized in offensive amphibious warfare. 86 In 2016, reports emerged of European efforts to encourage Japan to join NATO as the alliance's first Asian member, to which Prime Minister Abe responded it may be possible in the future. 87. 9. 369. Opposition to the 2014 legislation on military intervention was predominantly based on the argument that it would lead to Japan being involved in external conflicts to support Western military adventurism across the world. As opposition politician Taro Yamamoto claimed, if this legislation passes, we will absolutely be caught up in illegal American wars. Mizuho Fukushima of the Social Democratic Opposition Party noted that such legislation could lead Japan to become accomplices to murder by supporting American wars. The belief that Japan's government was unable to refuse U.S. requests to deploy its military however Washington required was widespread and fueled opposition to the legislation. As Tsuneo Watanabe, senior fellow at the Tokyo Foundation Policy Research Group, concluded, it's partly about public distrust of Japan's own government. People think Japanese leaders are too weak to say no to the U.S. 88 In May 2017, Prime Minister Abe sought to build on the legislation passed in 2014 by setting a 2020 deadline for passing further revisions to Article 9 to recognize the country's military. 89 He stated to this effect, "Now is precisely the time to unchain ourselves from the post-World War II regime, and that includes rewriting the Constitution." 90 While Japan had every right to alter its constitution and pursue militarization, particularly considering that Article 9 had been imposed under foreign military occupation, constitutional amendments facilitating remilitarization were widely seen to erode rather than increase sovereignty and self-determination. As noted by the New York Times 91 and Japanese papers such as Asahi Shimbun 92 among others at the time, the vast majority of Japan's population supported Article 9. Furthermore, remilitarization, far from being carried out to free Japan, was pursued primarily for the benefit of Western interests at Washington's urging. The perfect time to unchain ourselves, Abe referred to, coincided with the time the U.S. more than ever needed a remilitarized Japan to support it against an unprecedentedly unfavorable balance of power in East Asia. Victor Cha, former Director for Asian Affairs at the White House's National Security Council, had thus noted, as Japan extends its security profile to become more of a global player, it is doing so wholly within the context of a U.S. Japanese alliance. 93 As one Japanese anti-militarization protester similarly observed, the United States can't bear all the military costs on their own, so they want Japan to. Japan after the war. 370. Share the costs. My impression is that Japan is legislating the security bills in response to the U.S. request. 94 As with many Western client states in East Asia and beyond, Japan had remained free but not free, having never fully regained independence, and from the 2000s increasingly relied on to shoulder the burden of maintaining the Western-dominated order in the Pacific. The stronger Japan's military become and the fewer restraints put on its actions, the greater an asset the United States would have in the region. When the United States believed it to be imperative that Japan militarize, Washington's influence ensured this could not be opposed regardless of public opinion. Despite unwavering support from Japan, the U.S. consistently aligned its foreign policy more closely with its Western partners over Tokyo. A notable example was the revelation in 2015 that the U.S. National Security Agency was not only spying on Japan, but sharing this information with Canada, Britain, New Zealand, and Australia. Targets ranged from cabinet officials and major banks to Japanese firms that competed with Western economic interests, as well as content of a confidential prime ministerial briefing that took place at Shinzo Abe's official residence. 95 WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange commented, "The lesson for Japan is this: do not expect a global surveillance superpower, the United States and its Western allies, to act with honor or respect. There is only one rule: there are no rules." 96 The presence of tens of thousands of American military personnel in Japan for over 3/4 of a century made the country indefinitely a staging ground for U.S. military operations across East Asia. Some of these included the CIA's war in Indonesia, the Chinese Civil War, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the pivot to Asia in the 2010s. In the 1950s, the Korean War served as a key pretext to counter widespread Japanese calls for the removal of U.S. bases. 97 With provision of security against the Soviet Union then used as a pretext to make the presence of U.S. forces indefinite. While new generations raised when anti-American sentiments had faded were increasingly accustomed to the presence of U.S. forces, having never known anything else, the existence of North Korea outside Western control provided a new pretext for America's continued military presence after the Soviet collapse. Former CIA agent and ambassador to South Korea and China James Lilly reportedly stated to this effect, "If North Korea did not exist, we would have to create it to give us the 371 excuse to keep our 7th Fleet in Japan after the end of the Cold War." 98 So long as there was some slight opposition to American power, it could be taken as a new reason to maintain U.S. bases. In accordance with their importance, bases in Japan were named by the Council on Foreign Relations as the anchor of the U.S. security role in Asia. 99 Reflecting his country's new role in regional affairs, Japanese Prime Minister Yasuhiro Nakasone in 1983 referred to Japan as the United States' unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Pacific, a relationship which it was crucial to perpetuate for Western hegemony in East Asia to be sustained. 100. Chapter 10. Economic War on Asia, Crushing the Region's Rising Economies. A market is not politically neutral. Its existence creates economic power which one actor can use against another. 1. Robert Gilpin. The Position of Disparity and Asia's Rise. While China's economic rise placed it increasingly at the center of U.S. foreign policy attentions from the early 2010s, the East Asian region's unique prevalence of non-Western high-tech economies and fast-growing economic prosperity gained it considerable Western attention 30 years prior after the end of the Cold War. With the Soviet challenge to Western dominance quashed, and Western hegemony relying on the disparity between Western wealth and technological advancement and the general poverty and underdevelopment of the non-Western world, rising East Asian economies were increasingly seen as threats. The possibility that the region, particularly countries outside the Western sphere of influence such as China, but also Western-aligned states such as South Korea, could bridge gaps in high-tech and living standards with and economically surpass the West was unfavorable to the interest of sustaining a world order based on Western primacy. The need to prevent non-Western countries from bridging the gap in development was most famously referred to in the early Cold War years by scholar and chair of the State Department's Policy Planning Staff George. 378. Kennan as the goal of maintaining a position of disparity separating the wealth of the West from the poverty of Asia. 2. As a key policy planning staff report, marked top secret but since declassified, stated, disparity in wealth is particularly great as between ourselves and the peoples of Asia. In this situation, we cannot fail to be the object of envy and resentment. Our real task in the coming period is to devise a pattern of relationships which will permit us to maintain this position of disparity without positive detriment to our national security. 3. Development and economic modernization in East Asia, although necessary in the context of the Cold War to strengthen Western-aligned states against common adversaries, was a potential threat towards which the West was less tolerant after the Cold War ended. East Asia was long seen to have the greatest potential to challenge and eclipse the West economically and in high-tech. As Professor of International Relations at the University of London, Michael Cox was one of many to observe, the region overall appears to be economically blessed, not so much in terms of raw materials but with other, more intangible, but important assets, including a culture of hard work, a system of entrepreneurial values, a plentiful supply of labor, a huge reservoir of capital, and a set of political and economic structures that allow the state to play a critical role in engineering successful economic outcomes. 4. This had significant geopolitical consequences as well as economic ones. As noted in 2017 by Chief Foreign Affairs columnist for the Financial Times Gideon Rachman, the root cause of the West's diminishing ability to shape international affairs was the extraordinary economic development in East Asia, which led to a long-run shift in global economic power. 5. HSBC's global chief economist Stephen King similarly argued in his work, Losing Control, The Emerging Threats to Western Prosperity, that the rise of Asian economies, regardless of their political orientations, was a fundamental threat to Western power and primacy. 6. Allowing Asian economies to rise too far thus threatened the position of disparity which had for centuries been key to perpetuating Western-dominated world order. Japan's restoration as a developed high-tech economy, which gained American support to help counter China and the USSR, had been followed by the modernization of the Asian tiger economies Hong Kong. 0. 379. Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan. By the mid-1990s the tiger's successes were followed by the less developed but fast-rising and more populous countries of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. 7. Just weeks before crisis hit in 1996, East Asian economies were hailed as the success stories of 1990s with Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and the four tigers receiving considerable foreign investment. In response to the growing challenge to Western power posed by East Asia's economic rise, the Western position at the center of the global financial system was leveraged to destabilize regional economies. Western dominance of international finance was undisputed, ranging from the West's near monopoly on the global reserve currencies to its control of the world's leading financial markets, which placed it at the center of what was often termed the wiring of the global financial system. Dominance of the Bretton Woods institutions, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, both of which were conceived in a conference in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, in the United States, was another key asset. Both had considerable influence over the global economy and were based in Washington, D.C., with the former consistently headed by a European and the latter by an American. Despite names indicating an internationalist orientation, both consistently served Western interests and at the time had no alternatives from the non-Western world. With emerging Asian economies integrated into the Western-centered global financial system, and relying on Western-dominated institutions for consultations and loans, they proved highly vulnerable. To take South Korea, one of the region's most prominent economic success stories, as an example, in the mid-1990s it and other regional governments came under pressure from the International Monetary Fund and World Trade Organization, WTO, to restructure their economies. Western countries and institutions pressed for financial liberalization and deregulation, with the Western-dominated Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, making further demands that Seoul dispense with controls on capital flows into and out from the country. 8. The country was also pressured to privatize key state-owned firms. The South Korean government met Western demands halfway, with barriers to the financial sector and capital controls lifted but national firms. Economic war on Asia. 380. Still remaining off-limits to foreign ownership and key state-owned companies not privatized. The lifting of capital controls, however, left South Korea open to speculative attacks on its economy which would be used to considerable effect. 9. Director of Development Studies at Cambridge University, Ha-Jun Chang, and National University of Singapore Professor, Shin Jang-sup, stated in their study of the ROC's economy, the post-1993 financial liberalization in Korea was critical in generating the current crisis as, for the first time in the country's history, it instituted a very substantial, if not a complete, capital account liberalization. This incentivized borrowers to contract short-term loans from abroad and left the market vulnerable to speculation while failing to strengthen the supervision system. 10. With capital controls lifted, colossal sums of money flowed into Korean markets unregulated. Similar trends were observed in Malaysia, Thailand, and other regional economies from around the same time, also primarily due to external pressure to deregulate. Nobel laureate in economics and chief economist at the Roosevelt Institute Joseph Stiglitz was among those to conclude that the rapid market liberalization, primarily the sudden deregulation of capital flows by lifting capital controls, was the primary cause of East Asia's economic crisis. He emphasized that these were the exact policies that the U.S. Treasury and IMF had strongly advocated and pressed countries such as South Korea to adopt, which then left them vulnerable to speculative attacks. 11. Former Oxford University Foreign Service Program Director and International Relations Professor Rodney Bruce Hall similarly argued that the primary cause of the East Asian economic crisis was an IMF attempt at demolition of the Asian development model, with removal of capital controls facilitating concerted speculative attacks. 12. In 1996, Western brokers had invested approximately $100 billion in South Korean markets, but within weeks this suddenly reversed, with investment in 1997 turning to negative $20 billion. The discrepancy of $120 billion could not be explained by any change in the economic or political situation, and appeared to be purely speculative. 13. South Korea and the other very different Asian economies that were similarly targeted all had in common only that their economic rises were detrimental to Western interests. 0. 381. The sudden crisis was referred to as Asian flu, later the Asia contagion, with no apparent tangible cause. The Thai baht, Malaysian ringgit, Indonesian rupiah, and South Korean won all lost tremendous value effectively overnight in what appeared to be a wave of speculative attacks, the result of which the economist called a destruction of savings on a scale more usually associated with a full-scale war. 14. It became increasingly evident that the crisis was caused not by shortcomings in East Asian economies themselves, but rather by decisions made at the heart of global finance in the West. As a Financial Times editorial noted, the Asian crisis showed the world how even the most successful countries could be brought to their knees by a sudden outflow of capital. People were outraged at how the whims of secretive hedge funds could apparently cause mass poverty on the other side of the world. 15. We need more bad news, exacerbating crisis. As currencies rapidly lost value, East Asian governments quickly drained their foreign currency reserves to prop them up. In South Korea, millions responded with donations of gold, jewelry, medals, trophies, wedding rings and other valuables, with the BBC reporting, the campaign has exceeded the organizers' expectations, with people from all walks of life rallying around in a spirit of self-sacrifice. According to the organizers, 10 tons of gold were collected in the first 2 days of the campaign. But perhaps the most extraordinary aspect of the campaign is not the sums involved, but the willingness of the Korean people to make personal sacrifices to help save their economy. 16. Over 200 tons of gold were collected, enough to drive down the world gold price. 17. The sheer amount of capital available at Western financial institutions, however, meant this could barely slow the inevitable collapse once the decision to make speculative attacks had been made. With capital controls lifted and markets unregulated, $600 billion quickly disappeared from the markets of the affected countries. 18. Economic War on Asia. 382. The power to determine the fates of East Asian economies lay primarily in Western hands. In 1994, a Mexican currency crisis had been ended quickly when the U.S. Treasury swiftly allowed for large loans to the country sufficient to almost immediately stop the destructive speculative cycle. This succeeded despite the crisis having been sparked much more by genuine economic issues than speculation, in contrast to that in East Asia, since Mexico's fall, unlike East Asian economies, was not in line with Western interests. Thus not only were no similar moves made to support the Asian markets, but the leading names in Western finance presented a unified message not to help or lend to East Asia. Nobel Prize-winning American economist Milton Friedman made a rare appearance in his mid-80s on CNN to say he opposed any form of bailout and that, unlike Mexico, Asian markets should be left to correct themselves. 19. Jay Poloski, one of Morgan Stanley's primary emerging market strategists, made it clear to a conference in Los Angeles hosted by the Milken Institute that the U.S. Treasury and IMF should do nothing to lessen the East Asian crisis. What we need now in Asia is more bad news. Bad news is needed to keep stimulating the adjustment process, he said. 20. In November 1997 at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in Vancouver, 4 months after the crisis began, President Bill Clinton enraged his East Asian counterparts by dismissing the crisis as a few little glitches in the road. 21. The Western position led several economists, such as Toyo Gyoton and Hajime Shin Ohara of the Japanese Institute for Monetary Affairs, to realize the need for an Asian monetary fund independent of the West, able to support bailouts as the U.S. had done in Mexico. 22. The South Korean, Malaysian, and Thai economies had developed under strong protectionist policies under which foreigners were prohibited from owning land or buying key national firms. Sectors such as transportation and energy were kept publicly owned, while many imports from Japan and Western countries were discouraged and import substitution encouraged. There was thus much to gain for Western finance from leveraging the crisis to press for a lifting of protectionist policies and thereby gain greater access to Asian economies. Morgan Stanley strategist Jay Poloski observed regarding the benefits the crisis could yield in terms of allowing foreign capital to purchase key. 0. 383. East Asian firms at extremely low costs. I'd like to see closure of companies and asset sales. Asset sales are very difficult, typically owners don't want to sell unless they're forced to. Therefore, we need more bad news to continue to put the pressure on these corporates to sell their companies. Poloski strongly advocated withholding support for Asian markets, which would result in considerable economic gains for Western firms and financial markets. 23. If the crisis was left to worsen, all foreign currency would be drained from the targeted economies, leaving Asian firms unable to operate and forcing them either to sell themselves or to close down. The International Monetary Fund played key role in ensuring there was more bad news, as Poloski had referred to it. Japan's top international finance bureaucrat at the time, Isuke Sakakibara, noted regarding the IMF's performance in the region, absurdly, they forced fiscal consolidation on countries at a time of crisis. They shut down financial institutions, a measure that will squeeze the economy. They also introduced capital liberalization, forcing countries to move from a pegged exchange system to a flexible one. If you do that at a time of crisis, the outcome is obvious: it will cause the currency to collapse. All these measures exacerbated the Asian financial crisis. Worsening the currency crisis appeared to be the intention of the IMF, with the results of its actions being highly predictable. 24. Canadian journalist, award-winning author, and political analyst Naomi Klein stated in her analysis, what few were willing to accept to admit at the time is that, while the IMF certainly failed the people of Asia, it did not fail Wall Street, far from it. The hot money may have been spooked by the IMF's drastic measures, but the large investment houses and multinational firms were emboldened. As a result, she noted, Western capital now understood that as a result of the IMF's adjustments, pretty much everything in Asia was now up for sale, and the more the market panicked, the more desperate Asian companies would be to sell, pushing their prices through the floor. Klein highlighted that the IMF appeared to have intended to deepen the crisis to benefit Western interests. 25 British professor David Harvey noted in his own study of the crisis regarding how the West's position at the center of international finance allowed it to liquidize potential economic rivals. Economic War on Asia. 384. Liquidation can come by a variety of means. IMF austerity programs implemented at the behest of the U.S. Treasury can be used with equally destructive effect as physical force. The distinctive role of U.S. financial institutions and the U.S. Treasury backed by the IMF in visiting a violent devaluation of assets throughout East and Southeast Asia, creating mass unemployment and effectively rolling back years of social and economic progress on the part of huge populations in that region, is a case in point. 26. Regarding incentives for the United States in particular to bring ruin to the Asian economies, Harvey noted that the purpose was to eliminate a threat to its place as the center of the world economy, stating, "It is hard to imagine that the U.S. would peacefully accept and adapt to the phenomenal growth of East Asia and recognize that we are in the midst of a major transition towards Asia as the hegemonic center of global power. It is unlikely that the U.S. will go quietly and peacefully into that good night." 27 Speculative attacks on East Asian economies paved the way to their reshaping in line Western interests. As Jose Pinera, senior fellow at the highly influential Cato Institute think tank, said, the day of reckoning has arrived, referring to the fall of East Asian economies, the fall of a second Berlin Wall. 28 The Western world had absorbed the Soviet bloc into its economic influence from 1989 to 92, with the subsequent Western-directed remaking of the Russian economy resulting in severe crisis that killed millions, increased poverty by 66%, bankrupt 80% of farms, closed 70,000 state factories and almost halved GDP in the 1990s. This ensured the country could never in the foreseeable future re-emerge as a peer-level challenger to Western power, while enriching the Western world tremendously and leaving the Russian population destitute. 29 With the Soviet bloc neutralized, rising East Asian economies became the new leading challenge to Western primacy and thus a priority target, with targeted economies facing extreme and sudden GDP contractions exceeding levels usually seen in major wars. 30 The IMF responded to the Asian crisis only after the worst appeared to be over, and did so with a long list of demands for economic restructuring. The crisis, it appeared, was not something to be averted but rather an opportunity which could be exploited by imposing further liberalization on Asian markets. Chairman of the U.S. Federal Reserve Alan Greenspan. 0. 385. Perhaps the world's most influential economic policymaker, stated regarding the changes taking place, the current crisis is likely to accelerate the dismantling in many Asian countries of the remnant of a system with large elements of government-directed investment. 31 Malaysia was a notable exception, and by refusing to comply with the advice of Western institutions to restructure and deregulate it was spared the worst of the crisis. As Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad said, he should not have to destroy the economy in order that it should become better. 32 As others were doing at great cost to their people's well-being. He highlighted Western pressure to turn all Asian economies into Anglo-Saxon laissez-faire market economies, accusing the World Bank and IMF of being instruments of the Western neocolonialism, and Western finance and currency traders of artificially devaluing Asian currencies so the so-called East Asian economic tigers suddenly turn into meowing cats. 33 Many lawmakers in other targeted Asian states suggested reinstating capital controls as Malaysia had done, although with Prime Minister Mahathir portrayed in the West as a dangerous economic extremist. Western sources and particularly the IMF strongly advised against following its successful example. 34 Other East Asian governments had by then, in response to the initial wave of crisis, largely outsourced their decision-making to the IMF in return for promises of loans. As Thai Deputy Premier Supachai Panachpakdai said at the time, while its IMF-drafted economic reforms were passed by 4 emergency degrees to avoid parliamentary debate, we have lost our autonomy, our ability to determine our macroeconomic policy. This is unfortunate. 35. The IMF thus acted to leverage the crisis to further accordance with Western interests. Even IMF's own internal audit by the IMF Independent Evaluation Office criticized the fund's handling of the crisis, stating crisis should not be used as an opportunity to seek a long agenda of reforms just because leverage is high, irrespective of how justifiable they may be on merits. It referred to the stringent structural adjustment demands as ill-advised, broader than seemed necessary and not critical to resolving the crisis. Regarding IMF's efforts to prevent Asian nations from reinstating capital controls, the audit concluded, if it was heresy to suggest that financial markets were not distributing world capital in a rational and stable way. Economic War on Asia. 386. Then it was a mortal sin to contemplate capital controls. Capital controls were not, the audit stated, dismissed on the basis of their merits or lack of them, but the IMF was determined to prevent their imposition regardless. 36. The highly critical report by the Independent Evaluation Office did not emerge until 2003, by which time it was far too late for Asian countries affected to reconsider their near unconditional acceptance of IMF structural adjustments and economic reforms. The first stage of the IMF reform process was to strip countries of active state participation in their economies. What was removed was nothing less than the trade and investment protectionism and activist state intervention that were the key ingredients of the Asian miracle, according to political scientist Professor Walden Bello. 37. This left Asian economies almost entirely at the mercy of Western capital. Former governor of the Bank of Israel and vice-chairman of the Federal Reserve System's Board of Governors, Stanley Fischer, highlighted that the IMF's own investigation concluded that the crises in Korea and Indonesia were unrelated to government overspending, but that it went ahead to enforce severe and sudden austerity measures regardless. State involvement in Asian economies was severely restricted not as a response to economic necessity or stimuli, or at the request of the public, but rather as an external imposition to further Western interests. It had nothing to do with helping Asia recover. One New York Times reporter wrote that the IMF's actions while working to reform Asia's economies were like a heart surgeon who, in the middle of an operation, decided to do some work on the lungs and kidneys, too. 38. Singaporean political and economic analyst Chong Yip Sen noted in 2010 that the policies advocated by the IMF and other Western institutions for Asia were utterly hypocritical considering their response to the West's own financial crisis in 2008. He wrote, "The West, including the International Monetary Fund and World Bank, prescribed bitter medicine. They extolled traditional free market principles. Asia should raise interest rates to support sagging currencies, while state spending, debt, subsidies should be cut drastically. Banks and companies in trouble should be left to fail, there should be no bailouts. South Korea, Thailand, Indonesia were pressured into swallowing the bitter medicine. Western credibility was torn to shreds when the financial tsunami struck Wall Street 2008. Shamelessly abandoning the policy prescriptions they imposed on Asia. 0. 387. They decided their banks and companies like General Motors were too big to fail. How many Asian countries could have been spared severe pain if they had ignored the IMF? 39. The institutions pressed for austerity and a selling off of firms in Asia with devastating effect, but oversaw generous bailouts to save Western firms the following decade. Market principles thus were not applied consistently, but however best suited Western interests. The IMF and a restructuring of Asian economies to suit Western interests. Founded in the United States, headquartered in Washington, D.C., and with managing directors who had all been Westerners, the IMF did much to further Western interests throughout the Asian crisis. During negotiations between the IMF and the South Korean government, David Lipton, U.S. Treasury Undersecretary for International Affairs, flew to Seoul and checked into the Hilton where negotiations were taking place. he attended to ensure that the interests of U.S. firms were represented and reflected in the final agreements. As Washington Post and Wall Street Journal economic reporter Paul Blustein wrote, Lipton's presence at the negotiations was a visible manifestation of the influence the United States wields over IMF policy. 40 In line with Western interests, the IMF privatized basic services, all of which were unprecedentedly made available to be bought by Western capital. Central banks were made independent and workforces were made more flexible. Korea was forced to lift laws protecting its workers against mass layoffs, 41, and the IMF set strict layoff targets. The banking sector was forced to shed 30% of its workers. 42 A year beforehand, South Korea's unionized workforce held immense influence, but following the crisis the government was forced to crack down on them in accordance with Western demands made through the IMF. Social spending was also reduced significantly. Economic war on Asia. 388. In South Korea's December 1997 presidential elections, 2 of the 4 leading candidates ran on anti-IMF platforms, to which the IMF responded by refusing to release the money it had loaned, for which Seoul had already made extensive concessions, unless an extra condition was met. All 4 main candidates had to pledge in writing that they would stick to the deal with the IMF if they won, meaning no return to greater government involvement in the economy or to protection against foreign interests. With the country held to ransom, all candidates had little choice but to sign. 43 South Koreans could vote, but they could not have a say in the most critical issues affecting the economy. The day of the signing was fittingly known as the country's National Humiliation Day. 44 Within a year the economies of Thailand, Indonesia, the Philippines, and South Korea had been deeply restructured under the IMF in line with Western interests. Financial Times commentator Martin Wolf referred to this as the humiliating dictation by IMF officials operating under the thumb of the U.S. Treasury. 45 IMF reforms appeared to only diminish market confidence in East Asian economies, the reasoning being that if they needed such severe changes as the IMF was imposing, its situation had to be truly dire indeed. While the IMF Independent Evaluation Office later confirmed restructuring was highly excessive and was wholly unrelated to any inefficiencies in these economies, this was not how investors perceived the massive restructuring program. As the IMF had insisted on removing capital controls, the only form of defense against the destructive effects of such speculation, money again flowed out. South Korea was losing $1 billion every day and its debt was downgraded to junk. As Columbia University professor Jeffrey Sachs observed, instead of dousing the fire, the IMF in effect screamed fire in the theater, turning crisis into outright catastrophe for which the targeted East Asian populations would pay the price. 24 million people in the affected countries lost their jobs, and in Indonesia the unemployment rate tripled. In South Korea 300,000 workers lost their jobs every month, largely due to the IMF's demands to lay off workers, which proved to be totally unnecessary. South Korea's unemployment rate nearly tripled while its middle class all but collapsed. 63.7% of South Koreans were considered middle class in 1996, but by 1999, 389. This had fallen to just 38.4%. 20 million people across the affected countries fell into poverty during this period. 47 The extent of human suffering was greater than statistics showed, with consequences more commonly associated with famine or total war. As the middle classes across the affected countries fell, the poor fell further. Many rural families in the Philippines and South Korea were left with little choice but to sell their daughters to human traffickers, who were sold into slavery in Australia, Europe, and the United States. 48 Without firing a shot, not only their riches but their women as well had been looted. In Thailand, public health officials reported that child prostitution had increased by 20% in just 1 year, the year following the IMF reforms. 49 The same trend was observed in the Philippines. 50 Again, it would be primarily Westerners who would benefit from a more desperate population and resulting child sex industry, with the prime destinations for trafficking being synonymous with the Western world. 51 The BBC similarly reported a rise in sex tourism and child sex tourism in the region, largely catering to Western clients, occurring as a direct result of the Asian financial crisis. 52 Kun Bunjan, a Thai community leader, said when interviewed on the impacts of the crisis, "We the poor pay the price, even our limited access to schools and health is now beginning to disappear." Her husband had lost his factory job, and she had been forced to send her children to work as scavengers. Young women increasingly turned to prostitution catering to foreign clients, while drug dealing became increasingly attractive to the now destitute young men. 53 It was thus highly ironic that when U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright visited Thailand in March 1999 and expressed strong support for the severe austerity policies imposed by IMF, she at the same time scolded the Thai people for turning to prostitution and dead-end drugs. She emphasized how it was essential that girls not be exploited and abused and exposed to AIDS. "It's very important to fight back, while promoting the very same policies that forced them into such vices." Albright also lobbied hard for multi-billion-dollar sales of fighter jets to the crisis-hit country. 54 As a result of the IMF's adjustments, everything in affected economies was available for sale, from the daughters of poor families to national firms and key public infrastructure. The worse the crisis, the more Asian firms. Economic war on Asia. 390. Would be forced to close or sell. As J. Pelosi had said, Asia needed more bad news to continue to put pressure on these corporates to sell their companies. 55 After the crisis reached its worst, mass purchases at prices unthinkable before 1997 began. Former U.S. Undersecretary of Commerce Jeffrey Garten had predicted that when the IMF was finished with Asia, there is going to be a significantly different Asia, and it will be an Asia in which American firms have achieved much deeper penetration and much greater access. 56 The New York Times dubbed the crash the world's biggest going out of business sale, 57 with Business Week referring to a business buying bazaar. 58 Skilled workforces, consumer bases, and brand value built up over decades, were particularly coveted and, after falling into Western hands, would either be absorbed, broken up and downsized, or shut down completely to eliminate competition. The Korean giant Samsung, for example, was broken up and sold for parts, with SC Johnson & Son taking its pharmaceuticals arm, Volvo its heavy industry division, and General Electric its lighting division. Daewoo's car division, previously valued at $6 billion, was sold to General Motors for just $400 million. 59 The large Korean electricity and gas company LG Energy was bought up by the British Powergen. Other prime beneficiaries among Western firms were Coca-Cola, Seagrams, Hewlett-Packard, Nestle, Interbrew and Novartis, Carrefour, Tesco, and Ericsson. 60 Observing Asian economies' tremendous losses and the West's similarly substantial gains, British economists Robert Wade and Frank Veneroso predicted that the combination of massive devaluations, IMF-pushed financial laterizations, and IMF-facilitated recovery may even precipitate the biggest peacetime transfer of assets from domestic to foreign owners in the past 50 years anywhere in the world. 61 Indeed, why invade East Asia to acquire its wealth and forestall its growth with armies as in imperial times, when economic warfare achieved many of the same results at almost no cost to the aggressor? Western financial institutions were also major beneficiaries. 2 months after the IMF reached its final deal in South Korea, the Wall Street Journal published an article titled, "Wall Street Scavenging in Asia Pacific." It detailed how Morgan Stanley, among others, had dispatched armies of bankers to the Asia-Pacific region to scout for brokerage firms, asset 0. 391. Management firms and even banks that they can snap up at bargain prices. The hunt for Asian acquisitions is urgent because many U.S. securities firms, led by Merrill Lynch & Co. and Morgan Stanley, have made overseas expansion their priority. 62 AIG bought Bangkok Investment for a small fraction of its prior worth. JP Morgan bought a significant stake in the Korean car giant Kia Motors. Merrill Lynch bought both Japan's Yamaichi Securities 63 and Thailand's largest securities firm Phatra Thanakit. 64 Travelers Ground and Salomon Smith Barney bought several firms including Korea's largest textile company. 65 The Carlyle Group became a major shareholder in one of Korea's largest banks, as well as buying Daewoo's telecoms division and one of Korea's largest high-tech firms Songyong Information and Communications. 66 East Asian governments were also forced to sell off publicly owned assets at very low prices. To make a case for the U.S. Congress authorizing billions to the IMF to help remake Asian economies, the U.S. Trade Representative Charlene Barshevsky emphasized that the IMF would force Asian countries to accelerate privatization of certain key sectors, including energy, transportation, utilities, and communications. This was put forward as a positive step not because it would help Asia to recover, but because it would create new business opportunities for U.S. firms. 67 Privatizations across the region benefited Western firms tremendously, making acquisitions at a small fraction of their pre-crisis values. Bechtel bought the water and sewage systems in eastern Manila. 68 Motorola took full control over South Korea's Appeal Telecoms. 69 New York-based energy giant Sith took a large stake in Thailand's public gas company Cogeneration. Indonesia's state-owned water systems were split between Britain's Thames Waters and France's Lyonnaise d'Eaux. A massive Indonesian government power plant project was taken by Canada's West Coast Energy. British Telecom purchased large stakes in Malaysian and South Korean postal services. Bell Canada acquired a large part of Korea's Hansol personal communications services operator. 70 These were but a few of the many Western acquisitions of East Asian firms, many of the most ludicrous which were publicly owned and unavailable for sale before 1997. Economic War on Asia. 392. Fallout and Lessons from Crisis. Professor David Harvey noted regarding how the United States, having played a leading role in orchestrating the Asian crisis, quickly emerged as a key beneficiary. Various bouts of devaluation and destruction of capital were visited, usually through the good graces of IMF structural adjustment programs. The hedge funds' attack upon the Thai and Indonesian currencies in 1997, backed up by the savage deflationary policies demanded by the IMF, drove even viable concerns into bankruptcy throughout East and Southeast Asia. Unemployment and impoverishment were the result for millions of people. That crisis also conveniently sparked a flight to the dollar, confirming Wall Street's dominance and generating an amazing boom in asset values for the affluent in the United States. 71. It became increasingly apparent that deregulation in emerging economies such as those in East Asia was strongly in line with Western interests, despite such reforms being promoted as aligning with the best interests of the peoples and countries in which they were implemented. The American interest was among those to highlight that it brought about co-option and an evolutionary change in values. 72 countries which paid the price for reforming along Western lines, in particular South Korea, had seen deregulation and neoliberal reforms strongly advocated by an elite of Western-educated economists who served as an effective fifth column from within that complemented external Western government and IMF pressure. As H. A. Jun Chang, Director of Development Studies at Cambridge University, and National University of Singapore Professor Jang Sup-Shin stated in their study of South Korea's economy regarding its liberalization. What was decisive in this process was the increasing conversion of the intellectual elite, especially the bureaucratic elite, to neoliberalism. The increasing number of elite bureaucrats and academics who got advanced degrees from the U.S. at the height of its neoliberal revolution meant that there were more and more people inside the government who were convinced of the virtues of the free market and saw developmentalism as a backward, mistaken ideology. It needs to be added that in this ideological battle, the 393 neoliberals were critically helped by the ideological dominance of the Anglo-American academia and media at the world level. This pressure from Western-educated Koreans was an invaluable asset to external actors which were pressing the country to change course and adopt economic reforms in line with their own interests. 73 The Asian crisis was largely considered in the West to have been a positive development, spoken of not as having tremendously benefited the West at Asia's expense but rather as a chance for East Asia to correct itself by conforming to Western economic ideals. East Asia was no longer seen as the world's most promising rising economic region, but rather an impoverished crisis, yet this was lauded the beginning of a promising new future. As noted in The Economist, it took a national crisis for South Korea to turn from an inward-looking nation to one that embraced foreign capital, change, and competition. 74 The reality in Korea, however, was one of catastrophe and destitution. In 1998 the suicide rate spiked, with the greatest increase occurring among those over 60 who had sought to lessen the economic burden on their children. Korean authorities pointed out that there was a tremendous increase in family suicide pacts, under which only the family leader's death was classified as suicide with the remainder listed as murders, meaning even the high official suicide rate significantly undercounted the real numbers. 75 The crisis was hailed as a positive development only because it benefited Western interests, with the devastating consequences largely overlooked in Western coverage. 3 times Pulitzer Prize winner and prominent New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman wrote in his book The Lexus that the destruction of Asian economies in the crisis was highly positive. Globalization did us all a favor by melting down the economies of Thailand, Korea, Malaysia, Indonesia, in the 1990s, because it laid bare a lot of rotten practices and institutions, he stated. 76 What he failed to explain was how these countries had been so successful before being pressured to lower capital controls, how Malaysia continued to thrive after ignoring Western pressure to reform and deregulate, and why the systems he termed rotten had produced far better results for their populations than those imposed by the West which replaced them. Economic War on Asia. 394. Analyzing the crisis' continuing implications 10 years afterwards in 2007, Naomi Klein observed. The truth is that Asia's crisis is still not over, a decade later. When 24 million people lose their jobs in a span of 2 years, a new desperation takes root that no culture can easily absorb. It expresses itself in different forms across the region, from a significant rise in religious extremism in Indonesia and Thailand to the explosive growth in the child sex trade. Employment rates have still not reached pre-1997 levels in Indonesia, Malaysia, and South Korea. And it's not just that the workers who lost their jobs during the crisis never got them back. The layoffs have continued, with new foreign owners demanding ever higher profits for their investments. The suicides have also continued. In South Korea, suicide became the 4th most common cause of death, more than double the pre-crisis rate, with 38 people taking their own life every day, the world's highest suicide rate. 77. Klein attributed the fast growth of brothels, slums, human trafficking, child prostitution and suicide in the Asian countries affected to the Western financial centers' attacks on their economies and to the policies of the IMF which exacerbated the situation. 78. The catastrophe served as an important lesson on Western intentions and the dangers of trying to compromise with Western pressure, with those countries that rejected Western demands entirely faring far better. As economics professors Damian Cahill and Martijn Konings noted in the context of Western pressure to impose similar reforms in China, the Asian crisis of 1997 did much to undermine the idea that following neoliberal strategies offered a viable development model. This was in part due to the sheer severity of the crisis and the way the currency speculation plunged an entire region of the world into a prolonged economic recession, but also due to the simple fact that those countries following the IMF rulebook had been affected most severely, whereas those that were quick to impose capital currency controls in fact remained somewhat shielded from the worst effects of the crisis. Cahill and Konings highlighted that Russia, which had also implemented the IMF's reforms and adopted neoliberal policies, had seen crises of its own within years of the Asian crisis, and that these collectively largely discredited the idea that Western restructuring of rival economies would do anything other than benefit Western interests at their expense. 79. 0. 395. Although China had long been advised by prominent Western economists and pressured to lift its capital controls and enact a range of other deregulatory reforms, it had refused to do so. As British economist Stephen D. King was among many to point out, it was precisely because China, unlike Thailand, South Korea, Indonesia, and Malaysia, did not reform in the way the West was advocating, that it avoided crisis where others were devastated. 81 Manchester University professor and China specialist Jude Woodward noted regarding the agenda behind the United States' efforts to press China to enact similar economic reforms. The U.S. tried to persuade China to pursue a range of neoliberal policies, privatization, deregulation, ending or reducing state and state-aided investment and so on, which would open the Chinese economy up to both U.S. commodities and capital while slowing its growth. Such tactics had succeeded with Yeltsin's Russia in the 1990s, where shock therapy led to catastrophic destruction of the Russian economy and thus its potential to act as a global counterweight to the U.S. But China had no equivalent of Yeltsin, a leader willing to comply with the West's demands, and so U.S. economic policy interventions against China have been confined to an assault from think tanks, the economic and financial media, Western business schools and economics departments arguing China should urgently deepen market reform through privatizations and deregulation. 82. Nobel laureate in economics and chief economist at the Roosevelt Institute Joseph Stiglitz similarly observed that China had been spared from the Asian financial crisis because it had refused to adopt many of deregulatory policies advocated by the West. He highlighted that China continued to face pressure to adopt such reforms long after the crises in East Asia and Russia had exposed their catastrophic consequences. 83. A growing number of analysts thus concluded that the authority and prestige of Western academic and financial institutions was being exploited to leave rivals vulnerable to economic destabilization. At a meeting in December 1997, Vice Premier Zhu Rongji told Chinese central bankers and financial executives that the country was fortunate not to have been involved in the Asian financial crisis, highlighting that state regulation of the financial system had been key. 84. It became increasingly clear, particularly in the early 2010s, that not only would China not westernize its political system, but that it would also not move towards a neoliberal economic system. The American interest thus noted in 2015. Economic War on Asia. 396. That China's unequivocal rejection of Western political philosophy and values, raising serious doubts about the neoliberal presumption that China's current regime would ever embrace a U.S.-led liberal political economic world order. 85. There emerged a growing consensus among Western media outlets and scholars that China's ruling party had decisively rejected reform along Western advocated lines. 86. China's combination of a far more independent non-Westernized political system, and awareness of the intentions of Western governments and institutions towards its economy, were key to sparing it economic and social hardship. While Western sources for decades continued to call for China to adopt reforms like South Korea and others did in the mid-1990s, historical precedents served as a powerful warning against doing so. 87. China's ability to resist Western pressure to reform its economic policies in line with Western interests was key to facilitating the country's economic rise, which by the 2010s had made it a fully peer-level competitor to the United States. Chapter 11. Unifying initiatives as a threat to Western primacy. A kingdom divided in itself cannot stand. 1. Thomas Hobbes. Divide and rule, the Western imperative of preventing an Asian power bloc from forming. Since the colonial era and particularly following Japan's industrialization in the early 20th century, the modernization of East Asian economies and potential formation of regional economic or security blocs independent of the West have been seen as leading potential threats to the perpetuation of Western global hegemony. Economic, technological, and political development of a regional power independently of the West to be able to challenge Western power, as achieved by Imperial Japan in the early 20th century and subsequently by China in the early 21st, has thus consistently been met with efforts to isolate that power from potential partners within the region. Two factors in the international relations of East Asia remain vital for the sustainment of Western hegemony. The first is that countries remain largely divided, with major powers maintaining economic, military, and in some cases even cultural ties to the West eclipsing their ties to one another. The second is that countries remain economically, militarily, and ideologically dependent on the West, relying on Western inputs into their technological supply chains and Western arms and bases for their defense. 404. While governing under political systems prone to influence through electoral interference among other means. The goal of sustaining these has underpinned Western policy towards the region since direct European and American colonial rule came to an end. A key advantage European powers had in the colonial era was that centuries of war on the continent had created new definitions of statehood and identity. Countries were largely divided into large states rather than small tribes or principalities, while the idea of a greater common European identity had also begun to emerge. When encountering peoples who lacked a unifying state identity, it was far easier for European powers to play different factions off against one another for their own gain. The British conquest of India, which was at the time ruled by rival kingdoms, was a key example, as had they united Britain's relatively tiny and outgunned forces would have failed to impose foreign rule. Although the Indian kingdoms lacked the military experience of European powers, they more than compensated with the quantities of their manpower, the quality of their military technologies and the gargantuan scale of their economy. In the 18th and 19th centuries, Indian kingdoms often deployed superior firepower to their European counterparts, such as in the Battle of Plassey in 1757 when the Mughal Empire deployed artillery of significantly superior calibers against the British, and did so in over 6 times the numbers. From 1845 the Sikh Empire's modern artillery similarly proved superiority and caused massive British casualties. Britain's successful conquest of India thus depended very heavily on exploiting the lack of a common Indian identity to encourage conflict between local kingdoms. To subjugate Tipu's Sultanate, for example, the British gained the support of the rival Marathas kingdom, after which, with both weakened in battle against one another, both were subjugated. The lack either a greater Indian or African state, power bloc, or even a strong concept of Pan-African or Pan-Indian identity was key to facilitating similar gains for European empires across the Indian subcontinent and Africa, allowing them to divide their targets before conquering them in pursuit of global conquest. As noted by British Professor of History and Cultures of Colonialism Stephen Howe. 1. 405. European invaders were very often able to exploit division and disunity among their opponents. In most cases, they could recruit the bulk of their fighting men from among the colonized populations themselves. If Africans or Indians had united against the colonialists, then colonization would have been impossible except at staggering, unacceptable human and financial cost. But to do that, they would have had to think of themselves as Africans or Indians, a single people with shared interests, in the first place. Before the 20th century very few could even potentially do so. 3. The key facilitator of Western hegemony in East Asia in the 20th and 21st centuries bears strong similarities to that which previously facilitated its colonial rule over Africa and India, namely deep divisions within the region with the lack of a unifying political, military, or economic bloc or a prominent sense of collective Pan-Asian identity. By contrast, the Western world has been largely united as a single power bloc since 1945 and consistently acted politically and military in unison. The Western Bloc has consistently presented a joint front against East Asian and other countries that challenge Western dominance, whether jointly economically sanctioning China for or jointly launching military interventions from Korea to Afghanistan and the Persian Gulf. The prospective formation of unifying blocs in East Asia, from the Japanese co-prosperity sphere to the Beijing-Pyongyang-Hanoi-Phnom Penh-Jakarta axis, have thus inevitably been vehemently opposed, with the West going to considerable lengths to dismantle them. This was the case regardless of the ideology of the states which formed them or whether they were formed by coercion or consent, with the co-prosperity sphere and the Axis being examples of opposites in these regards. As in the colonial era, Western hegemony has been sustained by Kupting-compliant local clients to support efforts to quash challengers to Western power. This has ranged from British use of Nepalese and Indian forces to suppress Indonesian nationalists after 1945, with these forces taking the majority of casualties among the British intervention force, to the in the Korean War. The United States, Canada, Turkey, Britain, France, Australia, New Zealand, Greece, Belgium, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and even South Africa, then under the apartheid rule of a small European elite, all jointly committed forces under U.S. command to a war against China and North Korea. They received support from Spain, Sweden, Denmark, Italy, Norway, and West Germany. 406. Rebuilding of the armed forces of Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines as they were granted nominal independence to support U.S. forces in future wars. Much as the British used the Marathas against the Tipu before asserting their dominance over both parties, client states providing auxiliary forces could help to subjugate challengers from North Vietnam to China while themselves already being subjugated to Western control. While China in the early 21st century formed close security and economic ties with Russia, Pakistan, and Central Asian states through the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the Belt and Road Initiative, these remained primarily strategic and lacked the cultural, historical, and ethnic commonalities needed to form close bonds as those seen in the Western Bloc. An East Asian bloc encompassing the territory of Japan's co-prosperity sphere, including Southeast Asia, China, Japan, and Korea, could potentially achieve this but would require a resurgence in Pan-Asian identity and solidarity comparable to the common Western identity that has bound the Western Bloc together for decades. Formation of such a bloc would play an important role in paving the way for the region becoming a new global center of power, but while multiple initiatives to bring East Asia together have been proposed over several decades, these have consistently faced strong Western opposition and been effectively undermined. The Asian Monetary Fund, an Asian alternative to the IMF. During the 1997 Asian financial crisis, the Washington-based IMF and World Bank were the only international institutions able to provide support, and could delay to providing loans until crisis worsened and provide them only when extreme concessions and deep restructuring in line with Western interests were imposed. Observing this effective monopoly and its highly damaging consequences for East Asian economies, Japanese government officials proposed the creation of an Asian Monetary Fund, AMF. It was planned as a $100 billion fund with 10 members, Japan, South Korea, China, Hong Kong, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Australia. With IMF terms being highly 1. 407. Unpopular with both Asian populations and their governments, the AMF proposal was welcomed across Southeast Asia and in South Korea. In the West, however, particularly in the United States, the AMF was perceived as an intolerable threat to the IMF's position, which would undermine Western interests in East Asia. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, began discussing the potential for a fund similar to the AMF in response to the IMF's perceived severe misconduct during the financial crisis. The need for such an initiative had been highlighted since the 1996 Mexican crisis, when some East Asian economists predicted that while Western-run institutions backed Mexico, they would provide little support in Asia. 5. An Asian fund providing a safety net for regional economies was thus considered essential. Such proposals had widespread support, particularly from the Thai government. Japan, which was then by far the region's largest economy, portrayed its AMF initiative as responding to the ASEAN countries' proposal, with the Japanese Ministry of Finance observing that an Asian consensus had been created which to legitimize Japan's role as a regional economic leader. 6. Japanese Vice Minister of Finance for International Affairs Isuke Sakakibara, who was heavily involved in planning and promoting the AMF, claimed the IMF had done great damage to the Asian economies and taken measures with obvious outcomes, exacerbating the financial crisis and causing a currency collapse. 7. He noted regarding the IMF's failings. The IMF proposed many structural reform plans, but they didn't work. Asia has its unique economic structure, characterized for example by large family-owned conglomerates. The IMF and the US called it cronyism and tried to change it. All they had in mind was to reform the economy. But a country's economy is rooted in its culture and has a long historical background. It cannot be changed overnight. 8. Sakakibara highlighted an Asian sense of solidarity while the AMF was being planned, which was a key factor in his decision to promote the initiative. 9. Pooling Asian countries' reserves under the AMF could deal with crises while minimizing reliance on the West, and would also obviate time-consuming consensus building by automating countries' commitments. Although East Asia urgently needed an Asian monetary fund, the United States in particular played a leading role in ensuring that the institution 408 would never materialize. As Sakakibara elaborated, at the time, the IMF didn't properly address the crisis. We were angry about that. That is why we planned to establish Asia's own version of the IMF. The ASEAN countries and South Korea supported the idea, but the US didn't. The former US Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers strongly opposed it, because he foresaw it weakening America's financial influence in Asia. 10. Upon obtaining information regarding the AMF, the United States moved quickly to preempt its creation. Deputy Treasury Secretary Larry Summers called Sakakibara directly at his residence at midnight and angrily berated him, "I thought you were my friend." 11. Summers had a heated 2-hour discussion with the Japanese official and criticized the plan on the sole basis that it both excluded the United States and undermined the IMF by making East Asia independent of it. 12. Washington applied significant pressure to participants to abandon it, with China in particular lobbied not to support it by emphasizing that it posed a threat of Japanese hegemony. 13. Following a long history of the US using the two leading Asian powers' fears of one another to divide them. 14. And with Beijing placing a strong emphasis on its trading relationship with the United States and at the time seeking Washington's permission for accession to the World Trade Organization, China showed neither approval nor direct opposition. Without strong Chinese backing, and with potential participants all heavily reliant on Western trade threatened with consequences should they proceed, the AMF eventually floundered. U.S. interests were served and the dominance of Western financial institutions in the region remained unchallenged. Malaysia's East Asian Economic Group and the imperative of regional exclusivist agreements. Malaysian Prime Minister Mahathir bin Mohamad, in power from 1981 to 2003 and later re-elected to office from 2018 to 2020, oversaw the country's rapid economic transformation from an underdeveloped 409 post-colonial state to an industrialized upper-middle-income country with the highest living standards in Southeast Asia, with the exceptions of the small trading states of Brunei and Singapore. 15. During his first tenure as Prime Minister, Mahathir proposed the formation of an East Asia Economic Group, EAEG, representing exclusivist Pacific Asian regionalism and promoting close trade relations and cooperation among East Asian states. The group was considered to be a counterweight to the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, and the European Union, both of which represented exclusivist American and European regionalist projects. The idea of such an East Asian exclusivist organization, one which by definition did not include Western powers and threatened to unite much of the region economically and to some extent politically, was perceived as a major threat to Western hegemony over the region and was thus strongly opposed. 16. Mahathir was an outspoken critic of Western foreign policy, personally leading a boycott of British goods in his first 3 years in office under the Buy British Last campaign. 17. And although relations with Western powers never became openly hostile, he believed that intra-regional cooperation was key to securing its future against Western actions. Intending to use Asian-led development initiatives to facilitate regional integration and enhanced cooperation, Mahathir's administration enacted Malaysia's Look East policy during its first year. At the time, Japan had by far the largest and the most developed economy in the region, and Mahathir expressed hopes that Tokyo would play a leading role in East Asian bloc he sought to build. It was thus proposed that the East Asian Economic Group should be led by Japan. Offering a position of leadership appeared to be an effort to gain Tokyo's interest, and contrasted with its junior status in the U.S. Japan Alliance and the G6, the latter being termed a steering group for the West by senior figures at the U.S. Council on Foreign Relations. 18. Participation in the EAEG was expected to reduce Japan and Southeast Asia's reliance on trade with Western powers. At a time when Japan was seen to have the potential to become the world's leading economy, the establishment of a regional sphere of influence through a body such as the EAEG would have been ideal for gaining an advantage in key Southeast Asian markets much as the United States. 410. Enjoyed through NAFTA and Germany did through the fast-expanding European Union. Nevertheless, extensive U.S. influence and Japanese industries' reliance on exports to America made Tokyo highly averse to drawing Washington's ire, which participation in the EAEG would have done. 19. As former Japanese Prime Minister Yukio Hatoyama noted, I think it represents a big problem that when making foreign policy decisions, Tokyo is always guided by the United States approach. Japan depends on America. 20. The EAEG ultimately failed primarily because Washington opposed its realization, and as key potential members traded more with the West than with one another, they could be pressured not to join. As noted in the Encyclopedia Britannica, the EAEG encountered strong opposition from the United States and Australia. Under President George H.W. Bush, the United States successfully pressured key Asian allies, especially South Korea and Japan, not to support the EAEG. Fear of U.S. protectionism or a U.S. backlash was enough to persuade most East Asian states, whose economic and political survival depended on access to the U.S. market, to withhold their support for the EAEG. East Asian states subsequently rejected the EAEG proposal. 21. Professor of Political Science at the University of British Columbia Diane Mawsey, and founder of the University of Singapore's Political Science Department Professor Robert S. Milne, noted regarding the cause of the EAEG's fall, Indonesia and some of the other ASEAN states were not receptive to the EAEG, since they believed that they would be cutting themselves off from important regions and trade partners. The United States was hostile, and apparently urged Japan and South Korea to reject the proposal. 22. Head of International Relations at the University of Indonesia Evi Fitriani was among many to similarly observe regarding Western measures to prevent inter-regional cooperation. History teaches us that the reasons behind the absence of solid Asian regionalism and identity derive not only from domestic problems and interstate distrust among Asian countries, but also from the presence of external powers like the U.S. in the region. 23. 1. 411. There was a consensus among analysts that Western opposition and intimidation were key to preventing a regional exclusivist grouping forming in East Asia. As one Stanford University paper concluded, although some Japanese officials viewed the EAEG proposal favorably, the Japanese government nevertheless had to oppose it publicly in the face of strong opposition of the United States. Without the support of Japan, Malaysia had to recast the EAEG proposal as an East Asian Economic Caucus, EAEC, which called for periodic consultations among East Asian countries on economic issues of common concern. This reformulation of the initiative implied that the EAEC would only serve as a platform for accelerating economic integration in East Asia by promoting the coordination of economic policies. 24. Even the EAEC could not materialize in the face of Western opposition, with the grouping popularly criticized as representing only an East Asia excluding Caucasians, for its seemingly unacceptable exclusion of ethnically European countries. The continued suspicions and strong objections of the United States meant that the EAEC was for all intents and purposes a stillborn proposal, the Stanford paper concluded. 25. The EAEG and EAEC's failures demonstrated the degree to which Western influence over East Asian countries allowed Western powers to neutralize initiatives that could challenge Western hegemony before they could materialize. At a time when NAFTA and the EU were forming, efforts to form an East Asian equivalent were predicted in Washington, which sought to preempt it by supported the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, that also included the United States, Australia, and other non-East Asian members. It could therefore function as an alternative to any initiative such as the EAEC, with the crucial difference that was not an exclusivist regional bloc. As observed in the Encyclopedia Britannica, under President Bill Clinton the United States continued to oppose the EAEG, but did so mainly by giving new support to APEC. U.S. support for APEC is widely seen as a successful preemptive move against the EAEG and any other East Asia-type arrangements. The EAEG and APEC are often perceived as rivals. 26 Prime Minister Mahathir proved to be ahead of his time in realizing the need for an East Asian economic bloc to safeguard the region's interests, with Western ill intentions being more widely recognized during the 412 1997 financial crisis. Chief Executive of the Global Institute for Tomorrow think tank, Chandran Nair, observed regarding the lasting impression the West's handling of the Asian crisis had, the way the region was both misadvised and humiliated by Western institutions and political leaders. Asian leaders who spoke up against the prescriptions of the West, such as Mahathir Mohamad, were severely criticized but later proved right. Lessons were learned and not forgotten. 27 It was only afterwards that the need for an exclusivist Asian grouping was more widely recognized and Malaysian suspicions of Western intentions were vindicated. As international business professor Young Chan Kim observed in a prominent paper on the subject, the financial crisis in East Asia signaled for the emerging economies to embark on various feats to further the notion of economic regionalism in the areas of international trade and global finance. The crisis further stimulated the region's economies, which were in prior years progressively interdependent towards the U.S. market, to acknowledge the value of the regional economic cooperation among themselves and to proceed to institutionalize such interdependence. Since November 2001, the notion of regional economic integration was initiated via the Free Trade Agreement between the Chinese and the ASEAN nations, and from then on, more than 30 agreements were penned between subsequent members. Throughout the course of this period, the majority of the East Asian economies acknowledged the fact that unless they were to develop their own method of regional trade, they will undoubtedly be disadvantaged in the field of international trade and multilateral agreements. 28. In the immediate aftermath of the crisis in December 1997, a summit between ASEAN states and China, Japan, and South Korea created the first exclusive East Asian regional grouping, the ASEAN Plus 3, APT. The summit formed the APT framework, which focused primarily on improving regional financial governance. New schemes such as the Chiang Mai Initiative and the Asian Bond Market Initiative all coordinated to organize financial policy cooperation among East Asian countries. The APT's framework subsequently expanded far beyond finance to include infrastructure, logistics, food and health security issues, human resources development, e-commerce, energy resource management, small business development, pollution, maritime piracy, international migration, ICT, customs information exchange, agricultural technology, and management training programs. APT members have also held regular meetings as they 1. 413. Founded the East Asia Summit, EAS. The APT and EAS are considered a revival of the EAEC initiative, with many of the same features of the previously proposed group. 29. Proposing the EAEC, however, proved to be ahead of its time, as it took the 1997 crisis and widespread abhorrence at Western conduct during it for the necessity of an exclusivist economic and political bloc to be more widely realized. China as number 1. A key weakness of initiatives for East Asian regional integration was that countries across the region remained heavily reliant on trade with the United States, in many cases more so than with one another, while the region's only large economy, Japan, was unwilling to more assertively press for integration while itself being under strong Western influence. This changed in the 2010s, however, with the rapid growth in both the economy of the People's Republic of China and its trading relationships across East Asia, providing an unprecedentedly strong basis for a regional economic and possibly eventually a strategic partnership that could bring the region together independently of the West. From 1991 to 2021, China achieved tenfold growth in incomes and labor productivity, and a 13-fold increase in GDP, 30 with a system of growth driven by savings, investment, productivity gains, and domestic consumption, contrasting sharply with that of the US, which was heavily reliant on debt. 31. China's rapid economic growth was considered a particularly serious threat to Western powers after 2008, when the Western world bore the brunt of the global financial crisis. Although global GDP registered a negative growth of 2.01% in 2009, Chinese growth continued almost unaffected. The result was growing concern that Western primacy could soon diminish, and a paradigm shift as analysts increasingly questioned not if China would become the world's leading economy but only how long this would take. From 2007 to 2014, China's incremental GDP growth set it apart from the rest of the world, with growth greater than that of the next 414 countries: US, Brazil, India, Russia, Australia, Germany, Indonesia, combined gaining $6.85 trillion. The US economy grew by only $2.939 trillion. 32 China surpassed the United States as the world's largest trading nation around 2013, depending on the source. This varies from 2012 to 2014, while the country's GDP accounting for purchasing power parity, PPP, overtook America's as the world's largest in 2014. 2. With the US having held the position as the world's largest economy for almost 150 years since 1871, the IMF's announcement that the Chinese economy had eclipsed it in size came as a major blow to America's international standing. Just a decade prior, influential think tanks and strategists had been planning a new American century, projecting 100 years of US dominance based on the assumption of its unchallenged economic primacy. The economic discrepancy favoring China only continued to grow, and by the end of 2020 the Chinese economy was fully 1/6 larger than that of the United States. 33 China's economic rise, particularly after 2008, fueled calls in the United States for drastic measures to undermine the country's growth. Barack Obama in his 2008 presidential election campaign pledged that he would take measures to label China a currency manipulator. 34 With such policy strongly and widely lobbied for by unions and interest groups representing American workers such as the Alliance of American Manufacturers. Anti-Chinese policies resonated well with the American public, and were adopted by numerous presidential hopefuls including Obama's Republican challenger in 2012 Mitt Romney, 35 the 2016 election winner Donald Trump, 36 and his successor Joe Biden. 37 While popular, the feasibility of reversing the trend towards Chinese primacy by the 2010s remained highly questionable. Unlike Imperial Japan, which economically relied far more on the United States than vice versa and could thus be brought to its knees with economic warfare, high levels of interdependence meant that American firms and living standards would. 2. This is considered a better measure of the size of an economy by the majority of economists, as well as the International Monetary Fund and CIA, and is based directly on a country's productivity, while avoiding incidents where the size of an economy on paper changes by double digits within weeks based on fluctuations in currency markets. 1. 415. Suffer at least as much as those of China from any similar measures. This was seen when the Donald Trump administration imposed tariffs on Chinese goods and limited cooperation in high-tech beginning in 2018. American consumers were set to pay a considerably higher price for trade war efforts, 38 while having a limited impact on China's economy. 39 For tech export restrictions, strong lobbying against it from American and Western firms was one notable indicator of just how destructive such policies would be, potentially far more so than their effects on China itself. For those technologies in which China was seen to have no alternative to American or Western imports, tech war was consistently assessed to have only stimulated Chinese efforts to gain self-reliance, which in the medium term would mean more competition and possibly a loss of primacy in key areas that the US or its Western allies had previously dominated. Examples ranged from lithography machines to semiconductor fabrication software. 40 By 2020 a consensus had begun to form that China would gain broad primacy in high-tech to complement its leadership in GDP, with the country's leadership in key strategic technology areas ranging from artificial and quantum technologies to green tech and 5G all increasingly widely recognized. Strong discrepancies favoring China ranging from the number of papers published to the quality of its school education, and the greater degree of innovation which its much larger industrial base was able to support compared to America's increasingly deindustrialized economy, all portended its economic and tech advantages would only grow. 41. For a fuller analysis of China's path to technological primacy, see Abrams, A.B., China and America's Tech War from AI to 5G, The Struggle to Shape the Future of World Order, Lanham, Lexington Books, 2022. China's growing economic and technological primacy placed it in an increasingly strong position to foster initiatives for regional integration. Beijing's potential to create an East Asian economic and possibly a security bloc to pull Asian states out of their dependence on the West has been seen as a major threat to Western interests since a century of internal conflict and Western influence over the country ended in 1949. While the Japanese Empire threatened to form such a bloc through coercion, however, China in the 21st century appears poised to do so through cooperation. 42. 416. Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Despite the 1997 crisis, the Southeast Asian economy grew rapidly in the 30 years following the end of the Cold War, with most regional economies growing more than fivefold from 1991 to 2010. 43 growth rates remained among the highest in the world, and came in parallel to a rise in both economic interdependence and trade with China, with the latter growing from under $8 billion to $300 billion. 44. Although China replaced the U.S. as the world's largest trading nation in 2013, it emerged as Southeast Asia's primary trading partner long before, with its share of the ASEAN market growing from 5% in 2001 to 13% in 2011. ASEAN trade with the US and EU meanwhile fell sharply from 30% to 18%. 45. This provided a key first step to potentially undermining Western dominance of the regional order. China invested heavily in supporting development in neighboring ASEAN economies and thus providing more opportunities for trade through institutions such as the Asia Infrastructure Development Bank, AIIB, launched in 2014. As a Chinese-proposed and predominantly Chinese-funded initiative launched with 21 other countries, the bank's purpose was to boost growth in East Asian economies with an initial $100 billion in infrastructure investment. Its formation was widely seen to challenge the American-led World Bank and the IMF's Asian Development Bank. 3. The United States therefore strongly opposed the AIIB, which it saw as threatening to undermine the U.S.-led international financial architecture based around the American and European Bretton Woods institutions. This was but the latest in a long series of Asian regional initiatives which threatened to reduce U.S. and Western influence. The U.S. put significant pressure on countries to prevent them from joining the AIIB, just as it had to undermine the AMF and EAEG, but in 3. For indications of American leadership of the Washington, D.C.-based World Bank, all its presidents without exception have been American citizens, as have the majority of its chief economists. The United States maintains more voting power than any three leading states combined, which has been strongly reflected in the bank's policies. 1. 417. This case such efforts proved unsuccessful. Close U.S. partners Thailand, the Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan all signed up, the first three as founding members, which was seen to underline Washington's waning leverage. As Asian countries in the 1990s were far more reliant on economic ties to America than to Japan, let alone Malaysia, they could be pressured by the U.S. to undermine initiatives proposed by these two states. This was not the case with China in the 2010s, however, which was the main trading partner of most countries in the region, meaning that the United States could not put itself in an us or them position to undermine the AIIB. The result was something of a coup against U.S. interests, referred to by foreign policy as Washington's Big China Screw-up. 46. The World Bank's imposition of deep neoliberal reforms and deregulation as conditions for loans, often with only questionable benefits for those implementing them, incentivized countries to seek alternatives. 47. The AIIB by contrast lacked the West's neoliberal agenda or its propensity to impose similar terms, meaning it would likely be much more attractive and thus reduce opportunities for its Western competitor to operate. Indeed, Had an institution like the AIIB existed in 1997, the outcome of the Asian financial crisis likely would have been very different, with Western institutions having been free to dictate terms to Asian states due to the lack of alternative sources of economic assistance. As Stanley Fischer, former governor of the Bank of Israel and vice chairman of the Federal Reserve System's Board of Governors, who headed IMF talks during the Asian crisis, said, "You can't force a country to ask you for help. It had to ask. But when it's out of money, it hasn't got many places to turn." 48. Considering the importance of this monopoly to Western interests, as demonstrated by the vast benefits derived from the 1997 Asian crisis, the detriment to Western interests as a result of the formation of a viable alternative such as the AIIB was great indeed. The AIIB was expected to lend $10 to $15 billion annually to finance infrastructure projects, with some set to increase over time. Infrastructure in much of Southeast Asia had largely been neglected, with requirements considered absolutely enormous when the AIIB formed, at $8 trillion by some estimates. 49. Chinese Premier Li Keqiang stressed that infrastructure and connectivity were crucial for East Asia to be the most dynamic region. 418. For economic growth. 50. President Xi Jinping stated regarding the goal of the AIIB, "If you want to get rich, you have to build roads first." The AIIB should accelerate the pace of boosting infrastructure connections in the region, promote regional cooperation and inject new dynamics for Asian economic development. 51. With poor infrastructure having long hindered growth in regional economies, there was a significant possibility that the AIIB and similar future Chinese-led initiatives could accelerate it, with this being to the detriment of Western interests both by further sidelining extra-regional actors and by further narrowing the disparity between Asian and Western economies. The New York Times, citing senior U.S. officials, reported regarding U.S. efforts to derail the AIIB, "In quiet conversations with China's potential partners, American officials have lobbied against the development bank with unexpected determination and engaged in a vigorous campaign to persuade important allies to shun the project." 52. The diplomat elaborated regarding the reasons for U.S. opposition to such initiatives and how they challenged the status quo of Western dominance. "The key point is that the U.S. foreign policy community was always opposed to China or any other nation trying to upend the regional order in Asia, and there was never any reason to think the U.S. wouldn't be opposed to initiatives that do just that, such as the AIIB. 53. It would have been far more favorable to Western interests for China to leave much of Southeast Asia underdeveloped, lacking in infrastructure, and economically heavily reliant on U.S. and Western world. The need for regional integration in the face of Western ill intentions was highlighted by international business professor Young Chan Kim, who observed in a prominent paper that the 1997 Asian crisis had made its importance clear. He highlighted that the 2008 crisis in the West, which undermined ASEAN exports to Western countries, had only increased the region's focus on boosting economic ties with China. 54. While the modernization and growth of regional economies was strongly in line with Chinese interests, and China thus had much to benefit from making the infrastructure investments in Southeast Asia, as an international institution the AIIB was governed independently and avoided political issues that could arise from massive direct Chinese investment in ASEAN's major 1. 419. Infrastructure projects. China thus gained opportunities to strengthen its trading partners and find a good investment for some of its multi-trillion-dollar foreign exchange reserves, while ASEAN countries gained infrastructure needed for their economies to flourish, with the only disaffected parties being extra-regional Western actors. Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Of all China's initiatives to promote economic integration in the Western Pacific, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, a free trade agreement including 16 countries and accounting for 40% of world trade, had potentially the greatest strategic impact. Facilitating lower tariffs, enhancing technical and economic cooperation and promoting investment between members, RCEP's combined GDP at $21.3 trillion in 2016 and projected at over $100 trillion by 2050 made it potentially the world's leading economic bloc. 55 Although dominated by East Asian members including China, South Korea, Japan, and all the 10 ASEAN members, RCEP was not a regional exclusivist agreement and also included India, Australia, and New Zealand. Strongly opposed by the United States in particular, and seen as a manifestation of China's growth to eclipse America as the center regional trade, Washington went to considerable lengths to lobby potential members and prevent them from joining. 56 Where Malaysia's EAEG failed, unlike Malaysia in the 1990s, China in the 2010s had a position in regional trade far eclipsing that of the United States, which limited American leverage to pressure states to avoid the agreement. Indonesia, for example, which would not risk jeopardizing its economic ties with the US when the EAEG was proposed in the 1990s, by the 2010s traded far more with China than with America, leaving it far less vulnerable to pressure from Washington. This was key to RCEP's success where the EAEG failed. 420. The United States responded to fast-growing economic interdependence in East Asia, and the growing importance of regional powers' economic ties to China in particular, with the American-dominated Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, trade agreement. Widely considered an attempt to undermine RCEP, the agreement was specifically written to ensure America's continuing dominance. As attested to by President Barack Obama, signing East Asian countries onto the TPP would be key to ensuring a central role for the US at China's expense. The president wrote to this effect, "The Asia-Pacific region will continue its economic integration, with or without the United States. We can lead that process, or we can sit on the sidelines and watch prosperity pass us by." As we speak, China is negotiating a trade deal RCEP which would carve up some of the fastest growing markets in the world at our expense. 57 Obama elaborated that the TPP would make sure we the US write the rules for the 21st century, rejecting RCEP on the grounds that it did not prioritize American interests in the same way. His article directly stated that the US did not seek to establish equal partnerships with Asian nations, but rather sought to dominate them for the coming century at China's expense in particular. In the president's words, all states should play by the rules set by America. 58 Obama's National Security Advisor Thomas E. Donilon called the agreement a potential game changer and the economic linchpin of U.S. rebalancing strategy in Asia. 59 Dr. Young Chan Kim was among those who highlighted a connection between the TPP and the coinciding foreign policy pivot to Asia initiated by Obama in the 2010s, see Chapter 12, observing, "From Washington's perspective, her America's economic policy has always been in tandem with the regional strategic policy. Thus, it is apparent that the TPP served as a viable route to bridge her economic relations with the ASEAN regions via the implementation of a newly re-energized strategic approach to East Asia. The notion of the TPP synthesizes with the idea of combating heightening Chinese influence in the East Asian region. In a world of propagating FTA's free trade agreements, the US government is powerless to hinder East Asian governments from establishing agreements among themselves, and thus, the creation of a subsequent trade group that includes the USA serves as a beacon of US influence in contesting increasing Chinese prestige in these regions. 60. 1. 421. Dr. Kim's conclusions were strongly supported by a later statement by President Obama in September 2016, "TPP is a core pillar of America's rebalance towards the Asia-Pacific. And the trade and the growth it supports will reinforce America's security alliances and regional partnerships. Failure to move ahead with TPP will not just have economic consequences, but call into question America's leadership in this vital region." 61 Obama believed that should the TPP fail, American economic influence in Asia would be seriously threatened and prospects for regional cooperation independent of the US and West would more likely be realized. Revealing a particularly hegemonic take on international relations, Obama stressed, "We have to make sure America writes the rules of the global economy. And we should do it today, while our economy is on the position of global strength. Because if we don't write the rules for trade around the world, guess what, China will. 62 He further reiterated this when signing for the trade agreement, stating, TPP allows America, and not countries like China, to write the rules of the road in the 21st century. 63 The TPP reflected the newfound influence China held as a result of its booming economic ties across East Asia, with three long-standing U.S. regional allies Thailand, Indonesia, and South Korea all opting out of the grouping largely due to its confrontational position towards Beijing. 64 Close links between the TPP and U.S. efforts to strengthen military ties across the region aimed at China led several analysts to refer to the TPP as economic NATO. 65 China's state-run paper People's Daily stated as early as 2011 regarding the TPP's purpose, the U.S. does not want to be squeezed out of the Asia-Pacific region by China. TPP is superficially an economic agreement but contains an obvious political purpose to constrain China's rise. 66 Although the TPP was a cornerstone of U.S. efforts to perpetuate its dominance in East Asia, it was undermined significantly by multiple leaks which made it unpopular with the American public. While its details were originally kept secret in all signatory countries, when leaked they were widely seen to be highly detrimental to American workers. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, responsible for publicizing the leaked TPP documents, commented on its impact on the lives of populations of signatory 422 countries that the agreement would trample over individual rights and free expression, as well as ride roughshod over the intellectual and creative commons. If you read, write, publish, think, listen, dance, sing or invent, if you farm or consume food, if you're ill now or might one day be ill, the TPP has you in its crosshairs. 67 Firms gained rights to veto government regulations which could threaten their profits, whether they were environmental regulations, increases to minimum wages or related to state health care. 68 Which combined with the perception that the TPP would make it easier for American firms to outsource jobs to developing countries made the trade agreement highly unpopular. While China's economy was competitive and it could afford a regional trade agreement without its workforce suffering, the United States had been able to attract key partners in the Pacific such as Japan and Vietnam only by pledging to lower protectionist measures. 69 By signing the TPP, the Obama administration was seen by many to be sacrificing the interests of America's workforce in a desperate attempt to further geopolitical interests in Asia. Preceding the 2016 U.S. presidential elections, Donald Trump and other Republican candidates campaigned on canceling the TPP. 70 With Trump pledging, "I will stop Hillary Clinton's Obama trade TPP in its tracks," bringing millions of new voters into the Republican Party. "We will move manufacturing jobs back to the United States and we will make America great again." 71 Trump canceled the partnership just hours after being sworn into office, a decision widely criticized for weakening U.S. influence and benefiting China. 72 The Japanese government lamented that the TPP without United States would be meaningless. 73 The TPP would have furthered U.S. interests, but also likely compromised the position of American workers, which made it politically unviable once its terms became known. With RCEP quickly gaining traction in the aftermath, it would be difficult for the U.S. gain an advantage in future by reviving a similar deal. China's rise in particular seriously undermined the West's ability to engineer and exploit future crises as had been done in 1997. To take the example used in the previous chapter, should South Korea find itself in a similar crisis to 1997 in future, not only would it be less susceptible to pressure from Western institutions to deregulate and restructure, but it could look to institutions such as the AIIB and to China itself for support. 1. 423. Should the IMF press a hard line for loans, while Western economists hail the benefits of more bad news from the Asian economies as they did in the 1990s, any country would have an alternative to turn to which would have interests in protecting rather than undermining Asian economic achievements. This was of extreme importance, particularly when considering how damaging Western actions in 1997 were. As well as diminishing Western influence, regional exclusivist economic blocs can also create a greater sense of common interests and of unity in East Asia to the detriment of continued Western hegemony. As chief foreign affairs columnist for the Financial Times Gideon Rachman noted, divisions and rivalries within Asia itself served as the primary obstacle to the smooth Easternization of global political power. 74 Acting as a unifying force much like NAFTA and the European Economic Community had in the West, unifying regional initiatives facilitated by China's economic rise are set to succeed where those of Japan and Malaysia had failed, contributing to securing the region's future and protecting its hard-won economic gains from external intervention. Chapter 12. Can a Western-dominated order be perpetuated? The Pacific is now an Anglo-Saxon lake. 1. General Douglas MacArthur on the new Asia-Pacific regional order following the defeat of the Japanese Empire. America should write the rules. America should call the shots. Other countries should play by the rules that America and our partners set, and not the other way around. 2. U.S. President Barack Obama on his vision for the future of the Asia-Pacific region in the 21st century. It was Europe's entrenched relationship with violence and militarism that allowed it to place itself at the center of the world. Europe's distinctive character as more aggressive, more unstable, and less peace-minded than other parts of the world now paid off. 3. Oxford University professor Peter Frankopan on the establishment of a Western-dominated global order. China's rise as a threat to the order of Western hegemony. From its founding in 1949, the People's Republic of China was seen as a successor to Imperial Japan as the leading challenger to Western dominance over East Asia, and like Japan before, it threatened to form a regional power bloc oriented against the interests of Western Empire. Japan was seen to challenge Western hegemony through its potential, in the words of U.S. Admiral William Leahy, to succeed in combining most of the Asiatic peoples against the whites. For President Franklin D. Roosevelt highlighted to this end after Asian leaders met in Tokyo in 1943 to declare 430 their solidarity in the Pan-Asian cause. 1,100,000,000 potential enemies are dangerous. 5. In much the same way, the Pentagon Papers would later warn, China looms as a major power threatening to undercut our importance and effectiveness in the world and, more remotely but more menacingly, to organize all of Asia against us. 6. Signs of an East Asian power rising independently and potentially challenging Western dominance of the region consistently prompted yellow scares in Europe and the United States. As MIT professor and award-winning author John Dower noted, the visceral hatred of the Japanese tapped yellow peril sentiments that, before the turn of the century, had been directed mainly against the Chinese. 7. China's re-emergence as a potential challenger to Western power in the 21st century led it to again become the target of similar vilification. 8. The fear of a rising Asian power had such resonance in the Western world and deep roots in Western history that Cold War propaganda widely depicted Soviet peoples as Asiatic, stressing their ethnic Mongol descent to stoke strong anti-Soviet feeling. 9. These themes resurfaced in the 2010s as relations between Russia and the Western Bloc again worsened. 10. During the Pacific War, the Japanese were widely portrayed as a racial menace as well as a cultural and religious one. With calls to arms against them made in the context of perpetual wars between Oriental ideas and Occidental and a crusade for both Western civilization and Christianity against an animalistic enemy. It was described by popular American writers as a holy war, a racial war of greater significance than any the world has heretofore seen. 12. Attitudes to China from 1949, and particularly following Chinese military successes against Western armies in Korea, similarly focused on themes of race war, a clash of civilizations, a threat to Western dominance and a Christian holy war. 13. Military alliances and overseas bases were at the center of Western efforts to encircle and isolate China, with the latter frequently accommodating American nuclear weapons including 950 in South Korea alone and hundreds more on Taiwan and Okinawa. The Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, SEATO, a US-led alliance mirroring to NATO in Europe, was established in 1955 and included Pakistan on China's western border, as well as the Philippines, Thailand, Australia, New Zealand, Britain and 2. 431. France. While NATO was aimed at the USSR, SEATO was aimed at China. For the Philippines and Japan, joining U.S.-led alliance systems and hosting extensive American bases were conditions which they were pressed to accept in order to be granted independence from direct American rule. Bases on the U.S. overseas territories of Hawaii, Midway, Wake Island, and Guam further facilitated projection of American power. The threat to China, which other than briefly in the mid-late 1950s had only minimal aerial warfare and naval capabilities, was very real. As reported by the Japanese magazine The Diplomat, the U.S. considered as means to undermine China infiltration, sabotage, invasion by Chinese nationalists Kuomintang, maritime blockades, South Korean invasion of North Korea, conventional air attacks on nuclear facilities, and the use of tactical nuclear weapons on selected targets. 14. While plans for nuclear strikes never materialized, largely due to the need to avoid a major war and conserve strength to tackle the more powerful Soviet Union, many others options were pursued, see Chapter 3. The Sino-Soviet split in 1960, the resulting slowing of Chinese economic modernization, and the refocusing of Western offensive actions towards the USSR, the Warsaw Pact, Cuba, and North Vietnam, resulted in a reduction of tensions with China towards the late 1960s. In the aftermath of the American defeat in Vietnam the following decade, and with Soviet power appearing to grow, Sino-US relations improved in the face of a perceived common adversary with diplomatic relations formed in 1979. Although U.S. nuclear weapons were subsequently withdrawn from South Korea and Taiwan, however, this was largely a result of advances in nuclear-tipped missiles and the deployment of more survivable nuclear-armed submarines and long-range bombers, making nearby deployments essentially obsolete. The brief period of positive ties ended with the Cold War's conclusion as coverage of China in the West again worsened, although the strength of economic ties formed from the late 1970s ensured that relations remained cordial and Beijing was not at the focus of Western animosity. Instead, Western foreign policy's interventionist tendencies focused on other targets, among them Iraq, Iran, Yugoslavia, Libya, and Afghanistan. An unprovoked American strike on the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, Yugoslavia, on May 7, 1999, causing 27 casualties, served as a stark reminder of the threat China faced. Launching from the U.S. mainland, a $432 billion B-2 bomber delivered NATO's most precise weapon, the JDAM satellite-guided bomb, to target the embassy. CIA Director George Tenet later testified that it was the only airstrike of the campaign organized and directed by the CIA rather than by the military. 15. Although the CIA, State Department, and the British Foreign Office all claimed the strike was accidental, this was not seen as credible even among Western experts and officials. 16. Although Beijing fiercely protested and large anti-US protests erupted in major cities, both sides sought to manage the incident to prevent relations from deteriorating. Relations between China and the West would only begin to worsen more sharply under the Barack Obama administration, which placed the Pivot to Asia initiative at the center of its foreign policy. This involved rebalancing both the U.S. military and the State Department to place East Asia and China in particular, rather than Europe or the Middle East, at the center of their attentions. The initiative responded to growing concerns that China was not only weakening Western hegemony over the region, but also threatening to overtake United States world on the global stage as a new predominant power. China had over the past 2 decades rapidly closed the gap with the US in GDP, overtaken it as the main trading partner of the majority of countries across the world, and would supersede it as the world's largest economy in 2014. 17. The country had also made much progress towards modernizing and expanding both its military-industrial base and its research and development, and as a result the technological lead of over 3 decades that America's defense sector enjoyed 1990 would be largely non-existent by the late 2010s and in some fields had transformed into strong Chinese advantages. 18. A further challenge posed by China was systematic, with its development offering an alternative to Western political and economic models and demonstrating that modernization did not need to come hand in hand with Westernization. This was seen to pose an unacceptable challenge to the Western idea of an end of history and inevitable universal adoption of Western political and governance models after the Cold War. As noted in the New York Times, China had built an alternative value system that competes with Western liberal democracy. 19, with the Wall Street Journal noting weeks earlier that China's success threatened the global triumph. 2. 433. Of liberal democracy. 20 similar statements were widely made by officials to the effect that the formerly unchallenged post-Cold War spread of Western political values and ideology was increasingly at risk, and the ascent in Western power brought to an end, largely due to China's rise. 21. To a large extent China's very existence as a rising power outside the Western sphere of influence was sufficient to lead it to be targeted. As noted by former Assistant Secretary to the U.S. Treasury Paul Craig Roberts regarding U.S. foreign policy and the dangers faced by those which remained outside its control. The United States has an ideology of world hegemony and does not accept any prospect of any country being sovereign or acting on its own. You have to be an American vassal state. Just as the United States has turned all of Europe, Canada, Australia, and Japan into vassal states, that is the only terms on which the United States can accept Russia and China. It will not accept them as sovereign, independent countries following their own interests. The situation will become more and more hostile. It's not going to go away, because the United States is guided by ideology of American world hegemony, which means hegemony over Russia and China. 22. The East Asian regional order, unlike those of Europe or North America, had for centuries been based on the dominance of extra-regional imperial powers which, beyond projecting military force, sought to strongly influence its culture and ideology and economy in line with their interests. As leading U.S. foreign policy strategist and former State Secretary Henry Kissinger observed, the historic European order had been self-contained. Occasionally, European powers enlisted outside countries to strengthen their positions temporarily, but non-Western powers had few interests in Europe and were not called on to intervene in European conflicts. By contrast, the contemporary Asian order includes outside powers as an integral feature. 23. An order based on the dominance of Western imperial interests dated back to the Portuguese Empire's expansion into East Asia in the 16th century. Portugal had been quickly followed by other Western empires which successively competed to impose their dominance, the last of which was the United States, which invaded and subjugated Hawaii, Guam, the Philippines, and other Pacific territories from the late 19th century. While the Japanese Empire temporarily succeeded in ending Western control, its defeat heralded a 434 new era in which American dominance was complete and unchallenged. As General Douglas MacArthur proclaimed, the Pacific is now an Anglo-Saxon lake, leaving the U.S.-led Western Bloc that formed in the aftermath of the Second World War as the undisputed hegemon for 3/4 of a century. China's successes in modernizing within its borders and in the trading partnerships it was forming overseas, which displaced Western powers' formerly central position in the regional and world economies, were an imminent threat to the perpetuation of this order. Ending Western military primacy in East Asia, trends in the U.S.-China power balance. In response to China's challenge to Western hegemony, and the undermining of Western economic influence, the United States was increasingly forced to rely on projection of its military power as a cornerstone of its dominance of the region. U.S. Defense Secretary Ashton Carter was one of many who attested to America's intention to retain military dominance, stating in 2016, "The United States will remain the most powerful military and main underwriter of security in the East Asian region for decades to come, and there should be no doubt about that." 24. A commitment to a vastly expanded regional military presence was central to the Pivot to Asia initiative, with President Obama emphasizing military aspects when announcing the pivot in late 2011 as follows. With most of the world's nuclear power and some half of humanity, Asia will largely define whether the century ahead will be marked by conflict or cooperation. As president, I have therefore made a deliberate and strategic decision. As a Pacific nation, the United States will play a larger and long-term role in shaping this region and its future. I have directed my national security team to make our presence and mission in the Asia-Pacific a top priority. As we plan and budget for the future, we will allocate the resources necessary to maintain our strong military presence in this region. We will preserve our unique ability to project power and deter threats to peace. We are already modernizing America's defense posture across the Asia-Pacific. 25. 2. 435. The President emphasized a strong presence in the South China Sea, the importance of strengthening military partners and holding more joint exercises, and the need to tackle proliferation and maritime security, which were widely seen as thinly veiled references to North Korea and China as the primary targets of the build-up. 26. Obama christened a new doctrine with the announcement that over 2,500 U.S. Marines would be deployed within striking distance in northern Australia. In the next 4 years, the number of U.S. personnel deployed to the Asia-Pacific had increased by 30,000, 27, with plans to deploy 60% of the U.S. Navy there by 2020 and potentially even more afterwards. 28. The U.S. military began to set up equipment depots in Cambodia and Vietnam and began exercises with the latter. 29. And soon afterwards the Navy gained permission for port calls in Thailand and Malaysia and rights to abase surveillance drones in the latter. 30. These developments marked only the beginning. Further significant moves towards militarization of the region were made frequently under Obama. In his final year, Reuters described a 10-year military pact with the Philippines that opens the way for U.S. troops, planes, and warships to have greater access to bases in the Philippines. 31. Expansion of a marine base in Australia agreed that year would host warships and B-1B long-range bombers. 32. The growth of the American military presence was facilitated by transfers of assets away from other regions rather than an increase in the military's overall size, meaning it represented a surge facilitated by reallocation of strength as opposed to a steady growth in American fighting power. China, by contrast, saw rapid growth in the size and capabilities of its Navy and Air Force, steadily and sustainably facilitated by the growth of its economy and advances in its tech sector rather than a sudden surge. While there was a limit to the proportion of forces the U.S. could reallocate to East Asia, and its military was modernizing and growing at far slower than that of China, Chinese military power was set to continue to grow in perpetuity so long as economic growth remained relatively stable, which it did even during the worst of the financial crisis in 2008 and the COVID-19 crisis in 2020. Thus Obama's pivot could at best only slightly prolong American military primacy in East Asia, and even then only at the expense of defense commitments elsewhere. 436. A major factor against America's favor in its efforts to remain the dominant military force in East Asia was that its military capabilities not only needed to eclipse those of its rivals but had to surpass them overwhelmingly, since, unlike regional actors, its forces were stretched across multiple fronts in over 80 countries and 6 continents. 33. As East Asia security expert Timothy Walton observed, unfortunately, the United States does not fight on a chessboard. What really matters is the localized correlation of forces, and that may be a stronger factor toward deterrence in the region. 34. A 2015 RAND report similarly observed, a number of factors complicate the U.S. military position vis-a-vis China. The U.S. military is pulled in several directions by a range of worldwide demands, while the PLA enjoys the ability to focus more narrowly. A U.S. focus on counterinsurgency in the Middle East and Central Asia also long diverted significant resources, while China faced no such handicaps. 35. Furthermore, the fact that U.S. forces deployed for power projection at long distances overseas forced them to contend with far longer supply lines, placing a greater strain on resources. U.S. military planners referred to 4 great power adversaries, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and China. 36. Which the Pentagon leadership repeatedly expressed doubts regarding its ability to defeat. 37. All had in the 2000s and 2010 surpassed American expectations in their military performances, including Russia's ability to partly recover from economic crisis and rebuild a modern military. 38 North Korea's missile programs 39 and conventional modernization. 40 China's military modernization 41 and the potency of Iran's ability to project power in the Middle East through drones and proxies. 42 While countering all four of these stretched U.S. forces, the war on terror in the early 2000s, as noted in a Rand Corporation report, had led the U.S. military to reorganize and re-equip many of its forces in a way that maximizes counterinsurgency rather than conventional capabilities. 43 The result was a military which was far less prepared to engage major state adversaries. Only in October 2017 did the Pentagon update its fighting manual to revert the military to preparing primarily to fight near-peer adversaries, with the U.S. military advantage over such rivals having been steadily eroded for more than 2 decades until then, according to Army Chief of Staff General Mark Milley among others. 44 Similar conclusions were reached by U.S. 2. 437. Congress's National Defense Strategy Commission, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee and many other senior officials, with Heritage Foundation think tank referring to the result as an increasingly dangerous world threatening a significantly weaker America. 45 Despite the centrality of projection of U.S. military power to sustaining a Western-dominated regional order, the rapid erosion of Western military primacy in the 2010s set the stage for a potentially pivotal change in the 2020s as Western militaries were set to face increasingly overwhelming disadvantages in the air and at sea. From the 1990s sharp post-Cold War reductions to U.S. defense spending and growing trends towards outsourcing of industry in the broader economy between them fueled a sharp contraction in the American military-industrial base with highly detrimental consequences. By 2011 U.S. Strategic Command General C. Robert Keller was one of many to observe, since the space age began, we have rarely been so reliant on so few industrial suppliers. 46 In 2019 a Government Accountability Office report concluded that as a result of industry contraction, of the 183 contracts for major weapons systems examined 67% had no competitive bidding process which removed incentives for firms to improve their prices or their quality. 47 Multiple Defense Department reports highlighted that by the mid-2010s there were only 2 or even 1 domestic firms producing key defense products, and in some cases none, as declining local manufacturing forced the Pentagon to look abroad. 48 A number of factors including the rapid erosion of America's civilian industrial base, the shrinking number of defense firms resulting in oligopolies and many cases of full monopolies, and growing lenience with the Soviet challenge gone towards outsourcing much of the defense industry particularly to East Asia, fueled industrial decline. The national interest. Speaking to former State Secretary Mike Pompeo in April 2021, German-American tech billionaire Peter Thiel observed to this effect, what happened in '89 after the Cold War ended, was there was a shrinking of military budgets, but there was also an incredible consolidation of the defense industry, and the consolidation actually meant the money was spent less efficiently, especially with respect to R&D. And so we spent less money and with less efficiency, and so there was some massive decline in the effectiveness of the system in the 90s. The Nixon Seminar on Conservative Realism and National Security, April 6, 2021. 438. Thus questioned in 2018 whether it is even possible anymore to make purely American weapons, elaborating that the Pentagon tries to save money by buying commercial off-the-shelf technology instead of custom-made gear, but the commercial sector relies on Chinese-made components, especially electronics. Transforming into made in America will not be cheap or easy. 49 U.S. defense journalist Brett Tingley was one of many to underline, currently, the U.S. is almost entirely reliant on foreign-made electronics to power most of its technologies, both in the defense and consumer sectors, which was one notable example with significant implications for both civilian high-tech and for the defense sector. 50 Indeed, the gap in profitability between producing for the military in the US and in China was so great that firms supplying the Pentagon took tremendous legal risks to disguise Chinese products as American ones to capitalize on it. 51 Erosion of the U.S. Defense industrial base became increasingly evident around 2000 as domestic sourcing for production of critical systems such as aircraft parts and engines declined sharply, with overseas production seen as more efficient. The Pentagon proved unable to reverse the outsourcing of vital areas of production, often to China. 52 With market forces dictating that the inefficiencies of producing in America made it unaffordable. Thus even proposals in the mid-2000s to require U.S. content in defense products to be at least 60% were notably dismissed by the Pentagon as unrealistic. 53 As the Washington Post noted in 2018, following a White House report on the manufacturing and defense industrial base and supply chain, the vast supply chain serving the U.S. military has become dependent on low-cost foreign components. Things such as machine tools. 2 National Defense Industrial Association President and retired 4-star Air Force General Hawk Carlyle highlighted serious challenges the report raised, from reliance on single producers within the supply chain, dependence on unstable or unfriendly foreign suppliers for critical components, and misplaced presumption of continued preeminence of American military superiority. Compounding these risks, the report highlights a drain on talent that now flows towards Silicon Valley UPS instead of defense-focused industries, he further warned, reflecting the growing consensus regarding defense industry decline. Davenport, Christian, White House report points to severe shortcomings in U.S. military supply chain, Washington Post, October 4, 2018. 2. 439. Infrared detectors and night vision systems are largely provided by foreign suppliers, officials say, raising questions about whether the U.S. military would have access to them in a protracted war. This was in part a result of a broken procurement system. 54 The decline in civilian industry meant many products with defense applications, such as flat panel displays, were no longer made America. 55 For a fuller assessment of American industrial and military-industrial decline, see Abrams, A.B., China and America's Tech War from AI to 5G, The Struggle to Shape the Future of World Order, Lanham, Lexington Books, 2022. The erosion of the American military-industrial base has been a key factor undermining its ability to counter potential adversaries, and China in particular, which has the world's largest industrial base and the largest scale of research and development. 3. A tangible manifestation of this decline has been the very persistent failures in major post-Cold War American weapons programs. The country's only post-Cold War destroyer or cruiser-sized warship program, the Zumwalt-class destroyer, for example, suffered serious cost overruns and performance issues, leading to over 90% of planned ships being cancelled, with 3 completed with watered-down capabilities costing over $7 billion each while suffering a wide range of performance issues. 56 The national interest referred to the destroyers in 2020 as over-budget ships that don't even work and floating boondoggle, reflecting the broad consensus among analysts. 57 The lighter littoral combat ship and Gerald Ford-class aircraft carrier, which like the Zumwalt were the only post-Cold War ships classes of their kind, were by some accounts even more problematic. 58 The former began to be retired decades ahead of schedule due to serious performance issues after suffering from tremendous cost overruns and performance inefficiencies. 59 And ended up costing 3 Heritage Foundation senior research fellow James J. Carafano warned the defense sector was already on life support when Obama took over, with the administration's policies accelerating decline and gutting America's defense industry in the process. America is returning to the 19th century, a world where it will be incapable of producing the instruments needed to defend itself, he warned, with the situation having worsened considerably by the end of Obama's term. Carafano, James J., Obama, Gates are gutting America's defense industry, Heritage, September 1, 2009. 440 times as much to produce as late Cold War-era destroyers. 60 The state of the U.S. Navy's fast declining shipyards and maintenance capabilities was similarly, if not much more serious. 61 Similar issues crippled American military aviation. A notably example was the F-35 stealth fighter, developed under a $1.7 trillion a program, 62 which before entering service was already $163 billion over budget, 7 years behind schedule 63 and suffering from hundreds of design defects, 64 of which more continued to be discovered. 65 Its underperformance was widely attested to from military think tanks such as NSN 66 and RAND, 67 to organizations such as the Project on Government Oversight, 68 and individuals such as the Pentagon's chief weapons tester Michael Gilmore 69 and Marine Captain Dan Grazier. 70 The consensus widely supported Senate Armed Services Committee Chairman John McCain's conclusion that the fighter was a textbook example of the country's broken defense acquisition system, and both a scandal and a tragedy with respect to cost, schedule and performance. 71 Defense Secretary Christopher Miller stated in 2020 that the F-35 is a piece of, while his predecessor Patrick Shanahan referred to it in 2019 as F-ed up. 72 An inquiry by the Pentagon's Office of the Inspector General found that Shanahan's criticisms were consistent with other comments about problems in the F-35 program made by other senior DoD officials. 73 The fighter's development costs reached an extreme $55.5 billion, 74 compared to just $4.4 billion for its Chinese rival the J-20, 75 despite the latter having a much greater R&D burden as China's first ever stealth fighter. America's only other post-Cold War fighter, the F-22, was similarly problematic with watered-down capabilities, 76 a cost per airframe 276% as high as initially planned, $412 million rather than $149 million, 77 and exorbitant maintenance costs and requirements that forced a decision to cancel 75% of production. 78 issues with breakdowns, poisonous effects on pilots' lungs, 79 and problematic avionics and computer architecture, 80 among several others, sharpened the contrast to its successful Cold War-era predecessors the F-4 and F-15. The fighter failed to produce a successor to the F-15, with production terminated less than 6 years after entering service, where by contrast the F-15 is still in production and on order by the U.S. Air Force today almost 50 years after it entered service. 2. 441. In 1975. The F-22 was much more expensive and had a shorter range, lower availability rates, lower reliability, much poorer versatility, much greater difficulty incorporating upgrades and many more performance issues, while failing to deliver an improved performance in those areas in which the Air Force assessed the F-15 as most deficient. 81 In May 2021 it was confirmed the fighter would be consigned to an early retirement. 82 U.S. defense-related spending, according to the London-based International Institute for Strategic Studies, has remained around $1 trillion annually, more than the total GDP of all but the world's 15 largest economies. While its tremendous budget has been hailed as a sign that the America will remain the dominant power in the Western Pacific, however, deriving military strength evaluations from budgets can very often be highly misleading. Although the U.S. spent considerably more on its armed forces, by 2021 Chinese spending on military hardware acquisitions had surpassed it, with the American lead considered highly unlikely to be regained. 83 This was a result of a discrepancy in efficiency, with the bulk of American spending going to salaries, veterans' benefits, and administration to keep up with the dollar's much lower purchasing power in the country. Rampant inefficiencies and, according President Donald Trump, 84 Severe corruption prevalent throughout the U.S. defense acquisition system significantly undermined the quality of weapons systems and fueled major cost overruns. As Secretary of State Donald Rumsfeld highlighted as early as 2001, in fact, it could be said it's a matter of life and death, stressing, the adversary has come closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy. He admitted that significant sums went unaccounted for, stating, according to some estimates we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions. 85 The New York Times reported, citing military officials who attested to how the poor state of affairs in the Pentagon undermined America's fighting prowess, the Pentagon's spending of the public's money is a dirty business, one that too often has nothing to do with national defense, one in which secrecy and deception are valuable currencies. 86 Army General Edward Hirsch, who had undertaken extensive efforts to amend the acquisition system, referred to it as a system designed for failure. It isn't going to work. 87 Danielle Bryan, director of the Project on Government Oversight, similarly observed, waste has become ingrained in the defense budget because 442. Opposition to defense spending is portrayed as unpatriotic, and legislators are often more concerned about winning Pentagon pork than controlling defense waste. You have a black hole at the Pentagon for money and a blind Congress. 88 As senior fellow at the Center for a New American Security, Elsa B. Kania was among a growing numbers of analysts to warn, the U.S. no longer possesses clear military technical dominance, and China is rapidly emerging as a would-be superpower in science and technology. 89 Reports by the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency similarly indicated by 2019 that China's defense sector had surpassed the United States in the sophistication of a number of its weapons systems, a trend which only accelerated in the following years. 90 Chinese armaments with growing frequency succeeded in combining superior performance with costs a fraction of those of their American counterparts, with examples ranging from comparisons of the HQ-9B and Patriot air defense systems to the Type 054A frigate and littoral combat ship. The Pentagon's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency in 2018 thus highlighted regarding the defense sector's growing struggles to keep up, our acquisition system is finding it difficult to respond on relevant timescales to adversary progress, which has made the search for next-generation capabilities at once more urgent and more futile. 91 As U.S. Army Chief of Staff General Mark Milley observed at a hearing at the Senate's Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, China's more cost-effective defense sector and government-owned R&D could compete with the United States using just a fraction of the defense budget. This and the tremendous discrepancy in purchasing power favoring China by some estimates made the PLA better funded than the U.S. military, as a Bloomberg study in 2018 was among several to conclude. 92 Where the U.S. faced a sharp military decline, China had from the Cold War's end seen a military resurgence which brought U.S. global military primacy to serious question, let alone primacy in East Asian waters and skies where China had a strong home advantage. From negligible aerial warfare or naval capabilities in 1990 compared to the US or USSR and technologies around 3 decades behind, China by 2020 had largely bridged technological gaps and had established supremacy in many areas. 2. 443. Ranging from quantum communications to hypersonic aircraft. As John Chipman, director of the International Institute for Strategic Studies think tank, observed in 2017 regarding the results of Chinese advances, Western military technological superiority, once taken for granted, is increasingly challenged. 93 This conclusion was widely echoed in other assessments and by the mid-2010s had become the consensus view. 94 In 2014 Congress Deputy Undersecretary of Defense and Acquisition Frank Kendall similarly observed that in conflict with China, technological superiority is not assured. This is not a future problem. This is a here-now problem. 95 Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee John McCain in 2016 similarly warned of a real and increasing risk of losing the military technological dominance that we have taken for granted for 30 years. 96 American Chairman of the House Armed Services Subcommittee on Sea Power Randy Forbes warned in 2016 that China's development of game-changing new weapons systems would seriously alter the regional balance of power, stressing that Beijing was committed to upending both the conventional military and nuclear balance by modernizing its forces and in many technologies outpacing the U.S. 97 examples of areas of Chinese primacy were manifold by 2020 and fast-growing. The country from 2019 fielded the world's first operational hypersonic aircraft, the WZ-8, for reconnaissance roles, 98, as well as the world's first hypersonic glide vehicle armed tactical missile, the DF-17. 99 The International Institute for Strategic Studies noted regarding China's Type 055 destroyer, which boasted superior stealth to its Western counterparts, 100 that it may be the most capable multi-role surface combatant currently at sea, and represented a step change in Plan PLA Navy abilities to mount independent long-range deployments or task group operations. 101 China's J-20 stealth fighter meanwhile demonstrated growing superiority over its American counterpart the F-22, with important advantages provided by its distributed aperture systems, modern data links, helmet-mounted sights, AESA radar-guided air-to-air missiles with longer ranges, and its access to the world-leading PL-10 short-ranged missile. By 2020 the J-20 was one of just 2 fighters of its advanced generation worldwide, both in production and fielded at squadron-level strength alongside the F-35. 444. China demonstrated a very considerable lead in developing revolutionary new technologies, and in 2016 launched the world's first quantum satellite, which in 2020 became the first to demonstrate quantum-secured space communication. No other country was expected to have similar satellites before 2025. 102 In 2021 it was used to secure large parts of the country's power grid against cyber attacks or blackouts. 103 According to the Scientific American, the Chinese achievement arguably represents the nation's lead in an emerging contest among great powers at the frontiers of physics, leaving the US scrambling to catch up. 104 With the MIT Technology Review stressing that its potential impact on military communications were game-changing. 105 In quantum computing, too, China demonstrated a strong lead, with scientists consistently setting new records for processing speed with the world's most powerful quantum computers. 106 Advances came as part of a broader trend towards eroding American primacy in computing, which was described by Northrop Grumman chief executive Kathy Warden as having shrunk to an alarming state. 107 Analysts at the Jamestown Foundation observed that China's advantage in the field could provide an asymmetric information advantage in a conflict scenario, while, in future warfare, quantum computing may prove to have strategic significance on par with nuclear weapons. 108 The potential military applications of quantum computers were manifold and included providing an overwhelming advantage in cyber warfare. 109 In artificial intelligence, AI, China was also poised to retain a comfortable lead. AI development in China consistently received considerably more funding than in the US from the mid-2010s. 110 With the MIT Technology Review in December 2019 referring to a deep-seated fear within the policy community that the US is sorely losing in the so-called AI arms race, partly as a result. 111 By the late 2010s China was publishing more AI research papers annually than any other country, with a strong lead in papers on deep learning, which was a particularly complex subset of machine learning in artificial intelligence. 112 While its AI start UPS had been receiving more venture capital than their US counterparts for some years. 113 It overtook the US for AI citations in 2020. 114 With prevailing. 4 Regarding the US disadvantage, Research Associate for the Technology and National Security Program at the Center for a New American Security, Megan. 2. 445. Trends indicating a strong Chinese lead. 115 Former U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense Robert O. Work noted in January that at the Pentagon there was certainly no technology that we could identify would have as broad of an impact on national security as artificial intelligence. 116 As former Google Ideas Director and prominent State Department Foreign Policy Advisor Jared Cohen and Chief Executive Officer of the Center for a New American Security Richard Fontaine observed, leadership in AI could provide an economic, military, and political advantage for decades to come. 117 Russian President Vladimir Putin similarly stated in 2017, artificial intelligence is the future. Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world. 118 A prominent 2021 paper on the subject from Taiwan CTBC Business School noted, it has become an article of faith amongst those in the commanding heights that whoever unties the AI Gordian knot would dominate the 21st century. China's palpable ambition to dominate this AI future, backed by overwhelming financial might, makes it the leading contender in this race and seemingly inevitable victor. 119 On March 1, 2021, the U.S. National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence published a thorough 756-page report detailing how China was expected to establish itself as the undisputed leader in the field and why America was in a poor position to compete. America is not prepared to defend or compete in the AI era, it concluded. 120 The discrepancy in general education was also important to determining how easily AI could be. Lamberth highlighted that a shortage of AI talent was a leading issue. She stated, "It's clear a shortage of AI talent exists. There simply are not enough STEM science, technologic, engineering, mathematics educated Americans to fill the ever-growing number of AI-related jobs. And even if the U.S. were to adopt a fully funded, long-term educational initiative to train U.S. students in STEM, this kind of effort would take decades to realize." Founder of the venture capital firm Sinovation Ventures Li Kaifu was one of many who stressed that the large number of science and engineering college students in China give the country a unique advantage in AI development, contrasting to U.S. weakness in the field. The American AI Century, a blueprint for action, transcript, Center for a New American Security, January 17, 2020. Jing, Meng, China's first deep learning lab intensifies challenge to U.S. in artificial intelligence race, South China Morning Post, February 21, 2017. 446. Adopted, a notable example being the U.S. military where, as the national interest observed in the title of a major article on data-illiterate culture, illiteracy, not morality, is holding back military integration of artificial intelligence. 121 This issue was widely alluded to, including by the Defense Secretary, and affected the civilian economy in much the same way as it did the military. 122 In the second week of October 2021, former 1st Air Force Chief Software Officer Nicholas Kalian stressed that the U.S. had already lost the competition with China in artificial intelligence, cyber capabilities, and machine learning. A former technology entrepreneur, software developer, cyber expert, and inventor, Kalian slammed the Pentagon's bureaucracy for failing to adapt to the competition and stressed, "We have no competing fighting chance against China in 15 to 20 years. Right now, it's already a done deal, it is already over in my opinion." 123 More moderate statements to similar effect were made by a number of figures in the U.S. military leadership, most notably by Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff John Hyten. 124 Trends in defense competition and in high-tech more generally indicated that China was set to enjoy a significant military advantage globally and an overwhelming one in East Asia. This presented a different challenge to Western dominance of the region than Japan or the USSR had, and potentially marked an irreversible turning point in regional order away from centuries of domination by extra-regional actors. Containment of China and the importance of the South China Sea. The implementation of the pivot to Asia under the Barack Obama administration was interpreted in China as part of a Western containment effort mirroring that which had been pursued in the Cold War. Chinese President Hu Jintao to this end remarked in 2012 that the United States had strengthened its military deployments in the Asia-Pacific region, strengthened the U.S.-Japan military alliance, strengthened strategic. 2. 447. Cooperation with India, improved relations with Vietnam, inveigled Pakistan, established a pro-American government in Afghanistan, increased arms sales to Taiwan, and so on. They have extended outposts and placed pressure points on us from the east, south, and west. 125 On all China's 5 major fronts, Western efforts to isolate the country were evident. To the east, Japan and Korea were secured by 80,000 U.S. personnel, with a wide range of new assets deployed under Obama, including American ballistic missile interceptors in Korea from 2016 as Seoul came under considerable pressure to distance itself from Beijing and align more closely with Western interests. 126 To China's south. Significant efforts were made to bring India into the Western sphere of influence, including through the Quad Security Forum uniting it with Japan, the United States and Australia. Quad members held joint exercises widely seen as aimed at China, while the forum's white papers called for attacks on Chinese sea cables and other assets to be made part of joint drills. 127 India nevertheless resisted full integration into Western influence, notable examples being resisting U.S. efforts to threaten it with sanctions if it failed to loosen defense and economic ties with Russia, and allowing Chinese telecoms giant Huawei to build 5G infrastructure despite tremendous Western pressure not to. 128 To the West. Beijing strengthened partnerships with former Soviet states across Central Asia, and following the withdrawal of Western forces in 2021 also bolstered ties with Afghanistan. 129 This succeeded despite frequent reports that Western powers were seeking to intervene in political processes and engineer changes in government across the region to bring anti-China political figures to power. 130 To China's north. Ties with Russia proved the most difficult to derail despite widespread calls in the West to prioritize doing so. 131 With economic integration and trade volumes between them increasing drastically from the turn of the century alongside strategic ties. 132 China's fifth frontier, and the one with likely the greatest economic potential, was Southeast Asia, where limiting Chinese influence was a cornerstone of Western containment efforts. As a result, the South China Sea connecting China to Southeast Asia quickly became a focal point of military tensions following the Obama administration's initiation of the pivot to Asia. The primary pretext for increased Western involvement in the region from the 2010s was to resolve long-standing territorial disputes. 448. Between China, both the Taipei-based Republic of China and the internationally recognized Beijing-based People's Republic, and Southeast Asian states. A series of minor atolls were at the center of this dispute, including the main island groups the Spratlys, Paracels, and Scarborough Shoal, which are disputed by China, Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei. While of negligible size themselves, these islands would grant whichever state controlled them access to both ludicrous fishing grounds and a seabed containing fossil fuels under the law of the sea. Sovereignty over them was thus hotly contested, with resources being a particularly major boon for the smaller economies of the Southeast Asian states should they be acquired. For Beijing, the value of these territories lay primarily in their strategic defensive value, as they lie adjacent to some of the world's busiest maritime trade routes, which it became vital to secure after Pentagon plans published in 2013 threatened to cut them. 133 With plans drafted in the U.S. to directly blockade Chinese access to the sea, the threat only grew more serious. 134 This would hardly be unprecedented, with Western navies having seized ships from North Korea, Iran, and Russia in international waters without legal basis on multiple occasions, and in some cases even appropriated and sold on their cargo or the ships themselves. 135 Papers from the U.S. Naval Institute were among those to suggest that should tensions rise further, the U.S. should consider targeting Chinese merchant shipping in international waters, possibly using mercenary privateers to do so, leveraging the fact that China had a much larger merchant fleet and a much smaller overseas naval presence. A highly illegal proposition, albeit no more so than the seizures of other countries' shipping already perpetrated. This remained very possible should tensions increase. 136 China's long-standing claims to territories in the South China Sea were supported by extensive historical documentation, much of which dates back to the Han Dynasty over 1,800 years ago. These claims were recognized after the Second World War by the Allied powers in 1945 and were to be restored to Kuomintang, China, after being seized by Japan. The Kuomintang's defeat, however, led to China's exclusion from the 1951 San Francisco Peace Conference, which finalized the details of the peace treaty with Japan, meaning Chinese territories were not included in the final. 2. 449. Document. Japan's treaty, signed the following year with the Taipei-based Kuomintang-run Republic of China, noted that Tokyo renounced all claims to the South China Sea islands. Had the Kuomintang won the Civil War and China been under the rule of the Western-aligned government, Chinese claims in the South China Sea, which in the 2010s were strongly criticized in the West as threats to regional stability, would have been recognized. So long as the United States recognized the Kuomintang-led and Western-aligned Republic of China based in Taipei as the legitimate Chinese government, the South China Sea Islands were considered to be Chinese territory. From 1950 until 1979, when the United States Navy continued to apply for permission from Taipei to carry out mapping and nautical surveys off the islands as if it were Chinese territory, showing a recognition of a Chinese claim. 137 It subsequently suited Western interests, however, to withdraw recognition as China became synonymous with the Beijing-based People's Republic. This mirrored the situation regarding the ROC and PRC's claims to Tibet, with those of the Western client state Kuomintang China being recognized while identical claims by the People's Republic were made cause for major conflict. See Chapter 3. Taipei's continuing claims in the South China Sea are based on the same evidence as those of Beijing. In the 1980s, Beijing took extensive measures to prevent territorial disputes from harming relations with Southeast Asian partners and avoided asserting its claims too strongly. Chairman Deng Xiaoping proposed that such disputes be shelved and settled by wisdom of future generations, assuring Philippine President Corazon Aquino in 1988, "We can set aside this issue for the time being and take the approach of pursuing joint development." Deng underlined the importance of not letting this issue stand in the way of China's friendship with the Philippines and other countries. 138 The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, has also taken measures to prevent tensions arising from territorial disputes through the establishment of the Mutual Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, DCPSCS, signed by ASEAN members and China in 2002. It laid out a consensual framework agreed to by all parties on how to proceed with seabed exploration and infrastructure development in disputed areas. Between the mediating role of ASEAN and China's restraint. 450. And prioritization of bilateral relations over asserting territorial claims, disputes were long considered a dormant issue in a region which was growing increasingly economically interdependent. The violation of DCPSCS by some Southeast Asian parties did increase tensions, but such issues tended to be resolved regionally through ASEAN. Restoking territorial disputes provided an ideal pretext for U.S. intervention in line with the Obama administration's goals, and while Washington claimed the role of a mediator, its policy reflected a hardline anti-Chinese position and a goal of alienating China from ASEAN. 139 Bringing ASEAN states into an American-led consortium to formally and unilaterally declare Chinese activities to protect its claims in the South China Sea a threat to regional stability was a major objective. 140 With regional initiatives towards an independent ASEAN-Chinese brokered agreement stalling or breaking down altogether. 141 As the ASEAN state most closely aligned with Washington, see Chapter 5, the Philippines played a key role in sparking tensions when the United States needed them to justify its pivot to Asia. Speaking in Hanoi in July 2010, U.S. State Secretary Hillary Clinton, a key architect of the Asia pivot, declared for the first time that the South China Sea was a sphere of U.S. national interest and pledged greater American involvement in resolving territorial disputes. These disputes had until then been of negligible importance even within the region, let alone internationally, which made their mention highly surprising. As if on cue, as some analysts later speculated, the government in Manila almost immediately seriously violated DCPSCS and existing ASEAN agreements, which had long kept tensions to a minimum and unilaterally invited foreign firms to drill for oil in disputed waters which it claimed. 142 This gave the U.S. exactly the pretext it needed to involve itself. In response to Manila's actions, China began to station a permanent garrison on the disputed Scarborough Shoal, which violated ASEAN agreements and the spirit of Chairman Deng's calls to avoid tensions, but by then these had already been violated by the Philippines and were deemed by Beijing to be a necessary response. Similarly, although the construction of airstrips on disputed islands and their militarization went against regional agreements, China began to construct airstrips on islands under its 2. 451. Control as well as building numerous artificial islands on disputed reefs. Construction of airstrips had years before been done by Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, and the Philippines on Taiping, the Swallow Reef, the Spratly Islands and Thitu, respectively, and it was only after the pivot to Asia began to be implemented that China began to do so. As Beijing officially claimed in 2015, we have simply repeated what everyone else is doing. 143 China's construction and militarization of artificial islands on disputed territories was not in response to other regional powers doing the same, but rather responded to America's growing military presence threatening Chinese trade routes. The fact that other claimants had previously done so, however, did much to legitimize China's actions. U.S. war plans in the early 2010s began to increasingly refer to the importance of offshore control, the ability to blockade China's trade in both the South China Sea and the Malacca Strait to cripple its economy. 144 In 2017, State Secretary Rex Tillerson would further raise the possibility of deploying the U.S. Navy to waters claimed by China to unilaterally blockade its access to the islands it claimed. 145 American warships and nuclear-capable bombers carried out increasingly provocative maneuvers near Chinese-controlled islands with growing frequency, with bombers ordered to ignore warnings from Chinese ground controllers. 146 The Chinese Foreign Ministry referred to such maneuvers in 2015 as having threatened China's sovereignty and security interests, jeopardized the safety of personnel and facilities on the reefs, and damaged regional peace and stability. 147 The commander of U.S. Pacific Air Forces General Laurie Robinson was one of many who called on other countries to conduct such maneuvers in Chinese-claimed waters, stating, "We would encourage all nations in the region to do just that, just as the United States is doing." 148 Although America's Western allies were highly receptive, such calls received at best a lukewarm reception from ASEAN states, which proved highly reluctant to actively deploy forces as part of the American initiatives targeting Beijing. 149 East Asia as a whole had only to lose from raising tensions over minor territorial disputes, which resulted in most cases in Chinese and ASEAN efforts to mitigate tensions and not assert claims too forcefully. The United States by contrast benefited from making tensions a major international issue to the detriment of the interests of all regional. 452. Powers to alienate China from other claimants, diminish cooperation in a region long seen as an economic challenge to Western primacy, and provide a pretext for Western military involvement. As Chinese President Xi Jinping observed regarding how the Western military-first approach was at odds with regional interests, what the Asia-Pacific countries care about most is to maintain economic prosperity and build on the momentum of economic growth and regional cooperation. At a time when people long for peace, stability, and development, to deliberately give prominence to the military security agenda, scale up military deployment and strengthen military alliances is not really what most countries in the region hope to see. 150 Among multiple statements from government sources to this effect, Chinese state news agency Xinhua similarly commented, "There's no need for countries outside the region to forcibly dictate how affairs should be managed in the South China Sea. That should be left to the countries of East and Southeast Asia." It warned that the West threatened to bring chaos to East Asia as it had to the Middle East before it. 151 Efforts to alienate China from Southeast Asia, although raising tensions over territorial disputes in the 2010s, ultimately failed as economic ties continued to improve and the discrepancy between China's economic importance to the region and that of the United States only increased. A key indicator from the late 2010s of the state a country's relations with China, and the degree of U.S. influence over its policy, was the use of 5G equipment from the Chinese telecoms giant Huawei, the restriction of which became a leading goal of U.S. foreign policy from 2019. American efforts to deny Huawei 5G contracts internationally were in part motivated by the need to undercut the revenues of the Chinese firm and expand those of its Western competitors, but also intended to ensure that telecommunications infrastructure across the world could be used by the U.S. military in its global operations. 152 partnerships with Huawei also made networks of the countries using it much more difficult to penetrate for Western intelligence agencies. 153 Southeast Asia proved among the most resilient regions to US and Western pressure, with experts widely observing it remained a corner of the globe where the US has already lost its propaganda war by failing to vilify Huawei. 154 as even long-standing Western partners such as Indonesia. 155. 2. 453. And the Philippines adopted its infrastructure at the center of their telecoms networks. 156 as Singaporean correspondent Bhavan Jayaprakash observed in 2019, ASEAN had shrugged off the West's concerns while Huawei was widely lauded for being far ahead of Western competitors in developing 5G. 157 broader Western efforts to press Southeast Asian countries to reduce ties with Chinese firms were similarly largely ignored. 158 which was likely just a first sign of broader trends in China-ASEAN relations as states in the latter became increasingly immune to Western interference. A broader Western military pivot to Asia. Can Europe make an impact? The pivot to Asia aligned not only with the interests of the United States, but also the broader interests of the Western world in maintaining the centuries-long Western-dominated balance of power in what is arguably the world's most strategically critical region. Sustaining a regional order in East Asia premised on Western dominance tremendously enriched not only the United States, but the Western world more broadly for centuries. Taking China as an example of a source of enrichment in the colonial era, unequal treaties were imposed not only by the United States but also by France, Germany, Italy, Britain, Sweden, Norway, Portugal, Austria, Hungary, the Netherlands, and Spain. These granted their citizens extreme privileges in the country and immunity from the rule of law, while Europe extracted very considerable wealth and its living standards benefited immeasurably from the colonial order imposed at East Asia's expense. This remained the case as direct Western rule ended during the Cold War and the Western dominance was instead sustained through a neo-colonial order, giving not only Washington but other Western powers as well major stakes in sustaining the status quo of Western hegemony. Thus following Washington's lead, other Western powers increasingly began deploying military forces to East Asia. 454. British Defence Secretary Michael Fallon attested to a broader Western interest in the pivot to Asia to respond to the emergence of China as a global power, stating in 2012 that the European NATO powers should welcome the fact that the US is willing to engage in this new strategic challenge on behalf of the alliance. 159 Britain led Europe in pledging further military involvement in East Asia, and in 2015 announced plans to double the number of personnel involved in war games in Malaysia. 160 Royal Marines were in 2016 deployed to Japan for the first time in decades. 161 and in October that year Royal Air Force made an unprecedented deployment of its Typhoon fighter jets to Japan, referred to by an officer as probably the most ambitious deployment that the Air Force has done to the Far East. Tensions with China and preparation to participate in possible attacks on North Korea were the stated reasons for this deployment. 162 In December the British envoy to the United States pledged that his country would increase its military presence in the South China Sea including aircraft carrier deployments. 163 which was later reiterated by Foreign Minister Boris Johnson. 164 Britain also increasingly took a leading role in military drills including simulated assassination of North Korea's leadership by airstrike. 165 Sources from senior Royal Navy leadership figures the following year indicated Britain was willing to provide whatever support it could to a potential American attack on North Korea should Washington initiate a war. 166 The Navy subsequently took a leading role in patrolling near the Korean peninsula to monitor North Korean shipping alongside assets from Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. 167 France also moved to escalate its military involvement in East Asia. With Defense Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian emphasizing that it was in the China's rise also challenged French interests its sphere of influence in former West African colonies, on which France's economy remained heavily reliant, with growing Sino-West African political and economic ties perceived as threats to French hegemony. France's extreme reliance on its position in the region was attested to by former President Jacques Chirac, who said in reference to Francophone West Africa, "Without Africa, France will slide down into the rank of a third world power." His predecessor, François Mitterrand, similarly stated in the context of the same issue, "Without Africa, France will have no history in the 21st century." Former French Foreign Minister Jacques Godfrey stated to similar effect, "A little country France, with a small amount of strength, we can move a planet because." 2. 455. Common European interest to support the Asia pivot and deploy forces for regular and visible patrols of waters claimed by China. 168. France's Pacific colonial territories of New Caledonia and French Polynesia were contributed to the effort. 169. While the French Navy deployed assault ships to lead drills with Japan, the US, and Britain in 2017 simulating amphibious landings to capture enemy territory. There was little doubt in media from any side that these were conducted with attacks on China in mind. 170. In 2016 the Obama administration seriously considered launching unprovoked and illegal attacks on North Korea, although the lack of intelligence on the locations of the Korean leadership or country's significant retaliatory strategic assets were reportedly key to deterring this. 171. From that year personnel from Britain, France, Italy, Denmark, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand took part in massive U.S.-led military drills in South Korea, which practiced the invasion of North Korea, decapitation of its leadership and attacks on major cities. 172. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg at the time stressed the importance of Western involvement in Korea. 173. With European participation expected to grow. 174. Exercises saw forces practice operations on the Russian and Chinese borders, with special operations forces being deployed to border areas adjacent to China and Russia. 175. As China's treaty ally, and with Russia drawing a red line against Western attacks on its neighbor, a Western attack on North Korea risked drawing both into a war. 176. For both Beijing and Moscow, the massing of Western coalition forces preparing for offensive operations near their borders was highly reminiscent of historical Western invasions which had devastated both countries and remained key influences on their historical memories. In November 2019, U.S. State Secretary Mike Pompeo stated that NATO's new goal needed to be confronting China, which he stressed had of our relations with 15 or 20 African countries. French involvement in East Asia against China may well have been partly in response. Spagnol, Giorgio, Is France Still Exploiting Africa? Institut Européen de Relations Internationales Academia Diplomatica Europea, February 10, 2019. Marcusson, Philippe, Mitterrand l'Africain, Université de Paris, http://www.africaine.com/numeros/pdf0580005.pdf. Leymery, Philippe, Monnier d'Ivoire, and Degree 79, Février Mars, 2008. Constantinos, B.T. Constantinos, Devolutionary Political Dynamics of the Crisis in the Central African Republic, Lecture, African Union Summit, 2014. 456. Replaced the USSR as the greatest challenge to Western power. 177. This was followed by a statement by NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg in March 2022 indicating that the alliance would reorient itself towards countering China and strengthen both its involvement in East Asia and its ties with partners in the region, referring to Beijing's growing power as a systematic challenge. 178. British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss the following month called for a global NATO capable of arming Taiwan and countering China in East Asia, stressing that the Western alliance's focus on Europe was no longer sufficient. 179. The year 2019 saw a growing trend towards NATO member states other than the US, namely Canada, Britain, and France, sailing warships through the Taiwan Strait, which was interpreted as challenging China in its most sensitive hotspot for potential conflict. 180. Germany, caught up with prevailing trends and began to send warships to the South China Sea in December 2021. With calls in Berlin to also sail through the Taiwan Strait. 181 While Taiwan was recognized by its own constitution, by the United Nations and without exception by every UN member state as a part of China, a number of European states took a lead in supporting Taiwanese separatist forces seeking to alter the status to Beijing's detriment by signaling the beginnings of recognition of Taiwan as a separate country. The Czech Republic and Lithuania took the lead in this in 2020 and 2021. 182 European military involvement in East Asia notably came despite crises in the continent's major militaries far exceeding that of the US, which left their ability to significantly impact the balance of power highly questionable. Taking Britain as an example, its armed forces faced deep budget cuts 183 as a result of its severe economic difficulties which forced the termination of key programs, 184 with the Navy in particular facing sharp quantitative and qualitative decline. 185 Britain fielded just 6 destroyers in total, where China in the late 2010s was launching 6 to 10 per year, and these remained well behind these performance of American, Chinese, South Korean or Japanese designs with half or less of the firepower and consistent crippling reliability issues. In 2017, for example, 75% of Royal Navy ships fell into disrepair due to lack of funds for maintenance, 186 with British warships breaking down at sea at a very high rate 187 and struggling with even basic disaster relief exercises in British overseas. 2. 457. Territories. 6 Global power projection aspirations aside, the Royal Navy's ability to perform the most essential task, patrolling Britain's own territorial waters, was itself called to serious question. 188 A 2016 Parliamentary Defence Committee report stated that the Royal Navy was way below the critical mass required for the many tasks which could confront it with an already pathetically low fleet size, 189 while the National Audit Office reported crumbling military infrastructure due to lack of investment. 190 The Army fared little better and continued to see deep cuts to all areas as part of a severe decades-long decline. 191 As the second most indebted country in the world. 192 The fact that Britain prioritized deployments to East Asia so highly despite its severe military and economic decline indicated the importance attributed to the region. Britain's military decline reflected broader trends across Western Europe which in other countries was even more severe. European militaries repeatedly demonstrated staggering inefficiencies, notably including in 2011 during their assault on Libya when the United States was forced to intervene on their behalf to an extent it had not previously intended. 193 Running out of ammunition or spare parts despite encountering negligible Libyan resistance was a major issue for most participating European militaries, shedding light as to just how out of their depth they would be in East Asia. 194 A 2017 RAND report highlighted that France, Britain, and Germany between them could mobilize just 1 armored battalion within a week, and fewer than 3 armored brigades in a month. 195 While in 2018 it emerged that NATO could field just a single constant maritime patrol aircraft over the North Atlantic. This 6. The First Sea Lord Alan West referred to a hollowing out of defense due to austerity leaving an underwhelming capability, with his successor Sir George Zambella similarly warning in 2017 that Britain was set to disappear into a third world nation, security-wise as a result of steep cuts to its already inadequate defense budget. He referred to the Royal Navy as the bottom of the efficiency barrel, noting the service's struggle to accomplish simple tasks such as humanitarian missions to hurricane victims. Cuts have left the Navy struggling to protect British citizens with 3/4 warships out of action, the Sunday, September 15, 2017. Britain will have 3 RD World Navy if budget is cut, says ex-First Sea Lord, RT, September 18, 2017. 458. Reflected broader issues with how small and unprepared European forces had become well below the standards needed to have an impact in East Asia. Europe's lack of several critical high-end military capabilities, and its preoccupation with countering challengers to Western hegemony in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, combined with negligible growth and mounting debts, made funding operations in the Pacific difficult despite its tremendous importance. Writing for the National Interest, Senior Fellow at Defense Priorities Gil Barndollar observed regarding non-US NATO members, NATO's navies are not up to the task. NATO has also repeatedly shown that it doesn't do out-of-area missions well. Highlighting the entirely underwhelming performance or staying power in Libya as an example, he added that in Afghanistan contingents were hamstrung by risk aversion and national caveats that prevented them from accomplishing much. He noted the example of inept Italian forces bribing the Taliban not to fight them. 196 Whether it was a calculation error that ruined a $2 billion Spanish submarine program, 197 A leaking new British aircraft carrier which could only spend 8% of its time at sea, 198 Or German forces forced to run and pretend they were driving tanks or trucks due to shortages, 199 Issues in European militaries were well above anything seen in the US or Northeast Asia. German pilots losing licenses due to lack of flight hours, operational rates of under 33%, missing ammunition and warplane shortages, 200 A British nuclear weapons program £1.75 billion over budget and much delayed, 201 And the fact that European fighters outside France were 40 years behind the Soviet Union and 20 years behind the US and Japan in beginning to adopt electronically scanned array radars, all pointed to the same trend. Other examples, such as Britain's heavy reliance on underage recruits and issues of high illiteracy rates, with almost 40% of recruits having a reading age of 11, 202 were numerous. The state of the continent's militaries and defense industries were very far from impressive, and their ability to make a meaningful difference in the very top league with China, the US, and Japan was limited. 2. 459. U.S. power projection and offshore blockade. While China and the United States are effectively in a league of their own in the size of their defense sectors and the scale of research and development they conduct, the orientation of both countries' armed forces differ greatly, with the former focused on security in East Asia while the latter prioritizes a global reach to project power to any corner of the globe. Thus, while China would very likely prevail if facing the U.S. in the Western Pacific, America's ability to fight in the open oceans and against faraway countries is unmatched and entirely unique. Notable assets which facilitate this include 11 nuclear-powered supercarriers, which have no equivalent in any other navy, as well as 9 assault carriers, and over 450 tankers for aerial refueling where China fields just 21. 203 These assets are all critical for long-range offensive air operations, particularly over the vast waters of the Pacific, as almost all American combat jets were built with the shorter distances of Cold War Europe in mind. Another notable indicator of a military's orientation is the proportion of logistical support assets to combat ones, with offensive and power projection-oriented forces needing more logistical assets to fight wars further away. Reservists in Western militaries are primarily geared towards providing additional logistical support, rather than serving as extra combat personnel, due to the far greater strain placed on logistics by offensive operations overseas. Chinese acquisitions have overwhelmingly been defensive, with even its aircraft carriers being conventionally powered, lacking carrier onboard delivery aircraft, and not well suited to extended operations beyond the Western Pacific. As observed by Professor of Strategy at and founding member of the U.S. Naval War College's China Maritime Studies Institute, Dr. Andrew S. Erickson, regarding China's neglect of offensively oriented power projection assets. China's Navy is not poised to speed across the Pacific to threaten America. Such statements lack basis in fact and present an ideal strategic teaching moment to remind analysts and policymakers that Beijing's evolving naval structure and operations yet again show that China is not working off a traditional European, Soviet or American naval development playbook. All powers which invested heavily in projecting power away from 460 their shores. Even its most ambitious strategists and decision-makers do not seek what they would term a global far oceans blue water-type navy anytime soon. 204. Comparing the power projection capabilities of the military powers active in East Asia provides strong indications as to which parties do pose a risk of aggression, with East Asian militaries with the exception of Singapore all heavily defensively oriented while those of Western powers intervening in the region are primarily offensively oriented. The discrepancy between offensive power projection-oriented forces built to fight far away, and defensive ones, thus not only distinguishes China from the United States, but more broadly separates East Asian countries from Western ones with even very small Western militaries such as Belgium, Canada, or Denmark heavily invested in power projection. The United States is currently the only military power in the Pacific with the assets required for major power projection operations against well-defended faraway targets, and although several European militaries have similar offensive orientations, their overall capabilities are considerably poorer. Without the United States' unique offensive capabilities, prospects for a major war in East Asia would be very significantly lower, with no regional power coming close to its level of preparedness to benefit from a war of aggression. China, by contrast, although highly capable of defending its airspace and waters and benefiting from a growing number of military technological advantages, would struggle to mount an offensive across the East China Sea against neighboring Japan, let alone further afield. Another key facilitator of power projection capabilities, that of strategically located military facilities, similarly demonstrates a unique American offensive capability. As the American nation reported, while there are no freestanding foreign bases permanently located in the United States, there are now around 800 U.S. bases in foreign countries. There are still 174 U.S. base sites in Germany, 113 in Japan, and 83 in South Korea, according to the Pentagon. Hundreds more dot the planet in around 80 countries. It concluded, although few Americans realize it, the United States likely has more bases in foreign lands than any other people, nation, or empire in history. 95% of foreign military installations globally are American, with the majority of the remaining 5% belonging to allied Western powers, which play a vital role in allowing America to launch. 2. 461. Wars globally. U.S. Special Forces are deployed even more widely, and in 2016 alone were deployed to 138 countries, the only major exceptions being China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and South Africa. 206. This global reach is a key asset directed largely against states which have sought to undermine the Western-dominated world order. In the Pacific, a chain of bases from the U.S. mainland to Hawaii, Guam, Wake Island, the Philippines, Okinawa, Singapore, and on to Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean forms the backbone of America's power projection infrastructure. With military facilities across all of China's maritime trade routes, the potential was increasingly raised in the early years of the pivot to Asia to leverage these to control China's seaborne energy supply chain. By far the busiest and most strategically important strait in the world, control of the Malacca Strait between Singapore and Malaysia had for centuries been prized by Western empires and in the 2010s carried over 60% of all petroleum traded by sea, 207 including 80% of China's crude oil imports. 208. The strait first fell under Western control in the early 16th century, taken by Portugal in 1511 followed by the Netherlands from 1641-1825 and Britain afterwards, which held it until evicted by Japanese forces. 7. The U.S. military's air-sea battle plan for a war in the Pacific, which became highly prominent in the initial years of the Asia pivot, emphasized the importance of distant blockade operations targeting the Malacca Strait to devastate Chinese trade and cut off its access to fossil fuels. Blockading Malacca would capitalize on the American advantage in power projection capabilities, while avoiding the need to confront Chinese defensively oriented forces directly or operate anywhere near Chinese waters. Leading American strategists such as T.X. Hams, a research fellow at the Institute for National Security Studies, strongly advocated a distant blockade as 7. This came as part of a broader trend under which control of strategic points such as the Malacca Strait needed to dominate East Asia's maritime trade routes was passed down from one Western power to the other, from Portuguese Navy control in the 16th century to the U.S. Navy in the 21st. Assertion of Portuguese dominance was thus described by Australian professor Coral Bell as beginning 500 years of ascendancy of the West over Asia, with the mantle of the leading Western hegemon first taken by Portugal and ending with the United States. Eisen, Robert, Asia Security, New York, Palgrave, 2015, p. 35. 462. An effective and relatively low-risk offensive strategy. 209. The U.S. military took measures to increase its presence in Singapore, constructing facilities to host aircraft carriers which began to deploy frequently and permanently deploying littoral combat ships there from 2016. 210. Britain, too, maintained a presence in Singapore, Malaysia, and in nearby Brunei. U.S. military planners referred to Malacca as where we'd get them, in reference to Western control over China's maritime trade routes being a key and outstanding weakness. 211. The lesser straits of Sunda, Lombok, and Makassar were also highly vulnerable to Western blockade. Following the announcement of the pivot to Asia, and as exercises involving the U.S. military in the region rapidly increased, many of these simulated blockades of Chinese trade routes. In September 2014, U.S. forces staged the Valiant Shield exercises in the Western Pacific involving 18,000 personnel to test the Pentagon's air-sea battle concept. Under this, first China's communications in space and cyberspace would be blinded, before destroying land and sea weapons systems, command centers, radar installations, and satellites. In July 2015, the United States, Australia, Japan, and New Zealand staged the 2-week Talisman Sabre exercises simulating blocking the Strait of Malacca, the Lombok Strait and other vital sea lanes to cut off China's access to oil, gas and raw materials. Elaborating on the purpose of the drills, Australian Senator Scott Ludlam stated regarding the seemingly highly offensive simulated mass landings involving 30,000 personnel, "It's about landing on beaches and invading other people's countries, preparing for a war with China." 212. The Australian, Philippine and U.S. navies the following year launched large-scale exercises involving amphibious landings and the capture of oil and gas extraction facilities, with U.S. Marine Pacific Commander Lieutenant General John Tulin commenting that they absolutely were training and preparation for a potential crisis involving China. 213. These were but a few of the offensive drills which took place as pivot to Asia began to be materialize. As American strategists advocated offshore blockade, Western powers' ability to dominate the skies and seas surrounding key trade routes was increasingly seen as an imminent threat to Chinese security. As professors of strategy at the U.S. Naval War College in Newport, Toshi Yoshihara and James R. Holmes noted, Chinese leaders fret that the United States 463 will deploy naval might to deny China access to the commons, retaliating against some Chinese transgression or even conceivably on the whim of an American president. 214. One response was to diversify energy supplies and establish alternative trade routes, including signing oil and gas deals with Russia and Kazakhstan worth hundreds of billions of dollars and funding the construction of pipelines to facilitate them. Substantial investments in improving transportation infrastructure on the Asian continent, from the One Belt One Road initiative through Central Asia to the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, were also key. The development of Gwadar Port in Balochistan, southern Pakistan, and provision of support to strengthen the Pakistani Navy, would reduce reliance on Malacca. Construction of a pipeline infrastructure in Myanmar was similarly intended to allow China to import Middle Eastern oil while circumventing a Western blockade. 215. Complementing these efforts, the Chinese government went to significant lengths to reduce its reliance on energy imports. This included testing the world's first thorium-fueled molten nuclear salt reactor, 216. Investing heavily in developing the world's first nuclear fusion reactor, 217. Construction of new more advanced fission reactors, 218 consistent surpassing of state targets for solar power generation, 219 and massive investments in hydroelectric power leading China to have 5 of the world's 10 largest plants. 220 China's pioneering of new developments in solar energy made it the first from 2020 to generate solar power more cheaply than power from fossil fuels. 221 Rapidly electrifying transport further reduced reliance on oil imports and allowed China to capitalize on the benefits of fast-growing generation capacity from renewables and nuclear power. This ranged from increasing quotas for electric cars with a very significant lead over the world in productive capacity, 222 Rapid adoption of electric buses, again leading the world, 223 and developing of a high-speed electric railway network far larger than those of the rest of the world combined, which significantly reduced demand for air travel. 224 It also became the leader in development of hydrogen-powered buses, 225 and rapidly expanded underground electric rail networks to reduce the need for private cars. 226 From electric car adoption alone, Reuters noted, citing a 2020 study by the climate think tank Carbon Tracker, an aggressive China-led shift to electric vehicles is 464. Expected to slash global oil demand growth by 70% by 2030 and will help bring an end to the oil era. 227 The report projected that China could save more than $80 billion annually in oil import costs within a decade based on conservative projections. As Carbon Tracker strategist Kingsmill Bond noted, this is a simple choice between growing dependency on what has been expensive oil produced by a foreign cartel, or domestic electricity produced by renewable sources whose prices fall over time. 228 Thus, unlike Imperial Japan, which was forced into war primarily by an oil embargo, China was increasingly immune to such escalation should the Western powers proceed with it. Ultimately, conflict for the future of East Asia is likely to be determined heavily by technological factors, with China's emergence as a peer-level technological power with a greater and much faster growing scale of research and development and the world's largest economy allowing it to very seriously challenge Western primacy. It has also presented an attractive partner even to traditional Western clients. A growing trend towards Chinese technological parity or primacy in a range of key fields has increasingly translated into greater self-sufficiency in a growing number of areas ranging from energy to electronics, combat aircraft, infrastructure, and food. Should economic and technological trends towards a fast-growing Chinese advantage continue into the 2030s, even long-standing Western clients such as South Korea and Thailand could increasingly be pulled out of the Western sphere of influence. While power trajectories continue to favor Chinese interests, however, maintaining credible deterrence to potential Western efforts to change this, whether it be a strong fleet of stealth fighters to deter military action or deep economic interdependence to prevent economic warfare, remain key to securing both China's future and that of the wider region.